mi o ìyàwó ọ̀lẹ̀lẹ̀ má gbà mí o ìyàwó àsìkò òní eré ọ̀la ìjà òní eré o ọ̀la ìjà kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ kọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Oh nititi numbu kwanto. I'm a balloon. Nititi numbu kwanto. We say kwanto, nititi numbu kwanto, nititi numbu. We love you to numbu, we love you to numbu. We thank you to numbu, we thank you to numbu. Awani beti numbu, awani beti numbu. Hey, etezwaju tinumbu, etezwaju tinumbu. Kwantu neti bolaba mboma azwaju. Kwantu neti inji Nigeria tinumbu.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jóye aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Òun nìkan kọ́ jàre. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn gbogbo wa. Àpèmọ́ra là ń pè Tèmídire, you know. Why did you say prayers for? I would. There's very little chance of me ever meeting Tinubu ever in the course of my life, or even in the course of his. So why should my prayers go to him? My prayers go to myself and you, my friend. So Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn gbogbo wa. Àpèmọ́ra là ń pè Tèmídire. So Àpèmọ́ra là ń pè Tèmídire and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and how are you? Another day, another dollar. Another day, another woman went to more sessions. So yet again, we are in the throes of another weekend. We are actually in the midst of another weekend, and such is the tapestry of life. We're halfway through the year now. The next half takes us to December, and then we get into the fullness of the politics of it. But we will always be here, and hopefully we'll be here in your company. So good day, and all that. Hope you've had a beautiful week. Hope you've made a profit. That's the thing. We must always wish profits onto ourselves. So good day to you, Akin Anchor. It's been a moment. We've not seen you. Did you travel? So that's Akin Anchor right there. As you are coming in, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge you. That's Akin Anchor saying hello right there. So good day to you, Akin, and all that. The protocol still remains the same. It's always the same protocol. Click on the like button at my invitation to do so. You should be doing it routinely. But if you need a reminder, and here it is then, me reminding you. So click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please correct that as well. you would know if you are not already subscribed, because the subscription button will be showing red. The word subscribe will be written in a cased red on your screen. So you have to depress it then so that that red turns into gray, and then it will read from the word subscribe to the past tense subscribed. That way then you'd have fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that you're subscribed to the one of these days. Adriana, you'll come and join us on the screen. Good to see you, Adriana. So change the word subscribe to subscribed, then that way you fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness, do as directed, like and subscribe. Come join us on the screen via that hyperlink that says StreamYard, especially that invitation to you, Adriana, especially if you're female. So I think Zita needs company. Zita seems to be the only female that has the bravado to come and take on the conversation. A good half the population are female, by the way, so I'm not quite sure why their voices are not being represented in all of these conversations. So if you are female, then we'll be especially soft-gloved with you, just to bed you into the space. So we need more female voices. So we're especially canvassing for that. If you are a female voice, come join in the conversation. We also need northern voices as well. We have a smattering of northern voices, but we don't have an expansiveness of northern voices. So there's an underrepresentation of northern voices in these conversations, given that the northern space is the largest bulk of the Nigerian state. So we need more northern voices as well. So if you're a voice from the north, we would like to hear from you. So all that, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream. So all those. So do all those things. So those are the calls to action that we call to action all the time. So let's just get started, because we're starting so late anyway, so we might as well get started. We're starting it now back to front in this instance. So we're going to be starting it with the clips. We usually do the readouts and then we go back to the clips. But for this particular session, we'll be starting with the clips, and then we progress to the readout. So we start with the clips, but with the clips, we're still staying within the spirit of June 12, 1993. What happened on that day, did you ask? Watch this.
Consequently, the following decisions come into immediate effect. The interim national government is hereby dissolved. The national and state assemblies are also dissolved. The state executive councils are dissolved. All local governments stand dissolved. The National Electoral Commission is hereby dissolved. The two political parties are hereby dissolved. Are hereby banned. Is hereby proscribed. Is hereby abrogated.
So that's Sonia Abacha right there. That wasn't quite June 12, by the way. That was the aftermath of June 12. Of course, the dissolution then, because after June 12, we had an interim phase, which was superintended by Shonekan. Well, I can't quite recall his first name. Shonekan, Ernest Shonekan. So after the June 12 debacle, when the country was under siege, the country was actually in a state of flux. It wasn't even under siege. It was under siege with the military occupation, of course, but it was in a state of heightened tension. And then to douse that tension, then the sitting military administration of that time decided to hand over to a space filler space, which was then oversighted by Ernest Shonekan. So he was the interim president at that time. I think it lasted the grand sum of about 6 months. I think it lasted 6 months. So correct me in the comment section if I got that wrong. So we had that, and then of course, very quickly then, 6 months into that interim president phase, that was then when that Abacha coup, which you just saw there. So that was very much in the afterglow of the June 12th space. But still staying within the June 12th spirit, Abiola won that election. But why did they win that election? So the narratives, it still remains the same. Oh, if you present a coherent and sensible action plan for the Nigerian state, then there's a good chance that you will win an election. That's really how it works. And if you talk at sentimentality and dog whistle to ethnicity, there's a good chance that you would not win. So we saw that play out in 2023. We also saw that play out in 1993. So it's the person that has the best plan that often wins elections in Nigeria. You say the people's votes don't count, but usually, in most instances, a good 80% of elections in Nigeria have always landed on who the people willed to be their president. And the will of the people was what played out in 2023. The will of the people also played out in 1993. But then why did the will of the people play out in 1993? I did say you needed to have all right, we go again. And by the way, I'm taking recommendations on a better app for streaming than StreamYard. I spent close to £900 on these things on this particular. It's not free, by the way. This app that we use, this StreamYard, I spent close to £900 on it every single year, and it's just I've never yet had a stream that it didn't give me one problem or the other. So if you know of a better streaming app, please recommend it. I was going to play you the Abiola clip to show you then just what led to him winning that election. I was saying that for you to win elections in Nigeria, you need a coherent plan, and that was what we saw. That was what we saw play out in 2023, and that has always been the consistency of Nigerian politics. It's whoever has the better plan that wins the elections. The only anomalous spaces was the Awolowo election, which a lot of people argued that he won, and the what was it? Yes, that's the only anomalous one. Every other election we've had in Nigeria, the person that actually won that election was the person that the people willed to govern them. That's always been the consistency of Nigerian elections. And as I said, it's the person that has the most coherent plans that wins an election. We saw that in 2023 with Tinubu having by far the best plan for the country, and he's summarily winning the elections, and Atiku and Peter Obi not having a plan at all, and they summarily lost the elections. So coherent plan in this shape. Watch this.
By turning over future investment to the private sector and by removing the complex structures which makes NMPC's accountability and assessment of efficiency almost impossible. You see, there are so many layers upon layers built on this simple thing, crude oil. You don't even know whether it's oil or some mystery around it that is taking the money from the central bank. You see, I think we would demystify all these things. In my government, the daily export of crude will be published and the price at which it is sold. You see, the issue of planned implementation is simple. You see, public things are not private. We have National Assembly now. They will do their job. They review the expenditure of government and will hold public hearing. We will no longer be hearing of monetary circulars from central bank without the bankers being told. The bankers will have to be involved. You see, like I said, every effort has been made in the past to shave people's head in their absence. It must stop. I mean, it won't be allowed. I mean, the cumulative wisdom of all the bankers would have seen us out of the problem we have in this country today. But some people, they come from IMF or they come from World Bank. What do they know about Nigeria? You see, the most brilliant doctor in Norway might not have seen malaria in his life. So bringing him here and imposing him as a medical director is like sending everybody to the grave. You see, I think all that nonsense will stop. I rely on Nigerians to keep Nigeria running efficiently, and that's what it is. You see, there will be.
So you can see a logical and an ideological consistency in the campaign format of Abiola and the campaign format of Tinubu. They were all issue-based campaigns. Tinubu told you what his plans were, and those plans are playing out now. He told you he was going to initiate a student's loan scheme. That's been initiated. He told you that he was going to bed in a consumer credit scheme. That's been bedded in. He told you that he was going to float the naira, floated, subsidy removed. So a coherent plan, playing out now. And that is really how. And once this thing starts to compound, because these policies need to compound. They call it compounding in economics. Anybody that's done economics will have the broad strokes. I'm not presenting myself as an economist, though, but I do know enough to know about compounding. Once all of these policy positionings compound, then the effect will be there for everybody to see. So that is how an election is won and lost. It is not that I will do it in an organized manner. Something that doesn't cohere with logic or reason. You have to bring forth a coherent plan for in order then to excite in people confidence in you. So that's how it works. So still staying within the realms of all right. Let's move away from the realms of June the 12th. Let's actually watch this clip. This is Tinubu campaigning in 1999. So this guy has been there, man and boy. Watch this. All right, that's somewhat glitchy, but that was Tinubu campaigning then to be the governor of Lagos State in 1999. Let me take this comment from AB because because I want to address it. It says, one man, do you think Tinubu is implementing some of MKO's manifesto? I will say this to you: the ideological thrust is it's a social welfareist capitalist sort of ideological thrust. And that ideology is embedded in Awoism. So Abiola's plans were Awoist plans, and even Tinubu's plans are still Awoist plans. They're still taking them. If you know the circular rimmed glasses that Tinubu wears all the time is a nod towards Awoism. So both Abiola and Tinubu, they are Awoist. They come from the ideological, socio-economic philosophy of Awolowo. So it's still the same plan. So, but it's not really Abiola's plan. It's actually an Awoist sort of a thrust. So that's in response to that. And of course, everybody followed the example of Ayo right there, who continues to make sure that the lights are switched on the platform. So that's that. Let me take you to this now next clip. No, before I go to that one, let me play you this one. So this wave of defections is now it's going from a wave to an avalanche, if that is the right verbiage to use. It's going from a wave to an avalanche. So what we are now seeing now, it's like people running downhill. It's like a mass running downhill, a steep hill. And then you see how the momentum builds up, and suddenly what is meant to be a gentle, careful walk down that hill turns into a stampede. So it's now a stampede to the PDP, to the APC, even more a bolt for your life out of the PDP, a stampede to the APC, and a bolt for your life from the PDP. Watch this.
This is my resignation from the People's Democratic Party, the PDP. With deep reflection and a grateful heart, I, Bolanle Amina Sarumi, politically known as Bassa, hereby tender my resignation from the People's Democratic Party, effective today, June 12, 2025. First and foremost, I must extend my heartfelt appreciation to my beloved Ward Chairman, Ward 5, Alhaji Ramon, along with the various ward executives and leaders within the PDP in the state, for their encouragement and support throughout my 6-year journey in the party. Most especially, I send love and gratitude to the 12 incredible women leaders in Ibadan North Local Government. They consistently stood by me and showed unwavering support to me as a fellow woman in politics. Your strength and solidarity will never be forgotten. Also, I must thank His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, for making me a senior special advisor on diaspora matters for 2 years before I resigned to Aspire. Thanks for the opportunity. I enjoyed being your diaspora officer. I am glad we were able to impact lives. We were able to repatriate successfully over 400 girls all over Nigeria who were trafficked abroad. We were able to bring back a young indigene of Oyo State, a young man who was mentally ill in Turkey. He was missing for over 1 year during his master's program. We brought him back home and he became well and is doing fantastically well now in Oyo State. However, I can't forget the First Lady. Thank you, Engineer Olu Falae, for all the love you showed me. Thanks to all the government officials in the governor's cabinet who believed in me, stood by me, past cabinet members and recent ones who believed in me. Although I part ways with the PDP today, both in Oyo State and nationally, I will always remain your Bassa, any day, any time. However, I must speak truthfully and without bitterness about the state of the party. Since 2023, our great party has been injured, wounded by a few privileged leaders who were elevated by the PDP and given platforms to serve the Nigerian people. Sadly, they turned their backs on the very foundation that lifted them, showing little concern for thousands of us who have toiled, invested, and want to aspire to grow on that same party. Their selfishness has caused us tremendous losses across the country. Senatorial seats, House of Representative seats, and more. This blow was not mine alone to bear. It was a shared pain felt by millions of PDP faithfuls across Nigeria and in the diaspora. Many may not talk, but they are definitely not happy with what you, these leaders, did to the party. Despite my...
So there it is right there. So that was a functionary. So that lady right there, Sarumi, whatever her name is, that name actually sounds familiar, but it sounds more like a Lagos name than an or your name. But I wanted to bring you that only really for the reasons that woman is giving for leaving the PDP. So the PDP is in disarray and it's a self-inflicted injury. And that self-inflicted injury, everybody can see how the injury was inflicted. But what really astounds people is that no attempt is actually being made to fix that injury. Of course, the PDP suffers from an article situation where this singular man's ambition overrides the general trajectory of the party in politics. So that's essentially where she is. That look, if we are not taking any learnings, then I cannot continue to be party to any of this. So that was that woman right there. Like I said, it's like a run for your life out of the PDP. So a run for your life out of the PDP. But what is Tinubu making of all that is the question.
It is indeed a pleasure to witness you in such a disarray.
So that's Tinubu's opinion on all that. But still staying within that space, let's take this nuanced perspective from this gentleman right here.
You see, politics is a race. And it's a game for those that are ready for it. It is not the responsibility of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to organize other parties. If other parties are disorganized, so is that his business? No. If they are disorganized, then they are not ready to govern Nigeria. And when you talk of one-party state, my dear, our constitution is very clear in section 14. Freedom of speech, freedom of association. So if you like,
freedom of expression,
you can go and join up with a party that is sinking. Section 39.
Yes.
Freedom of association, freedom of speech. If you like, you go and join up with some group of people that are disorganized, and you continue to sink with them.
Okay, sir.
But
Senator,
if you like, you can follow somebody that knows the road.
Okay, Senator. My question was: is it correct?
Let me just land.
Sure.
Let me just land, please. What I said those other parties, they have their right to remain in the party. You know, they are also trying to form coalition against the government of Tinubu so that they can take power from him. So if they are trying to bring themselves together and others are trying to join APC, what has President Tinubu done wrongly?
Is it?
Nothing. He's trying to strengthen APC. Trying to strengthen APC doesn't mean that he's trying to turn Nigeria to a one-party state.
Okay, sir.
Do you want him to be working for those other parties? No.
So my question was, is it correct for the president... my question was, sir, is it correct for the president to use the occasion of Democracy Day to taunt the opposition?
If you use the word taunting the opposition, I will not agree with you. A lot has been said about that he's trying to turn Nigeria to a one-party state. He used that occasion to renounce that statement. That is not true. That was what he did. Not taunting the opposition. Opposition has been saying a lot that he is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. But he said no, that he's a Democrat. He's not turning Nigeria into a one-party state. But not turning Nigeria to a one-party state doesn't mean that he will start organizing those other parties for them. No.
All right, so that Zimbabwean girl, she's fast turning herself into a nuisance within the Nigerian space. I'm not quite sure. I still don't accept that she should be on our screens, and I don't accept, not even out of any bigotry or whatever, but because we have an abundance of talented Nigerians that are not with a job. You know, I'm sure that they could use her in Zimbabwe. You know, I'm not sure that they have the talent to be on the screen. So maybe she should go and be on the screens in Zimbabwe and leave Nigerian matters to Nigerians. So I object to that girl being on our TV for reasons that she's not Nigerian. Call me a nationalistic jingoist or whatever. Well, that's my objection right there. But I object even further because she's just latching on to this obedient thing, and as soon as anybody says anything positive about the sitting government, she immediately wants to intersect into whatever that positivity is and negate it somewhat. It's an annoyance. It is an annoyance. And he's saying that the president taunted the opposition. Of course, what is his job other than to taunt the opposition? Are the opposition not taunting him? He's saying that he's using Democracy Day to taunt the opposition. Whenever a platform presents, a president speaks to both party politics and national matters. That is the format globally. Anytime that Trump is speaking, he may be speaking to the cancer, the cure to cancer. He will still find a way to dig at Joe Biden. When has Trump ever made any speech that he doesn't dig at Joe Biden or the Democrats or whatever? It's the exact format. That's the standard set play in global politics. So I'm not quite, maybe she's not literate enough to have a real understanding of so maybe she's not Zita is giving me bulletins on the goings on in Iran. I'm not quite sure. Zita, you're disrupting my flow. You need to come on the screen rather than So yes, I object to that girl. I cannot abide her, and she's not even pretty, which is even worse. I wonder who married her. That's just apologies to the husband, but I would have preferred Tudun Abiola to be there, because she has the language and the knowledge of the landscape. So that's that. Let's go back to Natasha Akpoti. It's 4 months in. She has made she's told us that Godswill Akpabio is harvesting organs. She's told us that they are plotting all of the great and good. Godswill Akpabio, Yahaya Bello, Ododo, that they met in Aso Rock to plot her assassination and all manners, everything funky. She has done all that apart from present evidence for anything else. So 4 months more than and counting. So Natasha, our Ukrainian sister, where is the evidence? That's what the question. That's where the question is. Where is the evidence?
How difficult is it to provide the evidence?
If you don't have any, it's going to be.
If you don't have any,
it's going to be difficult to do that.
Or it's possible.
Because what are you going to base it on? Because normally you made the accusations 4 months ago. By now, this case
evidence should have been flying everywhere.
But they kept moving from one pillar to another post. Just like what happened during the Supreme Court cases of the election in 2023. When somebody would be on social media, be making claims of victory. Then you go to court and tell them you just want someone to be disqualified. Meanwhile, you tell your...
Or you say because somebody didn't win Abuja, it's not qualified.
Yeah, it's not qualified.
So that's the way we are. We just like drama. And like Gideon said, I've said it many times, show us proof. I'll be your soldiers for revenge. Just give us proof and go and sleep.
Leave the rest to us.
But so far, 4 months down the line,
I mean, first it was sexual harassment, assassination allegation, organ harvesting, harassment of Senate. But Biki, another thing I want to ask you.
The most ridiculous of all those allegations is the organ harvesting.
Is the organ harvesting.
Because doctors will tell you, for example, before, if I need your kidney, for example.
You have to test your blood.
May God not let that happen. They will conduct tests to ensure that compatibility. And then it is immediately transplanted. Not that they will put it on the ground or refrigerate it for months. Come on. Okay. Some of those things are so easy to disprove.
But another thing is, Senator Natasha seems to... Someone asked
and the time when the woman was sick,
yes.
Compare the time that the woman was sick to the time when that assassination took place. You know that it just doesn't add up.
A final question will be, someone asked a question. Senator Natasha seems to be getting a lot of support from the public since she made all of these allegations. Without backing any, with evidence. I mean, why is this so?
No, the thing is, Nigerians like to fight for the underdog.
Oh.
In this matter, Senator Natasha is the underdog. She will.
All right. So essentially, where is the evidence? It's just as simple as that, isn't it? Where is the evidence? Natasha Akpoti, you know, even the name itself. So now, Rational Mind said, Yoruba people are treacherous by nature yesterday, and as soon as he said that, the ceilings caved in on him. Everybody descended on him. Baba took off his shirt and invited and he held up his fist, inviting Rational Minds to a fight. And the whole of the panel, even Baba T, who is usually placid and meek in manner, he came in all guns blazing, simply because Rational Mind said Yoruba people are treacherous by nature. But Rational Mind does not stand alone in that view. Watch this.
As I said, no one is safe on my page. I believe 100%, this is my theory, I have no proof of this, I believe 100% all the tribal and religious wars we have going on in Nigeria is funded by Yorubas. It's pushed by Yorubas because a peaceful Nigeria is one where they are irrelevant. Igbos, I've said it, Igbos are basically like the Jews of Africa. They have the same mentality as Jewish people. They want to go somewhere, take over, completely dominate. And then you have the Hausas who are diplomats. So the Hausas basically are opening doors, creating meetings, and when the people come to sit down, expect to, you know, it's Igbos that are coming there to negotiate on behalf of Nigeria. Yorubas, on the other hand, are scholars, and that basically makes them irrelevant. All they get to do is just sit back to the side and write books. And they realized a peaceful Nigeria, a prosperous Nigeria doesn't need them. So Yorubas are my theory, all these Tinubu is the godfather of everything. So all these men coming in from Niger, whatever, y'all call him Buhari, all of them are under the Tinubus, are under the Yoruba mafia. So my theory is everything that's going on in Nigeria is going on because Yorubas don't want to be irrelevant. And of course, the Yorubas, with the help of the Hausa imams, get to keep a complete, a whole generation / demographic of Hausas ignorant. Those are the Almajiris. So now the Hausas are ignorant. They don't know any better. They keep getting used to create problems in Nigeria. Of course, Biafrans are not free. You're not innocent. You got your own drama. But at the end of the day, I genuinely believe that the Yorubas are the ones doing all of these things. Created, because look at Nigeria's history. Which tribe is more likely to work with the European? Which tribe? Igbos historically, no. Igbos historically worked with other Africans, right? They were not Western centered. Hausas historically had a lot of respect. Look at the history. Hausas had a lot of respect. Every monarch would come to Nigeria. Like that relationship between Hausa and Igbo that was there was prosperous, and the Yorubas were like, nah, this cannot happen because it made them irrelevant. So that's my theory, is that Hausas have their own shit. The ignorance of the Almajiri is there. Igbos have their own with the Biafra, but I think the main culprit in Nigerian Broba, whatever you want to call it, is the Yoruba. They're so strategic in their shit that no one even looks at them and realizes what they're doing. That's my theory.
So there it is right there. So according to that Omomala that we just heard from with the American accent, the Yorubas are the problems of Nigeria. So there it is. You heard it now. So just get rid of the Yorubas and all of Nigeria's problems will be solved. Get rid of the Yorubas and all of Nigeria's problems will be solved. Quickly through, there's another clip that I want us to react to, by the way, but this is a lengthier one. So we'll do it, we'll react to it we'll play it from the online rather than download it to play it in the studio. But before we get to that clip, it's a clip from our Soludo. But before we get to that, let's just go through the readouts fairly quickly. Jonathan denies social media post on 2027 presidential bid. So the name Goodluck Jonathan are somewhat petered down in this particular, and Goodluck Jonathan, by the way, is the strongest viability of getting Tinubu out of our office because he has a constitutional one term left. So it will satiate power still retaining in the South for 2 terms. So it will satiate power retaining in the South for 2 terms, whilst still guaranteeing that Tinubu is removed and the Northerners get 2031. So the most viable option to unseat Tinubu is actually Goodluck Jonathan. But nobody will drop their presidential ambition for him. Certainly not Peter Obi, and definitely not Atiku Abubakar. And I suspect, yes, maybe El Rufai would drop it if he makes him deputy. Jonathan denies social media post on 2027 presidential bid. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has distanced himself from an Instagram post suggesting he is planning a comeback in the 2027 presidential election. And by the way, Goodluck Jonathan has been coming out a lot within the media space now, always, of course, digging at the president, at the current administration. So why exactly is he doing that? It's exactly to say that I am still here, just to make his face visible within the present paradigm. That is really why it's coming out. So, and that is to tell you then that he is nursing somewhat a presidential ambition, but he's not been approached yet, is the thing. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has distanced himself from an Instagram post suggesting he's planning a comeback in the 2027 presidential election. The post, shared by an account bearing Jonathan's name, criticized Nigeria's current leaders, claiming they are pretending to sleep, whilst urging citizens to choose better leadership in 2027. So if it's, and by the way, for him to come out, because if it's just some randomized person that is posting this, it would never have gotten to his attention, never mind him responding to it. So this is him orchestrating a narrative. So he's had that put out in the public space, and then he then denies it coyly just to test how he plays out within the public space. So he's behind it. Whatever was posted, he is actually behind it. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has distanced himself from an Instagram post suggesting he's planning a comeback in the 2027 presidential election. The post, shared by an account bearing Jonathan's name, criticized Nigeria's current leaders, claiming they are pretending to sleep, whilst urging citizens to choose better leadership in 2027. So who and what exactly is better leadership is the question. Let them present their plans, and then we'll choose on the basis of that. Since our current leaders are pretending to sleep, we pray that we will get our good leadership back in 2027. So when have we ever had good leadership that we're now getting it back? I cannot, in all of the history of Nigeria, conjure up a name that fits that description. Which name fits the description of good leader in the history of Nigeria? When have we ever had a president that presided in the interest of the people? We've never had that. Since our current leaders are pretending to sleep, we pray that we will get good leadership back in 2027. Your choice will determine the betterment of our future, the post reads. So who exactly? Is it El Rufai that will come and start killing people? Or is it Peter Obi that would not know what is going on around him? Or is it Atiku Abubakar of the Halliburton fame? The message was accompanied by music and an image believed to be AI generated of Jonathan shaking hands with the US President Donald Trump. The post has since attracted a lot of views and comments. However, when contacted by correspondents on Friday, Ikechukwu Eze, Jonathan's spokesperson, dismissed the post as fake and clarified that the former president does not operate an Instagram account. Former President Jonathan does not own an Instagram account, Eze said. This is not the first time Jonathan has had to disown political activity linked to his name. Ahead of the 2023 elections, he rejected a presidential nomination form on his behalf by a support group. The form, bought under the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC, was disavowed by Jonathan through a statement from his media team. He was not aware of this bid and did not authorize it, the statement read at the time. So that's Goodluck Jonathan then still somewhat coyly throwing his name into the space So you fool no one, our man from the creeks, but nevertheless, so that's that. Let's go on from that to this. Judge transfers Nnamdi Kanu's trial to DSS headquarters, gives reason. So they are moving the court to DSS headquarters, is my understanding of that. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja has transferred the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, to the headquarters of the Department of State Services. Kanu's trial was transferred to the DSS headquarters to enable the court and parties involved in the matter the opportunity to inspect some exhibits tendered against the IPOB leader. So they should just hold the case in there just to keep the vagrants out, and Chowore and his band of maybe they'll go and storm the DSS office if they held the trial there. They just stated that the container, which was seized by the DSS, was used by the IPOB leader to import a radio transmitter into the country. Details from the case showed that the DSS had alleged that the transmitter was brought into Nigeria for the use of Radio Biafra, that should say. Kanu, who was arrested by Interpol in Kenya, is facing a terrorism trial leveled against him. So it's just to have a look at evidence. It wasn't anything. I thought it was bigger than that, actually. I thought they were going to be holding the trials at the DSS facilities, which would have been quite a curious thing. What else do we have? We will mobilize 10 billion Nigerians for him. Ex-minister declares support for Tinubu. I'm only really bringing you this because it's your favorite babe and mine, Uju Kennedy, of course. Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, former Minister of Women Affairs, has pledged her full support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. In a statement issued on Friday by her spokesperson, Musa Abdurrahman. So, that it strikes me as a funny thing, actually. Why would a Musa Abdurrahman be the spokesperson of Uju Kennedy Ohaneye? Of course, it should be. He's a Nigerian, after all, and that's what qualifies him. But it just strikes me as curious sometimes when you look at the mix. Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, former Minister of Women Affairs, has pledged her support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid 2027. In a statement issued on Friday by her spokesperson, Musa Abdurrahman, Ohaneye described Tinubu's leadership as visionary, courageous, and focused on national transformation. My commitment to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not merely political. It is a deep-seated conviction born from observing his visionary leadership, his unwavering dedication to national progress, and his genuine commitment to improving the lives of every Nigerian, she said. She said the Tinubu administration had made remarkable progress despite inherited challenges, pointing to the economic reforms, improvements in social welfare, and efforts in national security. From economic reforms designed to foster sustainable growth to critical interventions aimed at bolstering security and enhancing social welfare, President Tinubu has shown an undeniable resolve, she said. Ohaneye announced plans to relaunch her grassroots campaign platform, Niger Save Niger 2027, with the aim of mobilizing 10 million Nigerians in support of Tinubu's second-term bid. She said the group, which was instrumental in voter mobilization during the 2023 elections, particularly amongst people living with disability and vulnerable communities, will be reactivated to support the president. Our target of 10 million Nigerians is not just a number. It represents a resounding affirmation of confidence in President Tinubu's leadership and a clear mandate for him to continue steering Nigeria towards prosperity She said she disclosed that the renewed campaign would engage all segments of society, including women, youth, traders, farmers, professionals, and vulnerable groups across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Ohanenye urged Nigerians to support President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which she described as a genuine roadmap to sustainable development. President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda is not a slogan. It is a living document of progress. I have full confidence that it will continue to deliver on its promises, she added. So that is a come and get me. I'm still here. That is what that just tells us right there. But as somebody with equal confidence, but with a bit more gravitas to carry that confidence, Charles Soludo. So here is Charles Soludo then speaking to Tinubu's plans.
After graduation, I was working. I was working at La Pal House at Coopers and Libran. You know, going through the traffic, and then there was no Third Mainland Bridge, and then going through the traffic and getting down to the island every day, or going through Oshodi, where you need to have a human traffic. You need to ask somebody to step out so you can put your feet. And Lagos of today, there is something to appreciate that we have come a long way, albeit that there is still a long way to go. Second, I would disappoint many who would expect me to comment on the economy. I'll start by disappointing Pastor Oyemade. Or to use this forum to offer another, quote, blueprint for economic reforms. I have access to the federal government to offer my advice, if any, and this platform cannot serve the purpose. But let's be clear, and I'm not shy to say this, that the audacious structural reforms embarked upon by the current administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR have rescued the economy from the tipping point. The endorsements by the World Bank, the IMF, the London Financial Times, rating agencies such as Fitch, Moody's, etc., in my view, are well deserved. Of course, many people know that I made a living criticizing the World Bank and the IMF. I made quite tons of money criticizing even books, which one of my books was, they told me at the World Bank bookshop, it was their bestseller at some point. As governor of Anambra, I have even rejected a World Bank loan because of the terms. But on the matter of the trajectory of the current economic reforms, the World Bank and others, in my view, are largely right. Funny enough, when these institutions criticize the government, some people use them as validation of their own criticisms. But when the same institutions give a positive report, they are derided as, quote, neoliberal, out-of-touch institutions. In 2023, I had described the state of the economy when this government assumed office as akin to a standing dead horse. And public finance was about to tip from insolvency with potential catastrophic consequences, including possible mass retrenchment of workers and or arrears of salaries and pension. You see, when the previous administration passed the 2023 budget that had a clause that subsidies will end by end of June, it was an indication we had reached the end. You could go no further. There's a limit to which you can continue to print money, you know, to do business. And the consequences of hyper or high inflation were just predictable. I'm one of those who raised the alarms at some point, and at some point I had to say to the regime then, with the then governor of Central Bank, and I'm happy to say this publicly, in one session, coming back to rule of law, I had said to them that this printing of money, illegally, printing of naira, if the CBN Act, the provisions were obeyed, there was no time that you could have had more than 500 billion standing as ways and means. None. But they were obdurately, illegally printing money, went to 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 10 trillion, 12 trillion. That was when I said at a meeting, Governor, obey the law or amend the law. The way you are going was tipping the economy into the Atlantic Ocean. And what he said then, the response was, come and imprison me. I am helping the country. I knew that that particular act of printing money, and they printed up to 20-something trillion and poured into the system, and you expect the exchange rate to remain the same, inflation to remain the same, and so on and so forth. That's a joke. Elementary economics tells us that that was a recipe for disaster. And we met it. So when I make the point that we had, if you didn't do the kind of, subsidy removal and all of those things that had to, or dealing with the exchange rate, nobody was going to invest with the multiple exchange rate regime and the arrears that were not paying people and so on and so forth. We had reached where the economy was just standing still, couldn't move any further. And you needed a fundamental rejigging for it to begin to breathe again. And thank God, at least we're here, but still a long way to go. So public finance is back on a solvency path, and macro fundamentals are recovering positively. Yes, there are still a lot more to do, but I urge the president and his team to stay the course. Many analysts have interesting opinions, unquote, but I urge them to go deeper, conduct rigorous counterfactual analysis, and provide credible alternatives. As a friend said recently, the task is always easy, especially if you are not the one doing it. It's always easy. They should just fix power. They should just fix, build roads. They should just... That's what somebody said to me recently. Said, no, don't do anything else. Just give us electricity. I said, as if I'm just going to go and switch on a tap. This is one country where every year people celebrate the previous year or years as the, quote, the good old days. And every new regime points out how it is the only one to bring positive change since the world was created. And I will say to you, but like every Nigerian has his own long list of what is wrong, so also is the list of, quote, expert opinions. For many, the list of what we must do would include, A, maybe restructuring the federation and the new constitution. These are the kind of things you hear, all manner of debates going on every day. Collaborative and coordination arrangements among the 3 tiers of government, tackling corruption, ensuring predictable and stable macro environment, including low and stable inflation and the exchange rate, addressing security, law and order, rule of law, state policing, providing infrastructure, especially electricity and transport, food security, addressing poverty and unemployment, investing in people, health, education, and empowering vulnerable groups, prioritizing technology, industrialization, and creative economy, fully exploiting our natural resources, tackling challenges of the environment, desertification, flooding, and erosion, ethical and transformational leadership that also delivers efficient, effective, transparent, and accountable governance, etc., etc. The list is quite long. But the real challenge is how to accomplish this, especially given the binding resource constraints and the distributional consequences of any action that you take. So I won't waste your time on this. I'm sure you can add to the long list of what we must do. Somebody the other day said, I'm hungry. And I said, in the part of the world where I come from, people find it shameful for somebody to come out and be saying, I'm hungry. And so when the hunger protest also happened, I know in the Southeast, we launched a different kind of movement, farm to feed. And we say in our place, go and do something about it and not to complain about it. So these things, long list, everybody has his own. But let me return to the substance of our contribution. The nature, and that is the nature of the organization and citizenship required for sustainable nationhood and success in the second liberation struggle against underdevelopment. The first is that we must give our politics a soul.
So there it is right there. So so Ludo doesn't get it, or he simply doesn't get it. We already told us the answer. He says we have to do things in an organized manner. That's just if only they listen, just do things in an organized manner. That's the answer to all of those lists, by the way, that Soluto just gave us now. Those are the things that Nigeria needs to get right in order then for us to get it right. But then you cannot get it all. So somebody will go to one space and alarm at that space to say that, oh, this is the reason why this government is a failure. They should just fix electricity, you know, as though that is how easily it is done. Look at Dubai, they did it in 10 years. Look at Egypt, they had the XYZ. They should just fix gully erosions. They should just fix this, they should just fix that. Given the economic constraints, by the way, a third world country, and the parallel, of course, often with, in America, well, you know, very few countries can live up to the standards that America set. But let's play the K guys and then see if anybody turns up for the conversation.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may that have nothing to do with us. I forgot to bring you the headline piece. So let me quickly bring you the headline piece, and then we bring on the people who have turned up. This is Olu Falae harkening back to the 1999 elections, insisting that he won very much in the manner that Peter Obi won the 2023 elections. A former secretary to the government of the Federation and 1999 presidential candidate, Chief Olu Falae, said he won the election that restored Nigeria to civilian rule, not Olusegun Obasanjo. Falae, who appeared on Arise Television on Thursday during a special democracy program, that you say, alleged that he was the actual winner of the 1999 presidential election, but was denied his mandate through manipulation of results. And by the way, that is a categorical lie, because similar to Peter Obi, Olu Falae was too ethnic for him to have won the Nigerian election. It's too ethnic, you know, it doesn't cross over to the north in terms of appeal, and I suspect it doesn't even cross over to the southeast in terms of appeal. His only appeal was Yoruba land. He was the Yoruba candidate, But then, of course, you cannot claim that he won that election because it was just too too regionalized. But even still till now, you know, is the head of the Afenifere movement, by the way, is the one that has replaced Pa Adebanjo. So it's the new leader of the Afenifere movement. So it's too ethnic for him to have ever won the elections. Who would have voted for him in the north? A Yoruba, a nationalist, fundamentalist. A former secretary to the government of the Federation and 1999 presidential candidate Chief Olu Falae said he won the election that restored Nigeria to civilian rule, not Olusegun Obasanjo. Falae, who appeared on Arise TV's morning show on Thursday during a special Democracy Day program, alleged that was the actual winner of the 1999 presidential election, but was denied his mandate through manipulation of results. The elder statesman declared that based on the legal review of the vote tallies carried out by his legal counsel, late Chief J.O.K. Ajayi, he defeated Olusegun Obasanjo of the People's Democratic Party by a margin exceeding 1 million votes. I was told by my lawyer, the late Chief J.O.K. Ajayi, that I won the election by over 1 million votes after a meticulous assessment of the figures declared. But we decided not to go to court. It's almost identical of the Peter Obi narrative. So Peter Obi won the elections according to him, but he decided not to go to court to assert his victory or to demand his victory. So he never went to court to say that he won the elections. Similarly, Olu Falae won the elections in 1999, but he decided not to go to court to assert his mandate. Abiola, of course, won an election in 1993, and he went to court to assert his mandate. So that tells you all you need to know. But we decided not to go to court. We were more concerned about the country returning to democracy peacefully after years of military rule, Falae said during the interview. Falae's revelation reopened an old political wound from Nigeria's transitional period following the death of General Abacha and the eventual assumption of office by General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who oversaw the transition to democratic governance. So there it is right there. They wanted to give OBJ power as compensation for all the sufferings he went through in the prison under Abacha and death of Abiola based on whatever. I'm not quite sure. Based on Abiola defeated Stofa in 1993. So that's just somebody's comment right there. So that's Olu Falae following the Peter Obi route. So let's bring out the assembled. Hopefully they've not fallen asleep yet. Ogbeni joins us. Always a delightful session whenever Ogbeni is here. Ola is in the house, so that's Ola right there. General Thomas, that's General T. The majestic Rational Mind in the house, so that's Rational Mind right there. And Zita taking a break from monitoring the Middle East to come and spend time with us. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. So good to have you. Good to be in your company. We started to kick it off with Ogbeni, if it's still there. I wonder if you must be.
I'm a woman.
Your stamina has improved these days. So usually
it started a bit late. I've finished marking, so I have some time to spend now.
Better. So it's perfect timing then.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
I greet everybody. I greet General Thomas, Rational Mind. I think he's there. Yeah, Rational Mind, Madam Sita, and everybody.
I hello. My barista. I hello.
Well done, sir. Anyway.
All right. Most strong Latin, you know, I've been looking at it.
Wow. How do we translate this one?
You know, I always say that the Yoruba language is so based in nuance that if you translate it now, it will lose the essence.
Yeah. It's a very complex one. The
Yes.
complex one with all the it has literal meaning, contextual meaning. They said it has 9 layers of meaning.
You mean the language?
Yes, the language. So the language has advanced so much that it has 9. So that means 9 people can sit here and their level of understanding of the language will be in different layers. So my level of understanding of Yoruba may be different from yours, from the next to the 9 layers. And where you find that, you don't even find that in languages
Ogbeni,
yes,
Ogbeni, please, can you give me 1 sec, please? One man, just want to call your attention to something. You always say we have this platform together. That guy called Patrick, when you left yesterday, very destructive. One man, I know you are very liberal. You always like people to come in, not ban people. But if you consistently telling somebody, mind your language, don't come at people, and he keep on doing it all the time, that person have an agenda. He was here yesterday when you left, like very destructive. He was coming
name
into
is
the
not
class.
Patrick.
I don't even know if that is what
not
his
his
name
real
on the
name.
screen.
That's
Yeah,
not his
so
real name. I will
it's up
embarrass
to
him
you.
here.
One man, it's very destructive yesterday. Very destructive. Yeah, it's up to you. Make your judgment. Yeah.
You know, we have the policy of not banning people. It's somewhat like admitting defeat if we ban him. So what my strategy for Patrick is to try to cultivate him to I don't want to say to civilize him, but to bring him up to speed rather than just abandon him. You know, we've had it. We used to have it with Tony, and I won't say we civilized Tony because he's a civilized man, but it's like a rough diamond. We have to polish him up. That's just what we have to do. So
it's up to you. Yeah.
One man.
We have to polish him up rather than just throw him in the bin.
One man. He's not coming here to have a conversation, even if it's an argumentative one. We will attend, but that's not what he's coming to do. I will speak on that when it gets to my turn. Because I've been busy, but now I think I have to draw my attention to him, and he will not find it funny.
Madam Zita, please, before you go any further,
we don't want to start on this note now.
No, man. Listen, woman, you just made a comment that I don't think is professional. You cannot come to a public space and say we don't have a distance of not banning people. No, we do. We do have rules and regulations for this platform. So we are not mobomoya. Anybody can come anyhow and act anyhow. So please stop saying that. We have rules and regulations. So stop saying we cannot ban anybody. We have rules and regulations. That's all I want to say.
Excuse me, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you directing your attention?
No, Madam Zita, I am buttressing what General Thomas is saying. One man said something about, we don't like banning people in this platform and stuff. And I'm saying to him, you cannot say that. Every professional business has rules and regulation. You cannot say we don't ban people on this platform and people walk into the platform and talk anyhow, insult people all in the name of because we don't ban people. No. If you're coming to a segment that I am the moderator or Thomas is the moderator, I will ban your ass.
All right. I don't want us to labor that space too much, but let me just say this and then maybe we move back to Ogbeni. If we go, it's a very slippery slope to start to ban people, because then you have to make the judgment on how to ban them. Do them ban them based on your prejudice, based on your intolerance of them, etc., etc. We have a benchmark that no abuse, no this, no that, and we have tools to discipline and to cultivate and to brush people up. But then we want diversity of opinions too. So if we start to ban people, then we may start to ban people that doesn't align with maybe the worldview of whoever is moderating at that time, and that's a slippery slope. So I think that I think we can bring him up to speed rather than just abandon him. That's my
one man. You are an Englishman.
Yeah.
You are very liberal. I am a Yoruba man, typical Yoruba man. And we have, as Adama, may God bless you. May God continue to enrich your brain. Thank you for second my opinion. One man, I don't say we should ban people, but we have rules and regulation. And if anybody came on those platforms, cannot follow the rules and regulation, I don't think that person is worth staying on the platform. He was very destructive yesterday. I didn't ban him. I just kept him in the background. So it's up to you. Make your judgment. Thank you. Adam,
all right.
God bless you. Thank you.
All right. I'll say this, and then I don't want us to stay there any longer. We'll use a 3-strike rule. So if the person is being disruptive, set them to the back and caution them, and then bring them back. If they are still being disruptive, set them to the back and bring them back.
Please,
can you hold on? Can you hold on?
No.
Don't make me remove you. No, don't try and over. No. Don't override my voice, please. Don't shout me down, Adama. Let me speak. That's how I want us to do it. A 3-strike rule. The person is being disruptive. Set them to the back, caution that behavior. If they do it once or twice, remove them for the day, but don't ban them permanently. I think that's the best course of action.
Man, this is what you do. Woman, can I say something?
Right.
When there is a protocol, these are things we're supposed to have backstage. The rules are meant for the moderators and we that are anchoring the show. All I'm saying to you, sir, I respect everything you say, but this is one thing I want you to say. When you come publicly and you tolerate people that are not toleratable, for you, you're an Englishman. I'm not an Englishman. I'm a Bronx babe. If you cuss me out, I'll cuss you out 3 times. It has nothing to do with profession. What I'm trying to say is this, that just like Madam Gita said, and Thomas said yesterday, this person is disruptive, that I can be able to tolerate this person, and you cannot, does not mean I need to put up with it. All I'm trying to say is we need to have decorum on the comment section and people coming to the panelists to speak. And when I write on the comment section and I remind everybody, be respectful. One man, you cannot read out your rules. Your rules should be made for we, the moderators. As a moderator, let me tell you one thing, woman, I want us to understand. There are people who like Thomas. There are people who like Adama. There are people who like Chioma. There are people who like me. Everybody, you're not in the business of pleasing everybody. And I did not get into business or on my profession to please everyone. Not every surgery that you come into the OR is successful. Let me be clear, both with the best health record. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is this: we need decorum, we have rules and regulation that you have set up the standard of this platform to be. But being that you're an Englishman, I am coming to your platform to be a moderator does not mean that I need to tolerate nonsense. At the end of the day, if I come to moderate and I cannot put up with a particular panelist who constantly insult other panelists, it's at my discretion to say, no, I'm done with you. You go sleep it off for the night. And if you come the next day and say, oh, this person just did this thing for the one day, just respect my decision because you've made me a moderator on your platform. And this is what I said last week. We cannot come on a public space and be airing our dirty laundry. We as moderators need to be having meetings behind the scene. I came in to back up Thomas because I know what I heard yesterday, and including Madam Zita, the rest of us, we know what we heard yesterday. So at the end of the day, Madam Zita kept quiet and said, Adama, this person, he does this all the time. At the end of the day, what did I do? I put this person backstage. So all I'm saying is that enough is enough. If you come in when I, Thomas, Chioma, whoever moderator, come in, all I'm begging these people, come in when one man is moderating. One man can tolerate you. But when you see Adama, Thomas moderating, I will ban your ass. That's the public statement I'm making. Thank you.
No. Let's
I'm only begging for a minute. Don't hear me out.
No, hold on.
I'm not prolonging. I'm only begging for a minute. No, one man, calm down, please. I'm only begging. See,
no, it's always
I know.
we
No, let
always
me
start
talk
like this.
now.
We were already
Just
having a
hold on,
conversation, and then it's turned into another.
I'm only begging you. Look, I understand we've discussed this thing before, and I think we should understand where Thomas and Adama are coming from. Because myself, I can tolerate, even when people are insulting me, I can shout back and do all those things. But there is something. You are some people that they have something to contribute positively. They have their own negative side. Maybe they flare up when you do not agree with them. But it's a difference between someone that the purpose is just to come. You are not giving anything positive. You are just coming to abuse everybody. Let me tell you something. To the extent that some panelists are now avoiding, mark that word, just because of some people, some panelists intentionally, they are avoiding. And these things sometimes they won't tell you, but people talk among themselves why they are not showing up. You understand? I was there yesterday when this guy, just give this guy a point, because this guy, I can count up to 10 times that they put him in the background, and he will come back. The first thing is to abuse everybody. So that kind of person, I think you have to, you really have to pity the moderator truly, because sometimes when someone has abused you to the point that the thing can even affect your mental health, I think such kind of person should not be tolerated. I felt like banning the guy yesterday, but I remember that it's not in my nature to do that. But I feel that the thing should be brought up and discussed. So the thing is this: if I were to suggest that kind of guy, for me, for me to tell you that he deserves a eternal ban from the panel, because the mission is not to contribute positively, is to abuse and harass everybody to the point everybody start dropping. That's my point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So back to your Benny. So it's the standard start to a session. I don't know. I'll go by. If you guys feel universally, then I'll go with that. But my instinct is not to ban anybody. That's just my instinct.
Sorry, it is very nice when issues like this are being raised in a platform. It is very nice it's discussed intensively. Okay? We wouldn't say what we come here to actually do is to discuss topics. And in as much as we are discussing topics and things happening around the world, and among us, something came up, it is actually nice we discuss it, because we are the people that make the platform, including the person who comes to interrupt us. So saying, let's move on and continue discussing something that is actually outside of the sustainable of the platform is actually like, I'm wondering what's going on. But if you say, it's your platform, if you say this should not be discussed, okay, we end it here, let's move on and discuss about Falae and the things, other things, that's still actually fine by me. But I believe that you cannot put this person and put Tony. Tony is different. Tony comes to make an argument, although sometimes he might be all around the whole place, all about the whole place. Sometimes not making sense, but that's okay. He might be rude in his submission, that's okay. But this one actually does not come in here to either make a submission or to argue or debate or interject. What he comes to do is to shut people up. And he lies down in his bed with his phone in his front, abusing people. I've been ignoring him like, let's leave it. But yesterday I went back to the incident that happened. Adama was here. And I didn't quite like it. I was very busy. But I think next time he comes here, I promise you, if you want us to sweep it aside, if you drop him on your platform again, inside the studio, and he behaves like that again, una go see show, because I don't see him bed, see him face, see the phone where they use. So the thing be say, I go make una too follow me here. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. Back to your Benny, but as I said, you know, we also run the danger of being a bit too elitist here. That guy, Patrick Uche, is not maybe to the level of sophistication that the average panelist is here, which is exactly what makes him essential to the conversation because it brings some form of diversity. But Benny, back to you. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that or just go back to the conversation.
Let me go to the conversation so that I've listened to what happened yesterday. I've listened to yesterday's program. Okay, I think we've had it.
Sorry, if you listen to him, what struck you about the guy?
I've had a decent conversation with him before the last time I was here, but I struggled to have it. But I eventually have it, and well, maybe because I deal in a very disorderly area. That's where I practice, so I know how to handle people like that. And maybe that's why I was able to have a decent conversation with him. But
You
I
be
can
professor now, you be teacher, so you don't have to.
I struggled to have it, but I eventually got it down. I think was it Ola or Rational Mind that was even saying they were surprised that I was able to have a decent conversation with him. People like that, we don't just allow them to press our nerves and to just take them by their word and then be engaging them on what they say. But really, it disrupted a lot of things yesterday. I saw them, they were putting him back, he will come back again and be shouting. If he's not coming there to contribute meaningfully, don't stop the organizers from removing him. I just, my own is just once we go public like this, I think he used like this, the organizer or the host should be discussing this thing off record instead of broadcasting it. Once we're public, we should coordinate ourselves and then maintain a common front. That said, I think the day is going fast. Let's quickly go into the topics. Woma.
Yes. So Olu Falae, deja vu.
I don't understand. I don't understand Falae. It seems that Baba, with due respect to Baba or Agbalagba, Baba is forgetting that even if they remove history from Nigeria curriculum for secondary school, for some of us who were old enough as at 1999 entered university and were politically conscious, you should know that nothing takes event of then off from our memories. So to start with, one man, you made some mistakes. You said you are not sure that he had that national outlook or the national weight back then. No, he had a bit, because don't forget that there was an alliance between APP and AD, and he was the presidential candidate of both political parties, while Obasanjo was presidential candidate of PDP. APP spread in so many places, particularly in the northwest, okay, and even to some part of the northeast, and one or two states in the north central. So APP was also a strong party back then. Don't forget, all People's Party, and then so as a result of that, he won some places in the north. He won Sokoto, very low margin, so just like Obi, just like Atiku Tinubu, it was just like the Java of Atiku Tinubu in the north. That was how he won Sokoto. He had, I think, almost 200,000. While Baba Obasanjo had almost 150 something thousand. So he had maybe about 40,000 or something like that ahead. He won Yobe in the northeast. Okay, he didn't win Bonu. Obasanjo won Bonu, but he won Zamfara. Okay, in the northwest. So and one or two spaces like that. But when you look at the margin, very low margin, but he won those spaces. And then, of course, he won the entirety of Yoruba land, because the Yoruba were practically against Obasanjo. An average Yoruba man don't even want to believe that Obasanjo is a Yoruba person. So they always see him as this national figure that will always do everything against Yoruba interest. And because the way he came and they sold Falae to us, we forgave Falae of his SAP program under Obasanjo, Babangida, which mess up our economy and all those things. And then we say, okay, let's give him a second chance as a veteran economist and all those things. Then he won Lagos, I think 1.5 million. And Obasanjo had about 200,000 in Lagos. So landslide in Lagos and all those things. So Ogun Ekiti and others, he won them. So just to correct that one man, so he had a bit national spread because of APP, not because of him. So that said, but for Baba to say that he never went to court, that surprised me. I don't know whether, with due respect to him, maybe old age is setting in gradually. We will all grow old by God's grace too, and we will all get to this stage too, where one or two things we'll be forgetting. But the younger generation will not forget. I remember it because that their election petition, that their election matters were the ones we used when we were in the university. We were just entering university. It was just the year I was entering university. So I cannot remember I still remember all the citation clearly. Somewhere Olu Falae against General Olusegun Obasanjo and 15 others. There are 3 reports on it. Falae and Obasanjo, that's one. Falae Obasanjo number 1. Falae and Obasanjo number 2. There are 3 case reports. And I can still remember it's Ganifa Emilo report and it's part 606. Clearly is in my head because we learned election petition with that, you know. Before they said that left before us used to be they learned election petition using 79 and 83 election petition of Awo Shagari, Kayode Esho and others. But my set, we used Falae and Obasanjo practically. And then before we left uni, we used Obi and INEC, which is Peter Obi. And that's why I know a bit much about all these things. And Woma, you may be right to say that it's deja vu again. Why am I saying this? You see, when Baba Falae went to court against Obasanjo, he went there to be chasing shadow. If you have time, just Google and look for that case law. I hope it's in Google. But if you can't find, if you have any lawyer friend, they can copy and send to you. Just read what they went to say in court. You know, the exact way Obi said, I won the election and I will go and prove it in court. And they got to court, they started all eyes on judiciary and all those, their nonsense thing. And then after that, to present your petition, you are now presenting nonsense. Exactly that was what Baba Falae and all his G.O.K. Ajayi and all his lawyers did in court. So he went to court, and what were the issues? In fact, as a matter of fact, he filed out of court. He filed out of time. He was supposed to file within 21 days. They filed, I think, maybe a day or so extra. And it became a serious issue. And that was the fulcrum, part of the fulcrum of Falae and Obasanjo, that first case, that Obasanjo's team and PDP and others, they challenged that election petition that was incompetent because it was filed after 21 days. And the issue was that you can file extension of time to extend your time, and other things. Another issue that came up was that I was using African Charter of Human and People's Rights to prosecute election matters. So, and the issue then was that
why are you laughing? It's laughable, Abi.
It's so laughable, you know. In those days, if you get to call our class, everybody would laugh. But you know what the lecturer, our professors used to tell us back then. Now late, God rest his soul, used to tell us about there. It's just a more like a formative age of election petition for Nigeria. We are just coming out for military. So these guys, they are not vast in election petition. They are just getting it back. And that's why they're having all these frivolous grants and co. But so I won't blame Baba, I will blame Obi because we've developed our election law jurisprudence more than what the Obi and all the Wozo and others presented for Obi. So these are the issues he went to court. And do you know another funniest issue he went to court? He said Obasanjo is an ex-convict. That because Obasanjo was convicted for treason, therefore he's not qualified. That's another issue. In fact, they overflogged that one. They use a whole law report on that one, argue nonsense in court. Case that is so simple.
But the Constitution is quite clear on that now. If you have a criminal record, an ex-convict.
No, one man, you're also turning it upside.
No, but an ex-convict cannot be the president.
Don't become like rational mind of ChatGPT lawyer. Oh,
is that not what the law says?
No, let me tell you now. To start with, Obasanjo was convicted, right? Obasanjo was convicted by General Patrick Aziza, right, for the trump-up coup that Abacha planned for him, and he made his friend as chairman of the Special Military Tribunal, 1995 coup d'etat. And then Obasanjo was convicted to death sentence, but later they commuted it to, I think, 25 or 30 years imprisonment. But when Obasanjo was released from prison by General Absalam Abubakar, he was given a state pardon. Obasanjo was pardoned. He was given a state pardon. And state pardon simply means that in the eyes of the Lord, you never convicted. You were never convicted at all, because it was political conviction. So Constitution does not cover that as conviction for you. If you have been given a state pardon, you can go. It's as if you've never done it at all, and it never happened in the eyes of the law. But these are the issues these were the issues they went to court to be trashing. Let me tell you the most ridiculous one that Baba Falae took to court. That Obasanjo was a member of Ogboni secret society, therefore is not qualified to be Nigerian
and so what? And so what?
So he's not qualified to be Nigerian president. I'm telling you, go and read that thing. Falae and Obasanjo, number 1, number 2, and the main one.
It almost mirrors the 2023 litigation. Those spurious that Tinubu is from Chad.
Is from Guinea Republic.
Guinea Republic.
It's exactly so. That's why I said if you say deja vu, it's exactly something, but it takes somebody who actually have studied all these things to know that Baba Falae cannot really be saying, don't let me say cannot be saying the truth, because he should be like my grandpa now. Baba Falae's account is not accurate. He went to court. He went to court, and he went to court alone. He did not go to court with AD and APP. His name was the only name on the election petition, and he trashed all these issues. They are on record. Internet will still carry it. Law report will still carry it. So Baba should just let it go. You lost the election. Don't be like Obi. The same way Obi lost. I know Obi in the next 10, 20 years, we'll still be talking about it. God spare our life. He will still be telling us that he won that election, except somebody can write a book and record all these things and let them know that you did not. And maybe get an annexure of his petition to that book, so that will be a good point of reference in future. Because I know a time will come when they will come and tell us that he actually won that election. That said, on Baba Olu Falae and me just opposing it with Obi case, because you said it's like a deja vu. Maybe I should go to MKO, right?
Yes, the politics of MKO is very similar to the politics of Tinubu in terms of both their delivery and their governance style. Of course, MKO never got to govern, but all these things he was saying about NNPC back in those days still very much relevant now, and that's still another space that Tinubu has to tackle. But I feel that a lot of the politics of both spaces is embedded in some sort of Awoist philosophy.
Well, I won't put Tinubu in the same bracket with Awo. Okay, when you say Awoist philosophy, okay, that's not Awo's name. That's his ideology. Yeah, I think to an extent, if you want to pick any politician presently in Nigeria, I think Tinubu is the only one you can still put in that loop. Not even those ones that claim to follow Awo and they put his cap on their head every time, there and there, the Oshimbajo and others. Those ones don't follow Awo is this thing, and every one of them that celebrate him every year, not all of them. Perhaps maybe because Tinubu is the only person among them now that has the opportunity at the national level to be able probably to implement some of those ethos and those programs that Awo would have loved to establish. So let me go a bit down into it. Don't forget that you put Abiola also in that bracket. So I'll try to bring Abiola in too. So what would Awo have done as the president? Let's say Awo is still alive and Awo is the president. And let's try to just oppose it with what Tinubu is doing. First and foremost, one of the major goals of Awo back then was education. If there's anything you want to point to in our education and entrepreneurship. So in terms of education, what did he do? He ensured primary education free, secondary education partly free, university education scholarships available, not free, scholarships available. And then because of that, expansion of teacher training colleges. As he was expanding primary school, so Awolowo was how was this? His commissioner of education. No? Their policy was to have primary school in almost every street. So all those, most of the schools you see, all those grams, you see, they were Awolowo schools. The LA and others were the colonial ones. That's the native authorities own. Our home were all those grammar, and all those modern college were our own. So establishing primary school, they increased the numbers of primary school in the western region by almost 500 and something % increase within the first 3 years of their program. And their goal was to ensure that everybody got minimum of basic education, primary education. And then for secondary education, partly funded. Now for university, they believe university is not compulsory for everybody, but if you have the ability, then finance should not stop you. So because of that, what they did back in their own time was to devote a part of the budget of the Western region into giving people scholarship and not loan. Now, what is Tinubu doing presently? Given the state of Nigerian economy, I'm not sure we are buoyant enough to be giving loans, particularly given the numbers of people that are going for university education in Nigeria. So because of that, I said, okay, let's be giving loans. And they started giving loans. Now, in order to complement that, what they are doing also is, okay, let's focus on technical colleges and others, where technical colleges and vocational, studies institutions, and let it be free, and let's be giving them stipends. I know many Nigerians trying to casualize, stigmatize, and just talk anyhow about it. And example I always give people is when NYSC started, some people kick against it, but today NYSC is sustaining well, is still working. NYSC has given us more gains than problems with it. The same way I see all these projects, Tinubu will come and go, but thank God that all those things, they are funded on the parliament's statute.
Ogbeni, one sec, please. One man, can we ask Ogbeni question now? But he's still in the monologue. Maybe we'll ask later.
Okay, if my 5 minutes are exhausted.
Yes, let him monologue. You have about 3 more minutes, Ogbeni, and then maybe take a couple of questions, and then we go on from you to Rational Mind.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, finish it.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot to say, but let me just cut it short. So that's how old as Tinubu. So that university loan and others, and vocational study, technical college, and all those things is what Awolowo would have done. Possibly, maybe they have done it differently. Maybe giving scholarship instead of loan. Maybe expanding schools more and all those things. But the basic, which Tinubu is doing, is what we have done. Possibly, if Awolowo also has find himself in the millions of different pressure from different tribal pressure, religious pressure, this pressure, northern oligarch, hegemony, everything in Nigeria, probably that would have also weighed his policy down a bit too. We never can tell, because Southwest, which he ruled, was substantially homogeneous, except the Midwest, which they later cut from Southwest. And when you compare him with Abiola, perhaps maybe to that extent would have been what Abiola would have done. I tried to do a little study on Abiola's mandate. That's my mandate, that green book. I bought that book. And in any case, anybody that wants to buy that book is available on eBay. That 1999 manifesto is £45. It's available on eBay. I think in dollars, it should be like maybe $60-something or so. I purchased it to just have a look. Do you know, one of the things that struck me was that Abiola started drafting. In fact, Abiola had his first draft of that book in 1977. That is mandate. He drafted it personally in 1977. In 1983, Abiola wanted to contest presidential election. He lost at the primaries. And then he went back. And he continued working on his draft till 1999 when opportunity presented itself. And then he rolled out that mandate. So one can say that his mandate was a product of 15 years thorough thinking and then consummation and execution of projects, or putting it in black and white. So deep thinking involved in that. And so where can one say, when I tried to do some research on it, where can one say, okay, where did Abiola get all these things? Don't forget, Abiola was an entrepreneur, apart from being a philanthropist, which many of them are not. That's why sometimes when I see, recently they said Peter Obi went to Chibok to go and donate a laptop. I just laughed.
Laptops, yes, I saw that as well. I saw that today. I was going to bring it, but I thought, we do too many Peter Obi stuff and 5 million naira or something.
Was Peter Obi not in Nigeria when they kidnapped those girls and when they got them out? So it's now that he's contesting that he's giving them laptop. Politicians, you see, that's why.
Already, I won't ask question. No, make I ask question before you forget, please.
Okay, just one man.
On this. Yeah, that's all right. Land it here.
So I just want to make a point that Abiola stood out. Abiola had a lot of enterprises that Abiola Babes, Concord Newspaper, Concord Airline, Abiola Estate ITT, Abiola Bookshops, Abiola Farm, Summit Oil, Fishery, Deca, West Africa. In fact, sometimes some people don't even know that he has a large interest in Deca. He had all these
sorry, Ogbeni, are you building up to suggest that Abiola is of equal weight to Awolowo rather than being a surrogate?
No, I don't think so. I think Abiola, when you say Abiola is a surrogate, I tell people Abiola was not a saint, but definitely very hardworking and ideology for his own time. Abiola, don't forget that Abiola lived in the military era for his own times. He rolled a lot with all the military, hobnob with them and everything, but he still had that one man. For somebody to write his mandate for 15 years, working on a book and said, if I can get opportunity to rule Nigeria, this is what I will do. It means the person is ideological driven. I can tell you, it's not easy. To even write one book is easy. To write one, and somebody kept keeping something and said, see, this thing, if I become your president, you're in trouble. I will turn your country with this document.
So sorry, that's our friend.
Okay. You can let him in, but you should stop. You should not make noise. So I think that's all for me. Anyway, let me leave it at that. The only one I actually want to say is just on this girl that you say is Zimbabwe. One man. There's nothing stopping the Zimbabwe from There's nothing stopping from a Zimbabwean or any African woman. Me, I'm a Pan-Africanist, from working on Arise TV on Nigerian TV. There's nothing. Don't forget, Arise TV is not a local TV; it's an international TV. Woman, so he has a right. But and don't forget, there are so many Africans also outside. Somebody like Larry, this lady, Larry Magbo, what do you call him? That is on CNN, Eleni Gioko, all those guys that on CNN. That one that was always after Jonathan back in those days. And they are Kenyan and others, and they are working in CNN. So there's nothing stopping that lady. But the question she asked looked very idiotic to me anyway.
But she's always asking questions of that nature. And I feel that it's because she doesn't have the backdrop. She doesn't have the backstory of the country. So she's just trying to intellectualize something that you need nuance to understand.
It doesn't make any sense now that is it right for the president to use the Democracy Day to be taunting the opposition? So when should the president use to what should the president you should come to the West and see how they are taunting themselves on every day. State of nation, if they are doing state of nation in this country, you see them throwing tantrum and all those things. It's part of politics. It's part of what keep political space active. So after all, the man said, I'm not doing what you allege me of doing. And he came to clear the air. So he should call press conference in order to just say that one word thing, right? I don't understand that lady anyway. Maybe they wrote the question for her to just read out. So I don't know. That's all. That's all for me. General Thomas, you can ask your question.
Yeah, my question. Yeah, back to Baba Falae. Vividly, and let's not be deceived ourselves. There is very, very low chance for Baba Falae to win that election. But can we say the election was rigged for Obasanjo? Two things in common. Obasanjo is like a national figure then. He has been a military head of state before. He went to jail. He came out. And maybe they used the might of the military to put Obasanjo there. In my view, Ogbeni, I think they just we just have that election for election's sake. They knew who they want to put there. So what do you think, Ogbeni? Thank you.
Well, I don't think like that. Yes, I know Obasanjo had a lot of support of the generals. But when you look at who are those generals, the T.Y. Danjuma, Babangida, and all of them, they supported Obasanjo. Why? Because they were all retiring from military into civil dispensation, and they all collapsed into PDP. So when you pick PDP back then, the who is who in Nigeria were all in PDP, many of them. So who were the people you find in AD? They are regional politicians. So they practically play regional politics, just like what Obi played. And that's why when they said deja vu, when I agree totally with one man that is deja vu. The regional politics, that was what the Bola Ige Tinubu and all of them played back then. Regional politics. The AD, I remember AD back then, slogan of AD is even Yoruba. The slogan. So where do you want to take it to? You now take it to Bola to go and be speaking Yoruba there as your slogan. In his slogan, the other one slogan is Yoruba, something, Egbeki, something. So he is practically just like Action Group too. So yes, they form alliance with the APP, but when you now see where Falae also won, you see the strength of APP in those spaces too. Just like the same way Obi was able to pick some places in the North Central because of the religious sentiment of being a Christian. And he was able to pick that area too. In North Central, Plateau, Nasarawa, and all those areas, I was able to win all those areas. And they arguably partly part of Benue because of the Christianity in that area. So as far as I'm concerned, well, if they said they rig, fine, there's a possibility. But one thing I've seen is that even if you have to rig for somebody who is popular. You can't rig for a very unpopular candidate to lead to chaos.
So sorry, Ogwende, just my assertion that broadly, Nigerian elections always produce a president that represents the popular will of the people. Whether rigged or not, often instances, whoever wins is really the person that most people would want to be the president. Is that a correct statement to make? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I agree. The only one I cannot really tell is 2019 election.
Who was in play then? Oh, you mean the no. Yes, no, Atiku won that election.
Yeah, it seems Atiku won that election by my own reading of the thing, because when they got to court and INEC told us that they did not have server, said why? Because Atiku relies so much on that server thing. So that one to an extent, but I think Madam Sita has argued that against me before. I can't remember again, but I think she has argued it also before. So, but plus or minus, I think that's the only one for me I'm skeptical about. But that Olu Falae won that election, Baba lost that election. It's just like 1978, 79 election that Baba Olo will be claiming that he won even till he entered his grave. He did not win that election. As far as I'm concerned, if you go back to the judgment that they will say our hands are tied, go back to that Awo and Shagari parts, I think it's part 52 or something like that, NLR. If you go and check that judgment, I encourage people to be reading those things. Judgment are like stories. They just tell you what happened, and then they started doing their law thing and give you decision. If you go back and read the stories of what happened, you understand that what they took to court is not what people always talk about. This my hands are tied. What they took to court was practically technical, and the justices could have heard it one way or the other about the electoral colleges, because we are also just coming out from military era, and they are also testing that constitution for the very first time. The 79 constitution for the very first time. They've never had it. That's the first time. So it was very novel to the justices of Supreme Court, and they had to find a way around it. And then they felt like, look, why do you need to disturb this election if what we are coming here to calculate is about mathematics? Then give it to the most proximate, and then let it go. Okay. So, but today, Baba and his disciples will still say, I will won. But I don't. If you sit them down, you engage them, I don't think they'll be able to win that debate of I will won. When you bring figures on the table and we start calculating it, Shagari won, but whether they should have a rerun was a major issue, and whether Shagari met the constitutional threshold for that election. Those were the things they took to court. But to say that when you calculate the election, you put everything together, a simple majority, Shagari won that election. So that's the way I see it. So Olu Falae lost that election. He should just let it go. He's an old man.
All right, really, and that's the excellent Ogbeni, who's multitasking, marking important essays, and giving us the benefit of his experience and knowledge. So thank you, Ogbeni. Stay with us, Ogbeni. We go on from Ogbeni to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next. We're talking about Olu Falae trying to mimic Peter Obi. We're talking about Goodluck Jonathan coming out into the public space to deny yet again that he's interested, which is to tell you that he is interested. I'm not quite sure where his name is not playing that much more within this present political conversation. So we're talking about that. We wanted to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, but that window doesn't open. We're talking about Uju Kennedy promising Tinubu 10 million votes, which is yet another come and get me sort of a narrative. So those, and we're also talking about Abiola or whatnot. So just a general conversation. Come in whichever entry point, Rational Mind.
Yeah, Woman, thank you. My greetings to everybody, to the panelists, Ogbeni, and everybody, and Thomas, my sister Amara. I don't know.
Amaraka.
Amaraka, what is Adama, not Amaraka?
Adama.
He refuses to. He refuses
Adama,
to accept
yeah,
Amaka.
yes.
Oh yeah, Amaka.
Yeah, start with they start with
it's a curious thing, Rational Mind. You'll find that the most beautiful Igbo girls are always called Amaka. I'm not quite sure why that is, but the prettiest of the lot is always called Amaka. But
it appears sometimes that way. That most of them are they come out to be beautiful women. Anyway, I greet everybody. I greet our friends in the comment section who are commenting. We appreciate you all. Like and subscribe if you're yet to, and also click on the like and then share. Yeah, having said that, it doesn't seem to me like we have any much of an interesting topic today. It's just, first of all, I just want to speak to, I know you've already foreclosed the issue where you guys were just going back and forth on that issue. I was just like, what's going on? Everybody just chill out. I mean, like, what's going on? I think the last time I waded into this matter here, I said, if anything of that important, that's such importance happened here, where people, they went on each other, like myself, I did yesterday with Baba and the rest of them. And maybe you, Thomas, and come on, why am I? Adama.
Rational Mind. Is your sweetheart Adama? Are you forgetting my name? Like, I don't understand.
No, I know that I forgot my sister. No vex. I get so many things in my head. Sometimes just
okay. Please declare your mind when you're on the platform now.
I get deliberately forgetting it just to poke at you. That
mind fog. My mind just gets fogged. And sometimes I just get fogged up. FOG mind just gets go like that. Anyways, so if anything like that happens, I just expect you guys to discuss that in private with one man, so that we don't start the session with that on that note, whereby everybody just gets rattled up like this, that, this, and we just keep going back and forth, and it's like one man has to try to maintain that decorum and trying to be balanced, not wanting to offend anybody.
Rationale, sorry for coming in. I did it intentionally so that the person we are talking about should know that we are saying something that concerning him.
Okay.
So that maybe that one can make him adjust. That is why.
All right.
Thank you.
It's just I don't want to start in the session every time with this back and forth, and one man has to try to balance between not offending people, because almost offended Adanma when he was like saying, let me speak. So let us try to understand when to back down and let things just flow out the way they should flow. Having said that, one man, you see, Olu Falae,
or you can bring other topics as well, though. Like you said, there's not an abundance of but
Yeah, I mean, Baba Olu Falae, let me just talk about Baba Olu Falae. I mean, the one thing you said, was it you or was it when he said that earlier? When you said that he is the Afenifere new leader. No, he's not the Afenifere new leader. He's the Tinubu Afenifere leader. Because we know what happened when Adebanjo was alive, when he won't support Tinubu. What did Tinubu do? The usual thing he does, always bring dissension, bring disunity among people. And then they had to go and resurrect Fashionati up again as the new, what's it called, head of Afenifere. It became factionalized at that point, because Tinubu was not endorsed. So after that, Fashionati went his own way. The Akure people and this guy, what's his name? This man we're talking about today, what's his name? That said he won the election. Remind me, but maybe just remind me his name. What's his name again? One man. Falae. It might be new job because I ask questions like this. It's just that I think my mind is, I've been so busy here reading and all that. So anyway, so Falae. So Falae now went with the Akure group, which is Fashoranti, which is the Tinubu group of the Afenifere. So suddenly now, Adebanjo died. He's now saying that he's the new leader. How does that even make sense to anybody here? When Baba Fashoranti is still alive, who came to be the head of the Tinubu group of Afenifere? I mean, why do we sometimes even go? You see, when you follow Tinubu, I mean, somebody was saying that today, was a Kenneth Okonkwo. I took time to listen to him today. He was quoting Daniel Bwala. He says, when you join APC, you lose brain cells. You don't think normal like a normal human being again. You don't think rational anymore. And that is what has happened to many people who do decide to follow Tinubu and his APC, Akoshi Bero people. That is how it is. We don't think straight anymore. How could that have in the world, how could that have ever happened? When Fashoranti is still alive, we never heard that they did one meeting though, that transferred power from Fashoranti to Afenifere, and to Falae, and now Falae becoming the head of the two factions. Suddenly now, you see, when Tinubu wants to get his way, he wants to do his shenanigans, he wants to do all this crap. That is when he does all this crap, and he will paint narratives out there. Everybody will go with it, they will flow with it, without sitting down and analytically analyzing the situation. As it is today, Afenifere still remain factionalized. So I don't know the group that he is claiming to be. When Fashoranti that was claiming to be, suddenly he was resurrected because Adebanjo will not follow Tinubu. He will not endorse Tinubu. They had to resurrect Fashoranti, who said he's stepping aside, that Adebanjo should become the new person. And the other guy, something should become the deputy. Now, Fashoranti died. Adebanjo died. Fashoranti now had to see his own position, and it doesn't even. I don't even know how we think, how we rationalize things here. So, which group? You better just say it belongs to the faction group that Tinubu has created for himself. Because I don't know when Fashoranti stepped aside, said I'm stepping aside from my own faction and I'm giving it to Falae. And suddenly now Falae now has to become the new leader of both sides, when Fashoranti never even stepped aside for his own side. And because of Adebanjo died. Make it make sense, my friends. So for me, people like this, when they have no principles, or they suddenly, because when you join APC, Tinubu APC or APC as a whole, you just look brain cell, you don't think normal anymore. You're not normal human being. You don't think, you see everything from the prism of Tinubu politics and crap. That's why you see it. You don't think normal anymore. I leave it at that. I just want to talk about the same guy called Tinubu. That's what I'm here to do again. You see, when I tell you people here, and I keep saying it, that this guy is a curse and not a blessing in any way. I said this guy is, you're creating a monster out of this. I mean, you think you're trying to make somebody a leader. Oh, he made Lagos. I don't know the crap of the Lagos you people are talking about he made. But suddenly he got there. I mean, you people, you are not seeing what he's doing. Babangida that built the ICC center with 200-something million or 300-something million naira never named the place. Even Abacha, when Abacha was alive, so many things that Abacha built during his own lifetime, he never named it after himself. This guy,
but it was wicked though, not Tinubu that Tinubu didn't name it after himself. It was
that guy.
Fancy,
don't give me this BS of Wiz. Come on. Woman, we know this. You people can. You see, I mean, I don't know. Sound insulting, man. And I know you know you never get my insult from me. I can always push back on you. But my point is that somebody say, I mean, Tinubu on his own, is an immodest man. He's a narcissist. It's anything. It's all about him. For him,
they never named anything after him in Lagos,
no,
never named anything after himself.
So when people try to rename things after you, if you are a modest person, you will say no. Do not name it after me. Name it after some other person. There was this barracks that they built. They named it after him. This guy, within a span of 2 years that he has been there, we can count about almost 9 edifices and maybe roads and places that have been named after this guy while still alive. I used to know way back when I was growing up that when we name things after people, it is usually because they've earned, like we talk about Murtala International Airport. I don't think Murtala International Airport was named when he was alive. I think it was after he was dead. So also many other people think that was edifices and things or places that were named after some people. It was when they died, just to to be so that they can be remembered for some good things, their good deeds. But this guy wasn't alive, all because he just wants to project himself as some monarch or some kind of deity of some sort, where everybody must worship or everybody must cower before. That he has this kind of political machine.
People don't actually. I don't. You see, I don't make the association with how you describe this guy and how I view him, or how he's a very humble guy. There was a time that Tinubu met Obasanjo. I think it was a few months ago, and he was bowing to him almost, and he was president. Obasanjo was a loser. It's a very humble guy, from all of his public presentations.
He was almost bound to what? To Obasanjo.
Yes.
You see,
I can go and dig it out now. It was with two hands,
I'm not
and
disputing
it said bowed, and he was president then. Obasanjo, a nobody who tried to stab him in the back and all that. I don't see this arrogance or this self-aggrandizing sort of a person that you try to describe. I don't see it anyway. Maybe you're right, but I don't see it.
Woman.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
It's easy for you to describe Tinubu the way you're describing him.
Rational mind. Sorry, please. You're talking about the edifice they name after Tinubu. Can you say that is overzealous of Wike looking to get something from Tinubu? That was making him do that. Thank you.
Whatever, as my people will say, it's that guy is an immodest person. You see, the thing is this: you can use all these instances of bowing down, cowering, and prostrating. I mean, we saw even after he became a president, how we will go, even when he's greeting some foreign dignitaries, he will be bowing like this mock this fakeness of humility that if it does faint sometimes when he's on TV. Maybe I think maybe they've been hearing when people like myself have been criticizing him. He started acting more alpha these days, because I see the way he carries himself these days. He has this posture of an alpha now, some kind of alpha. Like this is the same guy where after he won the election, how you would go to see some big shots in the north and then prostrate. Was it Dan Tata? Is it Dan Tata? Was it Dan Tata? One of them. He was prostrated.
Yeah, it was Dan Tata. I was trying to remember that name.
So that and many other. We know him. Forget this guy. He's a phony. He's a phony woman. If you don't know him, I know him. I've studied him that well to understand his kind of personality. He's a fake. He does this a fakeness when he wants to do it, just so he can get what he wants to get. He has gotten it now. He's now showing everybody who is the boss now, right? So forget that crap. This is the same. This is your needs to know. This is the same person you say he was bowing. He was prostrating, or he was showing respect, or I don't know whatever crap you call. He said he was doing when he won. After he defeated everybody during the primaries. Did you see what he did? It's the same thing he did recently when he went to Lagos State. He was shaking every other people. He snubbed his own godson. After he won the primaries, he was shaking everybody. He got to what's it called? Bubu. He shake Bubu. I think he shake Bubu wife. Now he got to what's his name? The former vice president then. Kiloshe. Oh, snub him. He snubbed him. And what happened? Until the guy now that who is his chief of staff say, I want you buy it now. This is the vice president. Now, even buy a boy at least you're showing that you got caught. Everybody's watching. The whole international media is watching you as you're doing this thing. It doesn't. We know him. We know Tinubu. Forget that mock that fakeness that he does from time to time. We know. I know who he is. I've studied him to understand the kind of politics. So talk. I want to hear you, please, because I have to text at the same time.
Yeah, you may have your point about Tinubu, but the challenge here is this. Should we focus more on personality and forget about the important things like the program, like the values the guy is bringing to Nigeria? Would you rather prefer someone that you can call the holy of the holiest? You understand? But we have no value. So why don't we focus more on Tinubu capability and what he has been able to deliver that even his peers haven't delivered anywhere, rather than focusing on his personality? I believe there's no leader that is saint anywhere in the world. If you see one, please let me know. So I feel we should focus more on his values rather than his personality. Thank you.
Can you? I don't know. Yeah, I think you came with a different name today. You come with a DSS back then, and then you come with this value. Let me not mention your name. Anyway, but then it's okay. But you see, you know me very well. I will go on anything about Tinubu. It's talking about his policies, his personality. But I'm just talking about an aspect of this guy here. Don't get me. I'm not. It's you people can say I'm fixated on this guy. Yeah, I'm fixated. The only reason why I'm fixated is because he's the man who calls the shot in Nigeria now. When Bubu was there, when Bubu was there, I remember on this platform, you hear me talk Bubu, talk about Buhari. Like people say, oh, you're always fixated on Buhari. Maybe they never said it there back then like today. But the point is that I don't care. It's the person who is there, who is the man, the main man. That's the person I will talk about. So I will talk about not just his policy and also weigh into his personality, because what we are seeing playing out before our very eyes, it is very, very, very sad. It's dark. It is very dark. If people don't understand me,
what is dark though? Because you say a lot of these things, but it doesn't align with the public perception or the presentation of that guy. It's doing a lot to rebalance the country. Everybody can see that. What exactly? Where's the darkness? Where's all this alarm that's
alarm? Okay, yeah. It is because I've never seen. Look at what happened in National Assembly. A hallowed, or as they call it, there's nothing hallowed about it, but we'll call it. Let me just use that word because I don't want to use. So it sounds sacrilegious here, or sounds like I'm using some religious term here. what's that? Yeah, I mean, we say something that should be exclusive to anything that has to do with
hallowed chambers.
It's an hallowed. Well, I don't like using. That's why I said I don't want to use the word hallowed. It just sounds too. But anyway, let's use the word hallowed. And somebody's his own song or whatever song is being. It's just like when Louis XIV said "L'État c'est moi." You know what that means? That's what Tinubu is doing now. L'État c'est moi. I am the state. On your mandate becomes some kind of a national anthem in that hallowed chamber. It's not should not be. What should be sung there should be the state's representation, which is the national anthem that signifies the totality of that state, of the state of Nigeria.
When did they sing on your mandate?
Oh my God! Did you watch after when he was giving his speech at the National Assembly? Is this the first time you are hearing a woman?
No. You're missing the point. When they started the session, they sang the national anthem. And then when Tinubu was jibing and jabbing at the opposition, and then his followers then sang that just to acknowledge and encourage him. So what's the... They were not singing it in instead of the national anthem. They were singing it.
It's okay. I can see people already triggered here, even in the comment section, all of that. And that's what I like to do best. You know me very well, woman. But my point is this: is like, if you like it, don't ignore all these things I've been saying. We'll all be here.
But they didn't sing it. Hold on though. But they did not sing it instead of the national anthem. Now they did not start the session singing on your mandate. They sang the national anthem. And then when he was saying, I enjoyed seeing you in disarray, etc., etc., and then it's the spontaneity of that. They just sang that to align with the poking at the opposition, you know. So I mean, what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong. Sorry, I was texting here. So many things wrong with that. You see, this is what we're getting. So the woman. In the history of that, ever since 1999, where have you ever seen something like something seen under this Senate of the criminal Akpabio and the other guy and Tinubu under this administration? Let me not call them regime. I don't like calling the word regime. Let me call it administration because I'm administering the space, which is Nigeria, the space that called Nigeria. Under this administration, not under what's it called? Baba Yabo, we saw it. Not under Yaya Adua, we saw it.
What are we saying? What's the criticism?
Hold on. Just calm down, woman. Let me.
No. I want to understand. You are criticizing something. So what are you criticizing?
I'll get to it.
Oh, all right.
I'll tell you what it is. Not under Yadua, not under this people. I'll tell you. I know you want to know what that is. I'll tell you. Not under Yadua, not under Jonathan, not under even Bubu, that is even a champion of his own clan. Did we see such a thing? As an idiotic as Bubu was, politically idiotic as he was, he wasn't that kind of a person that he still kind of, when it comes to certain kind of trying to promote him like he's some kind of godlike person, he tried to distance himself from such things. But Tinubu took it to a level never seen before in that country. The first time in history of that country, somebody comes into a national assembly, his own whatever crap, what's it called, campaign slogan was being sung inside the hallowed chamber. Are we doing campaign here? Is the National Assembly a campaign place? It's for the national business. It's for the nation's business, not for some personal or your campaigning to be okay. You see, this is what we're saying here. APC Tinubu is trying to rewire the brains of Nigerians, and Nigerians are almost having amnesia already as to how a society should run. And that is what you people are not seeing. That is why I will take my time to come on your platform as long as I have the opportunity to come here, another platform. I will come and speak to our people to understand that you people, you are becoming something else under APC. This is this same APC, this Olu Falae party called APC. These are the same people that under them, we started becoming numb. Our people started becoming numb to people's pain and plight. That when we hear of, yeah, people will just shouting, hey, they don't keep people here. But now, how many people die? 10, 20, 100. Well, I say, what you go do? Like, so it be now. I mean, you just let up. We see the killing field. I mean, Nigeria became a killing field of people. People became so numb because Olu Falae APC will make us not think of it like it's a big thing anymore. Because look at this, trivialize people's life like it doesn't. This is what I'm trying to say. We are gradually becoming, our brains are becoming rewired to think less, I mean, to become nonchalant about things, to have this I don't care attitude. That is what is happening. When one man comes into, not you one man, I'm talking about Tinubu, comes into a National Assembly, his own slogan becomes some kind of a singing within the National Assembly. What does that tell you? This is the same guy who is so immodest, immoral, that anywhere he goes, he wants edifices and everything named after him. If you're a modest person, you say, no, give it to some other person. Let me do my job. If history will show if I've done what is good, people will remember me, they will name me after something. We talk about Awolowo National, talk about Ile-Ife when it was built. It was never called Awolowo in the university, but later it was renamed Awolowo University because of his contribution to education and to the Western region. This guy is very, very modest. And I will leave it at that one, man. If you like, you people that are following APC, to continue following him and following them and let them continue rewiring your brain so that you no longer see anything as standard anymore. What used to be a standard or a way, etiquette, or what's a way of living, or how we should live, how we should conduct ourselves, so that the society does not become overrun by one man and one man's view or his politics or his crap, and that people gradually become, morals started getting eroded. And what are you saying? People who have no principles anymore. You see, what's it called? Governors decamping from their own political party on which they ran. They became governors. They left, took the mandate to bring it to your party. And you said there's nothing wrong with it. They like your party now.
Is that unheard of for people to decamp from one? Is that not normal fare in politics? For people to realign, and are we not seeing it across the board either? El Rufai left the APC for SDP.
What I'm saying is
Obi left the PDP for Labour Party.
Obi has no political office under any party. He won no party office. He won no election position under any party. We're talking about people who were given mandates by people who voted in them because they believe in them by their political party. If you go by the definition of mandate, how the Supreme Court defined it, they said, whenever you are only holding in place for a political party, it's not you that owns it. But we see it.
I have to say I agree with you on that, actually. I too feel that if you decamp, then you should go and test your popularity again.
So, but Tinubu, being the man he calls himself, you don't give me that BS of he's a Democrat. Don't give me that crap. See, one man, you don't have to believe. I don't even want you to even believe with me. But I will rattle people up. I will speak to people's conscience the any way I can speak. It's up to people to make sense of what I'm saying. But my point is I've said it whenever I come here. Before I use certain words or describe certain people certain ways, I must have thought long about it or do my own research on it. But I said this guy's an immoral man. He's an immodest man. He's a narcissist.
Let me rattle you a little bit.
Yeah, rattle me now, YouTube. Yeah.
I posted something. You remember someone they call President James Monroe, the 5th US president? You know what happened in the US that time when everybody embraced the slogan of era of good feelings, that even when the guy was even great contesting, that he ran virtually unopposed. Right. That tells you that if you have a personality with that commands aggressive or some like a kind good wit from people, anything can happen. I know that we do some kind of boot licking and all those in Nigeria, but despite that, despite the popularity of some past presidents like Obasanjo and even Buhari, we've never seen anybody that had the same aura as Tinubu. So when you are saying they sing in his favor, it didn't start from Nigeria. Even in the United States of America you live, it happened there. So do your research and come here and come and
what happened there? What happened there?
Tinubu is a godlike figure, whether you like it or not.
Okay, it's your God. It's your God now, Abi. It's your God now. That's why
your American Congress. You understand? You know what it means for Republican and Democratic people to be supporting a president. This guy is not coming from your. From your listing. Just fast check me and come and I want you to challenge me on
I don't have to fast check anything because there's no basis in what you are saying, because this is
what you do.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that because people like to do this. What about?
Yeah, then I
don't do what about. There is context.
I accept your defeat anyway. I accept that surrender. That's okay.
No, you said I should go check. I don't know because I've never seen anything like that in the history of the United States. As far as I know,
that's why I posted it there for you to reference.
Yeah, okay. Where is that?
That's why I said I could be wrong. So
maybe after I'm done talking, I'll go and look at it. But my point is this: I don't know what you're talking about, and there's context to everything I believe, and you cannot compare the United States to Nigerian politics because they have institution here. Even though with all the crap that this one that is there here in America is doing. He has lost, I mean, if we were to equate the percentage of the cases he has lost almost 95% of the cases that he took to court. Even the one he took to the Supreme Court. If you calculate everything, almost 95% he lost because you cannot compromise the judicial system, even though he's working on it very hard, trying to work on it. Even his own justices of the Supreme Court that he puts in there, they voted against him in his own case. Even the ones he put there, even the ones that were there before him that were conservative, they voted against him. But look at what is going on in Nigeria. Wike is winning every case that he took to any federal court or Supreme Court. And who is Wike? Wike, this is the same Wike that was building house for judges. That's a quick pro quo. You see, they have institution here that works, that can checkmate so-called would-be dictator.
I don't understand a lot of these criticisms, and I wasn't even intending to interject you.
No,
are you saying that Wike won cases that he should not have won?
Yeah.
And can you cite an example of a case that he won that he should not have
won? One man. Don't get me started. I just don't want to do this.
Or are you saying that because he's in government, he cannot win a case? Or
So you are the only one that has the best airtight case that nobody can poke and you cannot be defeated in court, right? Come on, man. Forget that thing. We know Wike. Wike is it's okay. It's him and Tinubu. Those are the two people that I just wish they will be gone at some point in any way, so that we can put we can bring. I don't think Nigeria was ever normal in any sense of it, but we can bring a true normalcy that should be in a society, how a society should run, where every institution would run independently and without no influence or any whatever from any side. But we never get that.
Do you? I'm not asking you if you think he can or do you wish Tinubu to succeed as the Nigerian president?
Woman, somebody can only succeed if he has.
No, I'm asking if you wish it.
I'm not going to answer that question. You're asking me.
So you don't want him to succeed. Is that
no, don't give me that. I don't want to. Woman, I've said it here on your platform many times. I said, if this guy works for the people of Nigeria, the poor people.
Can I ask a question?
You might be ask a question. I bring a question. Let me just make this point.
Because you sound good.
I sound bitter like somebody who has.
No, you sound irrational sometimes in some of the things that
no problem.
It's not.
I might be rational. I'm not saying I'm rational in everything I say, but it's up to you to make that opinion. That's your opinion, and I give it to you. You might say I'm irrational, but I know in my own way I've seen it. I test myself in most things that I say, and I'm not saying I'm perfect. I might be sometimes, but my point is that I was trying to say something now. I just forget what I was trying to say. Anyway, just ask the question because you see when you interrupt me like this, go on, please.
So when you say Wike has been winning all these cases, I want to ask. I'm not aware that Wike filed any case since 2022 to date. So what case are you talking about that Wike has been? No, I'm a lawyer at practice.
I know, I get you.
You are aware of one that I don't know.
Well, okay. The one that was going on, okay, the recent ones of the lawmakers who are pro Wike against the governor of Ubara. How about that? So
that's the Wike case.
I know you might not say it's not Wike that filed it in person, right? But when they did the celebration, hold on. When they were celebrating the victory, where did they go and celebrate it?
He's their leader now.
Yeah. You see. Emma like my shade this side.
No.
You don't like to do this.
So let's take it from this
look for one.
Wait. If you are saying
something that doesn't even
if you are saying this thing to probably somebody who is not in Nigeria, the person will think, the way you put it, the person will think, oh, that guy is a pathological litigator that is always in court and then always winning his case. The person will not know that what you are saying is some innuendo of one case. There is no even a party in the case. So
when
but
is
you
my
just
turn?
pick that. And you now gaslight it as if, oh, there are multiple cases.
Thank you. It's okay. I know this is what.
And then, if you were a judge, would you rather rule that 3 people should constitute House of Assembly in a state of 30-something houses of assembly? Is that what you think should be the judgment, or what? No. Because sometimes when one man asks you that, is it a case they shouldn't have won? You dodge it, and you see this platform. I think we should be. Tinubu has won. He has won. Is leading. We may not have.
It's okay. You said you want to ask a question, but you're making a comment already.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
We may have divergent.
Just wrap it up. Wrap it up so that because somebody said it's already asking when is our turn.
Just 20 seconds. Sorry.
Okay, go on, please.
We may just an advice for us on the platform. We will always have divergent division, that the divergent opinion. That's the beauty of intellectualism. We always have, but we should be measured in facts that we throw out there. Thank you.
Okay. All right. In conclusion, one man. You see, when I say we're living in a dark time, you say, "Oh, why is sounding gloom and doom?" And like this, I might sound gloom and doom because you need to study pattern in history. You need to study the rise of Hitler, Mussolini, and all those powerful dictators in the history of states, government states, and things like that. You need to just understand how they rise, how they become. There's always some pattern to it, and that pattern is trying to instill in the mind of the people that they are some kind of a godlike personality, that they are just some kind of they will deify them. Look at how the Nazis did. I mean, they defied Hitler when he was alive. I mean, like
you are now paralleling Tinubu with Hitler.
Okay, you don't see any parallel there. You don't see any parallel.
Abba.
You don't see any parallel there. Okay, no worries.
I
don't. Problem. You don't see. Don't parallel that. Don't parallel it.
I hope you have really read
Mussolini
very well.
It's okay. I mean, she party.
My camp.
Party Hitler won it. Did they win the election? Did they win the election when they burned the Reichstag? Did they win the election? What are you talking about? I mean, the party was voted in. That was how it was into the
national mind.
It's okay. No, I might die. I mean, don't pause signs of my talk. Let me just finish. But I know you want to poke.
Okay,
don't get me wrong. I'm afraid of taking you people on head on. No, but somebody has been grumbling on the side. They said she wants to come in when it's her own turn. And I want her to have her own turn, so I don't want to be the one.
National mind, you lack basic knowledge and you are very difficult to engage because you that doesn't even know the constitutional role of every organ of government. How will person now engage you?
All right, let's personal mind that. Let him round up.
You just lack basic knowledge. How will person now engage you? Because you don't even know the constitutional role of every tier of government.
Of what?
Of every tier of government. I will not talk to you. That's why I categorize you. I categorize you that time. That there are 3 sets of people you cannot engage. Yeah, that's the point. First group of people who lack knowledge. They don't even belong to a category of informed people. How do you want to talk to them? What are you going to enlighten? Where should start?
I'm very
all right. No need to insult him. Let him just land his point.
No, it's not an insult, one man. It's not
an insult. This is a conversation.
I'm a bit trepidatious about this.
One man, we are so many waiting, please.
Yes, bring it to
Baba is here with you, right? It's okay. In conclusion, for me, I would just say, you people just beware. You people are in it for a long haul. I mean, like, Tinubu is going to stamp himself in the consciousness of the stamped himself in the consciousness of those people who call themselves the Agbadorians and the APC maniacs. Them, I mean, we know them. So they continue. We'll all be here. Power. We'll all be here. We'll see how you all. But let me answer your question. You asked me.
One man, please.
No. Let him just land.
So talking about the question you're asking me about, do I want him to succeed? I said it here. If he works for the people, whatever he has done, however he got in there, whatever how much he stole, after that, I don't care. Work for the people. He's running an elitist government. I don't care for the poor. We hear of so many things going on. People dying of starvation and insecurity. This guy never one time go there and see.
People are dying of starvation in Nigeria.
Yeah, people are dying. People are dying from starvation in Nigeria.
When did that happen? When did Nigeria
you sit down there for your long and continue asking me when did that happen. I continue asking me.
I've never heard of one person that.
Well, of course you never, because they only supply you news that you want to that will project Tinubu to us. For me, I get my own source of news from somewhere else that gives me both. I read the one you bring here.
And Arise will not pick that news.
There are people are dying of Ethiopia. Where is
Arise
I want him to succeed.
Answer
your question in conclusion, woman. Yes. I want him to succeed if he works for them. But as long as he continues this is style of government. Well, I'm not going. I mean, you see, woman. It doesn't matter if I want him to succeed or not. I cannot stop him. So don't come here and put it on top of me like, oh, you see, I want there. No, it is not going to be on me for him to succeed. After all, I'm not there in the Aso Rock to hold his hand backward or not to do anything or to influence his head, his brain. So don't put that on me. But it's obvious that you can only be how tomorrow is going to be. You can tell from today. That's based on that. That's why I'm projecting all these things. That Oshiloma Bakurumbe, the way it's going. I leave it at that, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's rational mind, of course, the inimitable. The one thing about rational mind is consistent. And no matter what, always outnumbered, never outgunned. I'm yet to see a session where rational mind is outgunned, though. Always outnumbered, but never outgunned. So that's the elegant rational mind. Equal elegance, our correspondent from Tehran. Zita, you're up next. You see, we go to the next person now, they should be asking when in my turn never reach. Your turn don't reach now, you know, go talk. As soon as I call the next person,
where are you?
She's doing
it's
so
my
many
turn,
things.
It's your turn.
Yes,
it's not your turn, no.
Okay, so what are you people discussing?
We were just having general conversations. The rational mind was saying there's not an abundance of goings on in Nigeria, but we are pick through. Oh God, it will take more than that to remove rational mind.
Woman, remove me now. Remove me. So that you never do. So that you'll be happy. No. Remove me. No problem. No. I so that
Dupsy, come in the studio. Come into the studio. We want to stay high. Dupsy.
We want that super chat to come in. When they remove me, another person will say they should put me back. Don't worry.
All right. Okay. So we'll remove rational mind then, because we have gone Kaizo now. We are doing Kaizo now. So we remove rational mind. If you want him back, outbid Dupsy, I'll send him the link. So rational mind. What does Donald Trump say on that his talk show? Can somebody remind me? Do you remember when
you're fired?
You are fired. There it is. So rational mind, you are fired. So there it is. Zita, you're up next.
Okay.
So we were talking about Olu Falae, who has come out of the ashes to tell us that he won the 1999 election by as much as 1 million votes. That is the revisionism that is brought to play.
I don't know about 1 billion.
Huh?
I don't know about 1 billion votes.
1 million. So sorry.
1 million. Okay.
Yes.
You want me to talk about Olu Falae?
No. Let me run you through, and then you just pick at it as you like. So we're talking about Olu Falae coming out in the media space to say that he won the 1999 election, defeated Obasanjo by in excess of 1 million votes. He said his lawyers did a meticulous study of the results, and that was what emerged. Goodluck Jonathan wanting to doing this contrived protestation just to put his name out there. And I'm asking the question then that why is Goodluck Jonathan's name not more in play in this particular cycle? Because it's the perfect fit that solves all of the problems of the opposition space. One term left, still power stays in the South. So it ticks all the boxes. So why is his name not in play? And then we're harkening back to Abiola as well. And we played a clip when he was describing the problems of NNPC. And then we're discussing then that and what we also said, which you may agree or not agree with, that Nigerian elections generally, the presidential ones especially, that they often return the person that reflects the people's wills the most. And Ogbeni seems to somewhat agree, and he told us then that it was only really the 2015 election that might be anomalous to that, but whoever emerges as president in Nigeria, often instances, 90% instances, they are actually who the people want to be their president. So we're just wrapping conversations around those spaces. Zita.
Okay, let me talk about Olu Falae. Let's start with Olu Falae, but I'm not going to speak about Olu Falae in the angle which everybody here have discussed Olu Falae. In 1999, okay, let me say before 1999, Nigerian election is not actually trackable or traceable. That's the word I will use. We were in a young democracy that most Nigerians couldn't even understand what it meant. To the extent that there was nothing like registering. In some areas, you don't need to register for anything. You just have to walk into the polling unit that day and then thumbprint. I remember my dad telling me that at a point, it's the ink in your hands that will determine that you have voted, and therefore you will not come to vote a second time. Although even if you do, it might not be traceable. And people come out.
Madam Sita, please give me microsecond, please. One man, please, you have forgotten the Soludo speech. That was very powerful at the State of the Nation. But let us deliberate about that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Go on, Madam Sita.
So then there come a time in Nigeria, in that same period, a man called Abiola. Most people, even in this platform, make it categorically clear for somebody like me to believe that Abiola won that election handsomely, without putting into consideration the lapses in Nigeria election that period. But they said it, they believe it, they own it, that he won it. And then came Obasanjo in 1999, which then our democracy was still, I won't even say naive, I won't even say young, but confused. People still come out to say that Northerners picked Obasanjo to compensate for June 12th. I remember the word was picked. I don't know how some region in Nigeria will pick a president for us, but they said it. And they are so proud and loud to make such comments. Now, let me say this. My father has a brother who was working with Aton Zeribe in those days. The guy later departed from Aton Zeribe. In 1999, that guy was a heavy member of PDP. This is a global platform, I must say this. He told my father in confidence that Olu Falae won that election. Start growing up, looking at elections in Nigeria. I begin to see what the big, the high and mighty say about 1999 election, how Obasanjo was an infestation in Nigeria by the Northerners. And that was why the Yorubans, they never liked him. They didn't vote for him. But he became president anyway. And then after saying such a thing, you still believe that the person that ran with him probably could not have won that election. So sometimes, woman, I begin to wonder, I ask myself, what kind of humans are we as Nigerians? Because most times we tell a story, it's as if we forgot that we told that story. And then we tell another story that will counter the story we have already told. So I don't understand. If one can believe that Obasanjo, Abiola, in whatever time in Nigeria, when nobody even know what is going on in polling stations with the ballot boxes and with the ballot papers in Nigeria, if you can't believe that Abiola won that election with his stolen billions clean, then you should believe that probably Olu Falae actually won that election. If you can believe and proudly say it that Northerners somehow wanted Obasanjo to be the president of Nigeria, according to you people, you said it was like a compensation for the June 12th. Whatever that means, I don't know. If you can say that, that is a story. So if the person that contested with him came out to say that he won, why are you saying he didn't win? You are trying to tell another story that is trying to demean the first story you told. So yes, he won that election.
But it doesn't have the national presence of Obasanjo, and it's a very much a regionalized sort of a person. Okay. It's a very Yoruba sort of Tinubu. Obasanjo is a Nigerian, and this chap right here, Olu Falae, is a Yoruba man. It's even now the chairman of Afenifere.
I don't even know.
So I'm not sure how he can win an election.
I don't even know what the heck Abiola is in the southeast and south in those days to make him win those areas. But it is what it is. Nigerians, we keep believing
because
a story.
Abiola is not seen as a regional figure. It's not seen as a
yes. He's an international thief.
It's a national.
Yeah,
but
he's not national. He's even an international thief.
Yeah, but Olu Falae is a Yoruba guy. It's very much a Yoruba. It's a very ethnic sort of a.
We keep telling a story. And we tell a story to override the story we have already told without knowing it. My uncle told my father 3 reasons why they will never allow Olu Falae to be the president of Nigeria. And that's not what I'm going to say here, because my father told me in confidence. This is not the first time this story of Olu Falae winning this election has come before. It has been in the public eye, it has been in the story, it has been in the history of Nigeria. Even up to today, most people still believe he won that election. So I don't know what he says is wrong. Maybe the number he's putting out might be confusing everybody. But from what I know, and how I know that Nigeria election has been running over the years, it's even now that we are seeing an election that is being looked into, election that is somehow being restricted, election somebody has to present something to vote, election whereby somebody has to stand in the polling unit to find out what has happened, an election where somebody has to have an agent, where everybody has to sign. In those days, it wasn't like that. And still, people believe that somebody won, and the person won, everybody came out and voted for him, blah, 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 blah. He won that election. An international thief. He won that election. He said it's a national, I don't know the heck. Who knows him in Igbo land? But that is what it is. If you say he has a global, yeah, he's a global international man. We know that. But if you guys should come out, I will keep repeating this thing, to say that Obasanjo was a compensation. So if you say it was a compensation, indirectly, what you guys are saying that he never won that election. It was a pushover. I end my case like that. Let me go back to John.
No, Madam Sita, let me throw one question. Let me
go ahead. I know you people will throw. Go ahead.
No, the thing is this: if we say it's compensation, you understand, it does not necessarily mean because of that even on free and fair election that Olu Falae is going to defeat Obasanjo, because Obasanjo, as the former head of state, he did so many people across the nation some significant favor. And don't forget too that his boys were the one there. So for the major stakeholder in Nigeria at that time, the owners of Nigeria in quote, they'll be comfortable with Obasanjo, and they funded his election. And another critical thing that we're sidelining here was that they used PDM, the most formidable political movement organization in that country.
Is that the question you are asking me?
So I'm pushing it to you so that you know that even the fact that I'm not using someone's language. Sorry, lawyer, I'm not Rufayo. So now the thing now is that the way the thing was that time, no way Olu Falae could have won. It's just like Awolowo was claiming that he won too. You understand? We heard the story that Awolowo won. How could he have won in the northern part of that country? It's just like Obi saying he won in Kano, he won in all those. How? That's the point. So that we said they use
that your question?
Yeah, I just put my position so that you just to see my own view. Yeah.
Okay. You asked how would Olu Falae, would he have won?
Yeah.
You know, I would have been in this argument or debate or conversation with you. It would have been very healthy if it is a time where, as I said before, where people know what is actually happening in the polling unit with our ballot boxes and with the ballot papers. If it is today in Nigeria that you are asking me a question like, how on earth will I think that Olu Falae won? I would have had a conversation with you. But as at the time we are talking about, if you hold your position that Obasanjo won, I will still hold my position that Olu Falae won. Do you know why? Because this result you are talking about is not traceable. Thank you. One man, let me continue with Jonathan. First of all, this idea that people say that Jonathan won for 4 years. Any other question?
Madam Sita, no, I just want to drop one point, which is contrary to your points. You were talking about who is Obasanjo in the Southeast in 1999 that can make somebody...
You say who is Obasanjo in the Southeast? I said Abiola. That's the one I was talking about.
Okay, because in your presentation, you missed throughout you were missing 93 election with 99 election. You were missing them.
I wasn't missing anything. Let me hold on. Please hold on. Yeah. I wasn't missing anything.
Okay.
I started with Abiola.
Yeah.
I said Abiola ran an election. I made explanation of what Nigerian election was then. And everybody came out and believed and held on to it that he won and he won and he won randomly, he won everywhere.
Yeah.
That was then. Election that cannot actually be traced. What they tell you, that's what you believe. Then come the time of Obasanjo. And then the story was the same type of election. Nothing new. The story was that the Northerners actually arranged the guy because they went into a deal with him. And they kind of imposed him on Nigeria. And the person he ran the election, if that is the story, that means he did not win that election. That election was rigged in his favor. That's the common sense understanding of that statement. And Nigerians have been making that statement all over the years. And I now said, the second person is now saying that actually I am the one that won the election. So if you say that somebody election was rigged for somebody, what stops the second person from saying he won the election? That's my argument.
So yes, so I'll separate it from 93. I'll face only 99 and just 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. Now, your argument is that why would they in one breath say that they use that to compensate Obasanjo, and in another breath saying Obasanjo won the election? Secondly, you said somebody told you or your
anyway, breaking news: Iran strike Israeli's defense headquarters.
And they've been striking since for some time now. So
that first one was fake news. This is the first.
I thought their missiles were not penetrating, but
of course, you cannot intercept everything. You can't.
Some are dropping.
Some are dropping. You can't intercept. There's no way you can intercept everything.
I was watching some live and some people from bunkers and they were interviewing them. Israel will be fine last. So my point now is that
the house of David can never fall.
It's okay. They fell to Nebuchadnezzar. They rose again. It's okay. So my point is, to start with, the what Nigerians do always say is not that they give Obasanjo, that they agreed to take it back to the Southwest, and that was their agreement. So both political parties then took it back to the Southwest and ensured that the only candidate contesting, both of them came from Southwest. Not that they called Obasanjo and gave Obasanjo the presidency. They still contested. So first, the narrative that they called Obasanjo and gave to Obasanjo is not the common narrative. The common narrative is that because of Abiola, they compensated the Southwest with Southwest slot fully throughout the election. Secondly, if you are saying Obasanjo's weight in the Southeast back then, he has a lot of weight, because the reason why Obasanjo, one can...
I correct you again. I didn't say Obasanjo. I said Abiola.
Okay, Abiola. So practically you're saying that Obasanjo, since we can't have access to all those election materials and everything, therefore Obasanjo is the person, Falae may be the person who won the election.
Let me rephrase my statement.
Okay.
So that we will understand each other.
Okay.
From 1993, when Nigeria started their democracy, till at least 2011, elections in Nigeria were actually rigged. That's what I have to say. And I stand by it, and I will double and triple down on it. When I mean rigged, it's not a question, it's heavily rigged.
Okay. So this my take on that. And I've said it here today. Election in Nigeria generally has been having a lot of malpractices. And those malpractices have been in favor of a popular candidate. To start with, you can never rig for a candidate that is not popular. It will be very obvious. So in many cases, and malpractices happen in many ways: snatching of ballot boxes, stuffing ballot boxes, canceling things, altering things, and all those things. They are all malpractices. Rigging is one of it. Now, but to say that whether Obasanjo win or not, two areas I will go to. When Olu Falae went to court, he went to court with the best of the lawyers of them, GOK and others. And they all presented their case in court, and they all brought their papers and everything to the court. Number one from his grant was that he won the election. And he urged the court to order for a recount. I've urged everybody on this platform to go and read those law reports, so that we don't twist history by our own oral accounts. And they did. And that report still showed that Obasanjo clearly won the election. Before I drop this thing, let me use the last few seconds to say that In the southeast, for instance, where Obasanjo won, there were political stewards, and I've said it today. Military were just going, and the generals were all in the PDP, and they were the one who owned the whatever you have and monies back then. How much did Falae and others had to even spend much? They were only playing regional politics. They were not national people. People like Jimu Wombodo, Shuba Okadigbo, Alex Ekweme himself, all those Adohua Bara, Ayim Pius Ayim and others, they were all stewards from that area that were all in PDP. So PDP was a very formidable party then, and everybody knew PDP would have won the election clearly because it was a very bigger party and has more members that supported PDP before they started breaking apart. Thank you. Madam Sita, over to you, ma.
Okay. Me, I don't talk my phone. I'm not arguing this because anybody can come out and say he won an election between 1983 to 2011. That after 2011 election, Jonathan they did the hey at Jonathan. He brought this what do they call it? Is it beavers or something? Brought one or two things to make it look
beavers,
and then
card reader,
and then snatching of ballot boxes become actually fizzled away, kind of. Okay, so it was at least you have something to go to court with. I mean, it was really bad before in Nigeria. You don't really have. I don't even know why Olu Falae have to go to court. I don't know what him and what's it called? Buhari was taken to court then because the elections then was a heavy yo-yo-yo. So I don't know. I'm not gonna go into argument with an election that cannot be. The statistic is so totally bullshit. I will not go into argument with that election. So if anybody is holding that Obasanjo won, I would be holding that Olu Falae won. Because the statistics coming out from that election is bullshit. So let's move on to Jonathan. Jonathan, when they saw Jonathan did 4 years and he has another 4 years, I don't even know what the Constitution, maybe when will help us in continuity, because Jonathan did not rule Nigeria for 4 years. He ruled Nigeria for almost 7 years.
Don't mind those people.
I don't know why people keep saying he ruled for 4 years.
But that was litigated now.
That's what I am saying now. Yeah. I need to know what the Constitution is saying about that litigation. Will it be counted? Because they had that kind of a little something close in River State there, when Amaechi has to cut short his tenure and said he has to do an election when others are doing, because he felt that if he decides to continue his tenure to the end, at that time, probably it will be only River State that will be doing election, and everybody will have to come in, including Obasanjo and all the rest, to force their hand on them. Huh?
That case is called Shuku and INEC, Cyprian Shuku and INEC.
What did you say?
That case, the case you're talking about, where the case you're talking about is called Cyprian Shuku and INEC. Yeah.
I don't know. But it was the place I studied what the legal battle was on was Amaechi's case. Amaechi cut his tenure. He didn't complete his 4 years. First 4 years wasn't totally 4 years. He has to cut it and jump into an election with everybody. I remember that one vividly. Because he said they asked him, he said he doesn't want to finish the 4 years, because at the time he finishes it, it will be only River State that will be conducting an election for a governor. And the whole world will come there to practice their malpractice. So I don't know. I don't know what he has to say about somebody who entered another one. Because in case of Amaechi dropped some. The one that entered another one, I don't know what Constitution is saying about it. But for me, Jonathan did not rule Nigeria for 4 years. I don't, whether he's litigated or double dated. The important thing is that he didn't rule Nigeria for 4 years. So I don't know where they got that
where that conversation was that they were saying he could not be sworn in as president more than 2 times. So when Yar'Adua died, he was sworn in as president. And then when he won an election, he was sworn in as a president as well. But the counter argument, and I think they took it to the Supreme Court, the counter argument then was that the first swearing in was not actually a swearing in that validated an electoral win. It was merely a completion of an already existing mandate. So it was Yar'Adua's mandate that he was completing.
No,
so
it was between him and Yar'Adua. I don't know who made that argument, but that second argument we are making is not actually, maybe they didn't get it in Nigeria the way they do things. Maybe they wanted to do it that way, because looking at it, the mandate was not for Yar'Adua, it was for both of them. So it's either Yar'Adua is sworn in or he is sworn in.
Yeah, may I come in, please? It's good that Ogbeni is here. It's a settled case, actually, that I think the Supreme Court ruling, and Ogbeni, correct me, I think Commonwealth, there's something called Commonwealth law, which you people always quote in legal authorities. Is the case of John Mahama in Ghana also. It's not dissimilar to that of Jonathan. Exactly, almost the same thing. And the Supreme Court there ruled that he has a right to pursue his own mandate individually. That's why he contested and won and came back. He ruled for 6 years too, completing Professor Mills' 4 years term as the vice president, contested and won 4 years on his own term and lost, and then came back and contested and won. Thank you. Ogbeni, correct me anyway if I'm wrong.
And that's why I mentioned Shukwu and INEC. So in Shukwu and INEC, Amaechi went to court to shorten his tenure quickly because he was using a mayor period so that he can contest election with others generally, so that they won't focus only on him. And the court granted him, despite the fact that Umia fought it, and some of them, but they granted it. Because of that, the Electoral Act was amended immediately after that Supreme Shukwu. And then some people took it back to court to relitigate I can't remember the provision that was amended back then, to relitigate that. And I'm made to aware that the current position now is that, and I think this issue was raised because of Ondo State, because everybody is looking at Ondo State now. If he completes the tenure now, he may want to come in again. And already they said there's a decision of Supreme Court now that say it is when they sworn you in, you can't have it more than twice. So if you are unlucky that your principal passes, and then you now become substantive governor or president, and you have one more term, that's double for you, and then you cannot have another time again. That's what some of my colleagues, because I was of Baba's opinion, that is of Simple Shukwu, that was my opinion, as at the time I was arguing this thing few days ago about those states. And some of my colleagues who are also lawyers, who they understand that thing very well, and they are still in Nigerian practice and say, no, that has changed. But they've not sent me that Supreme Court decision. If I have that Supreme Court decision and I studied it and it's true, I will come back to the platform to let you guys know. But that's what they told me, and I have no reason to doubt them.
Okay.
So does that then mean that Jonathan cannot contest anymore, or?
That's the meaning now. Just like Ondo State guy cannot contest anymore.
But the Ondo State guy only had what, less than a year?
Yeah, he completed his boss and then took another oath. That was double oath now.
Thank you. Say Abimunu, what people overlook, me, I know they overlook them. So thank you for the clarification.
No, that Shukwu and INEC, I did it. With my boss. My name was on Shukwu and INEC. I was in Rikitafa when we did it with the current Attorney General. So I know that case very well.
Yeah, so I don't know, when you go get mandate with your boss, they first carry you enter. swear am, una hold hands, they take an oath. He died, you continue, they swear you again into his position. You finish that one, you go another second term. You want a fourth term. I don't understand that one, but let me say this about Jonathan. Nigeria is a nation, and any citizen of Nigeria that feel he is qualified to contest, I mean himself, feeling that he's qualified to contest for the position of the president of Nigeria, should you jump into the race. That's all I can say. I am not restricting anybody from contesting as the president, although some people contesting might be very annoying and ridiculous, but that doesn't matter. It's their fundamental human, well, it's no longer human rights, citizenship right, or whatever. I don't know if there's a word like that. So they can go in and show their popularity. That's all I can say. They win, they lose, they lose. But the one I will not tolerate is somebody forcing me down my throat to support somebody and hating me because I say I will never support that person. That is the one you even, I will triple and quadruple down on it. So it is what it is, one man. Let me say what I want to say now. I go back to United States. Can I continue?
Carry on.
Donald Trump said Iran should go back to the table. You know me, I don't see some things. They are telling Iran to go back to the table when all the people that has been going to that table for negotiation, Israel don't papa them. So who is going to go to the table? I don't understand. People just say something for saying sake. All those scientists and the military leaders that used to go for that negotiation with the US and wherever and the other people, they're all gone. So why is he telling them to go to the table? Which table? With who? I don't get it, but it is what it is. As I'm speaking, they're still bombarding themselves, so one man.
Well, I am rooting for Iran anyway because I think that
it's actually woman. It's actually offensive for me to sit in this platform and say you are rooting for Iran.
How so? Why? Yeah, you're not Israeli.
For so many reasons, but let me tell you the popular one that will make you laugh. I'm an Igbo girl.
Yes, we know that. Yes, we know that.
And you should know that generations upon generations, I will root for Jews. In as much as you people carry all manner of propaganda, you look at a man that his brain, human beings that their brain conjured, plan something that they have to just click, and over 1,000 phones denote at the same time. You look at those people and you say their intellect is so overrated. Is that not ridiculous? For somebody to say that thing about such human beings. You look
I don't think they are smarter than Nigerians. So
no, wait, let me finish. You look at human beings who went into Iran and built a drone base without Iran knowing about it. You look at human beings who built an app, the same as the one Iranian military is using to alert themselves for a meeting. They built the same app unknown to those high-ranking military men. They use it to get them to go into a place for a meeting. And they all went in there for a meeting. They wapapa them. You look at those people and you say their intellect is overrated. Wow. Wow.
Madam Sita.
You see, let me finish.
Who said their intellect is overrated?
I did. And all of those things that they are American gifts. rather than.
No problem.
Oh,
no but let me tell you something, woman. If you give an idiot an intel, it can still mess it up. I said it here severally. I told you people that nuke is outdated and abused me on this platform. They told me that it is the highest military weapon. And I keep
Sorry,
saying,
can you repeat that? Madam, please repeat that. What do you say is outdated?
I said nukes are outdated.
Okay. I believe so too. I believe so.
And they tell me that is the higher. If you see the abuse, people from the comment section here, what am I talking?
So.
They call me a manner of name. I don't care.
It's
because they don't understand the technology.
Yes.
The functionality of a nuke.
Yeah.
A nuke has a carrier.
Yes.
And all you need to do is to take away the carriers, and the nuke will become a dummy.
It's mechanical. Yeah.
A drone, a nuke is an analog something.
Yes, it's analog. It's mechanical. It's not electronic. It's not.
Yeah. So
it doesn't work with fiber.
It has to. Something has to carry it for it to denote. All you need to destroy those carriers, and the nuke will pile up there.
Nothing carries it. You're right.
Ukraine just did it.
Yes, you're right.
If they see what is it called? The one where they work like person will carry shit for Nyanch. If they see where they carry nuclear box moving about, threatening the whole world with shit.
Who be that? Putin?
Who else works like somebody will carry Nyanch for bomb?
Yeah, that would be Zelensky now. You know Zelensky. They say
no, it's not Zelensky.
Oh,
that means you don't look at people very well.
It's Putin.
Let me say this. Somebody who has a pile, that's the way he walks. Anyway, let me say this.
Just say it.
Before I lose my thought, you see, when we push out these narratives, that's why the world is hurting. These people, this is the fourth braska they are hitting on Israel. And they've hit the first one, 150 missiles. Second one, 150. Third one, 150. Fourth one, 150. And it's only this fourth one that hit their defense headquarters. The rest has been in high concentrated, populated residential areas. And people like one man, I don't hear them saying children, women, civilian.
Yes,
why are the Iranians throwing those missiles at Israel?
Let me finish. You know, I sabi talk rubbish. You see, when you are dealing with a madman who is deaf and dumb, waiting you see, you go collect. I have said this severally on this platform. Israel, if the world knows what is good for them, they should leave them alone. I repeat, if the world know what is good for, you see this narrative they are pushing about, begging students to run around, talking about people who don't even know what is going on. Some of them, if you call them, they don't understand what is going on. If the world keep pushing this narrative, it will get to a point we go die well, oh. Wallahi talai. We go die well. Because you people don't have any idea of what it means for somebody to have only one option for existence.
Which is survivor. Correct.
If I stay, I will die. Let me fight, probably I might survive. If you find yourself in that position in life, it's suicidal. But if the world doesn't want to understand it, look at what happened between them, and even Trump has to turn around. They told Trump, we just have to do this. Trump said, they told Trump, this is the only time we have to do it. We got to do it. And before US will say ja, and they have been doing that in several years. So. And that is what I call
of course, you're doing it now.
Man, deaf and dumb. Leave them alone. What they are asking for is existence. I don't want anybody to tell me women, children in Iran. No. One man, October 7th, 2023. That was how you say you are for Palestine. At the end of the day, I started hearing children, women. And everybody forget that the ones that we are taking in Israel were children, women.
And the one they are targeting now too.
The ones that are targeting now is children,
yeah,
women. They went to their country. What they targeted was military, because the war is between military and military.
Yes.
War between two nations has nothing to do with the civilians.
You are targeting civilians, populated areas.
Just like what this one that has pile in his bumper, what he's doing in Ukraine. You don't target civilians.
Yeah.
Your target is the military personnel and military equipment and military sites.
And critical infrastructure for fighting war.
That's how.
But there were a lot of children killed in the Israeli strike on Iran.
Iran, you see, a lot of children were killed.
Yes.
No wahala now.
That's what's been reported.
The children, I hope you have a record of where they striked, right? I hope you have the record of the places Israel striked.
Yeah, but Israel always makes up narrative now. If they tell lies.
Hold on now. Iran don't release where they strike, because I don't know where you are watching it. But we watch it through the lens. As the operation is going on, we watch it through the lens. So it's not all these things they put on television to tell you. After yesterday, Iran came out and told the whole world where they strike. So I wonder which children that are there. So children are now in a meeting with high-powered military men. Really? And children are in nuclear size.
Let me play you this clip, Zita.
Israel just finished bombing Iran, and moments later, I'm not kidding you, moments later.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion.
Benjamin Netanyahu has this video out to propagandize Americans about dragging us into what will probably be World War III. And if you don't believe that it's specifically directed at us,
this is a clear and present danger landing on a country the size of New Jersey. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan.
He even includes a Bible reference.
As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first.
To try to manipulate the American people into the same bullshit that we did in Iraq.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever.
There were no weapons of mass destruction. They said there are weapons of mass destruction. I was against the war.
Same exact guy. I mean, literally the same dude who tricked the American people and our politicians into fighting a pointless war in Iraq that we got nothing from.
We have spent $2 trillion in Iraq and fighting Iraq. $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Thousands of lives. We got nothing.
Is here manipulating and tricking us into going into World War III. And the same exact premise. I'm not even kidding you.
We will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles.
Iran, by the way, is also outpacing Iraq in the development of ballistic missile systems that they hope will reach the eastern seaboard of the United States within 15 years.
Would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America.
Right.
We're just the first way station en route to use. Threatening the lives, not of hundreds, but of millions.
Grieving not for thousands of dead, but for millions.
Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. Remember, we're the small Satan, you're the big Satan.
The same exact shit. We're doing it all over again.
Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. It's clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nation.
We know everything about what they're doing, and we have to stop it because they're not allowed to have any of the weapons we have.
The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized.
Believe that a clear connection between Saddam and September 11th must be established before we have a right to prevent the next September 11th. Well, I think not.
The Iraqis did not knock down. It was not Saddam Hussein that knocked down the World Trade Center. Okay, and nobody really knows why we went into Iraq. Going into Iraq may have been the worst decision any president has made in the history of this country. That's how bad it is. Okay.
Almost word for word.
One man. I don't actually know why you brought this video, but let me say this. I don't know whether you were not interested in the Middle East when the US-Iran war started. And I don't know whether you were not following what happened then. I was in college then. And let me tell you, Saddam Hussein actually said he had a nuclear weapon. He said it, he boasted about it, and he threatened with it. For those of you who try to browse, if the internet can remember, go back. And if YouTube still dump it, because they usually bring some old movies, old TV, whatever, you can see him. He boasted of nuclear weapon and he threatened America with it. So I don't know what is wrong if a country is claiming he has nuclear weapon and is going to wipe you out and you decide to go in there. I don't know what you understand, but this dude that you brought on the screen to screw trash, I'm even surprised that you can bring such a person on this platform to talk. For me to listen to such a person. Somebody else is going to narrate to me what somebody else is saying. Come on, man. Now that level you see me, you for bring what in be name BB's speech to us to listen to. This is actually an insult. You would have brought the two BB speech, the one he made 80 years ago and the one he's making now. Bring it together. Let us listen to the two, and then we take our judgment rather than bringing one cranky looking, stupid, rough mustache idiot to sit in front and play whatever he might play that I don't even know whether it's deep fake. For me to listen to him, to believe him. Come on, man.
Madam Sita.
They're better than this.
Madam Sita. If I can talk just one or 2 minutes, I will not blame one man. I'm not sure how much one man read or know about this Middle East conflict, Iran, Iraq, and all these guys. I'm not sure. I think he needs to go and read enough about them and understand the main reason underpinning this crisis in that space. Israel, as far as I'm concerned, is practically fighting for survival.
God bless you.
But is practically fighting for survival. You just need to go and pick Ayatollah's species. Every year he delivers it. What does he call Israel? As far as it's concerned, Israel is an illegitimate state. He will tell you it's a Zionist entity, and he will tell you it's a cancerous tumor that must be removed by all means. And they have their program. They set a date. I think they said September this year, or what date? Hezbollah?
Yeah, it's September this year.
September this year, they gave them. And all those jihadists in that axis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestine, Islamic Jihad, what do you call that one? Ustani, what do you call that one from Yemen? All of them, they have one single objective. To to get
wipe Israel.
Wipe Israel out from that place.
Yes.
That's why when you see them coming out and say from river to sea, what it simply means is simple. West Bank to Gaza becomes theirs. What nation is in between? Israel. Simple. Get it down and get it done. That is there. So when you
and
now
meanwhile, the man is inside one bunker.
Yes.
Deep. As the whole he's right inside one bunker, and people are dying for him.
When you have a nation that has, and unfortunately for them again, Israel is not only just Jews in Israel. Israel of today is multicultural. There are so many Iranians that have run to Israel and they are living within Israel. There are the spies in Iran that they send out. There are so many Arabs who ordinarily they should call Palestine. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing even called that Palestine. They are all Arabs. So there are Arabs who live presently in Israel. And there are Christians who live in Israel. There are Jews who live in Israel. There are Muslims who live in Israel and all those ones. That is the strength that Israel has. So in order for them to gather intelligence in anywhere around their neighbors, they have a way of, in more like a chameleon way, to gather intelligence. So if somebody, like one man, comes and says, let's compare to Saddam Hussein, you are not sure that Iran is pursuing nuclear program, that means one man must be staying in, maybe he's living in the moon. he should just go and listen to the 2005 Ahmadinejad. What do you call that guy?
But Israel also has
one man. Go and listen to Ahmadinejad's speech of 2005. You understand what I'm saying? And keep listening to Ayatollah and his movement. You understand that Israel is not only fighting for a survivor. And that's why when I listen to some Americans and they are talking jargons, I just look at them as spoiled.
I don't understand those Americans. I don't even know where Americans got those brats from.
That don't even know source of prosperity they have in their country. Israel is not only fighting for Israel. Israel is also fighting for America.
Yes.
The moment they get rid of Israel in that axis, America is the next target and is the major target of most of the Middle East nations.
Yes.
So they better see their house down and understand. Well, I don't blame them. You know, when you have spoiled people that
the Americans are highly spoiled too. You are very right.
Yeah, they are highly spoiled. The Americans these days, only in the name of democracy.
They're highly spoiled, my brother, to the extent that they don't even, they see what they have as a way of life. Do you understand? They're seeing what America is to them as a normal way of life. That's why they screw this trash. Sometimes I want them to experience the other side of life.
Many of them
They actually think that if they remove Israel today, they are of a better friend with Iran. Is that what an average American is thinking? That Iran we go into love with an American. I don't understand. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't understand them. But well, it is what it is. One man, if you look at somebody who can penetrate your country so much so that he will build a drone base. Israel don't finish it.
I don't believe they built that drone base anyway, because the Israelis, they lie a lot. But Zita, let me bail out. You guys carry on the conversation. You got Fatai joining you as well. You know, anytime you're around, Fatai always likes to be in your company. The super chatters are Ayo as ever, of course. That's Ayo right there. And then there's somebody there's somebody celebrating Ogbeni right there, Peace Forever, who was delighting in Ogbeni's submission, as we always all do when Ogbeni turns up. That was Dupsy then, putting the kibosh on Rational Mind. So thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Fatai.
Hello,
Fatai, welcome. Long time.
Hello, Madam Zita.
How you doing?
Mama, before you go, yeah, I'm all right. Mama, hello, Mama. Mama, I'm gonna leave all over now. Just Baba, when you sleep now.
Nobody dey hold am, Fatai.
My ma.
I'm discussing is there an alignment between Abiola's philosophy and Tinubu's philosophy?
One man don't compare Tinubu Awolowo.
Tinubu is greater than Awolowo now. Tinubu is greater than Awolowo.
Eh?
Tinubu is greater than Awolowo.
Because he became Awolowo didn't become the president.
Yes.
Tinubu achieved to become the president, isn't it?
Yes.
One man, you said what?
I said Tinubu is greater than Awolowo.
I don't think Tinubu can say that. I don't think Tinubu himself can say that.
The facts say that, not even Tinubu, the facts.
Which fact?
How did you even arrive at that? See.
How did you even think it?
All right. In terms of our philosophy, their philosophies are aligned, but in terms of being
they don't. No, the
philosophy. One man, they don't have the same philosophy.
They don't have the same philosophy.
Okay.
I even think I don't know politics is like your own politics is even far biased. You know politics, but it's biased. Everybody knows that Awolowo and Tinubu totally different. They are not of the same ideology. So
the biggest, in fact, the easiest example to even tell the difference. I stand to be corrected, but I have heard before that Awolowo was the first to be titled Ashiwaju, but he never carried in the head. So that alone is a big difference. But I'm not sure. I was not around then. I was not born when it was titled or something. So I can't really say. But I think I might have heard, but I'm not sure. But even apart from that, Mama, do you know this song, Terere Tobi?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we were in primary school, especially in Tao Sport, when we fit because we have many houses, yellow house, green house, according to the color, and either the name will be either the color or the name of the sponsor, the rich person from Ayepe who is the sponsor of the house in the school. So when we finish, you win or whatever, or we go to play football and we are doing parade, we're going around. Like when we finish, that's what we go to the house of the sponsor to celebrate everything. And when we are on the street, we are dancing. You know the song we're always singing. This song, Tobi, is Awolowo, or the dedication to Awolowo. With the dedication to the Awolowo. Ile Awolowo, gbogbo wa la mọ̀ bẹ̀, àti lọ jẹun bẹ̀, àti lọ bomi bẹ̀. Tó bá di lówùúrọ̀, tó bá fẹ́ kíra. I don't remember all of it right now because it's a long time primary school.
Yes,
I was the original Nigerian.
Yes.
When you go to Awolowo's house, you will meet everybody in Awolowo's house. We eat there. When we wake up in the morning, you say, "Where do we do this and this, that and that?" That song, Obi, was when we were small. We were always singing it about any this thing like this. So it's not even because the Obi thing inside, but that was Awolowo's song. That's what I grew up to know as a small boy when we were going in primary school. After football match, that was Awolowo's song.
If to say we see someone that can just give this forum 1,000, we should suspend one man for just a month for even saying that. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy. I think we should just pick 1,000 and suspend one man for 1 month.
Did Awolowo ever become the president of Nigeria?
It's not about presidency, it's about the people.
No, Ola. Awolowo. What did they call it?
For time, I'll be listening to you guys in the background.
I was just saying this before. It was a loss to Nigeria that Nigeria people back then, not the people of Nigeria, by the way.
The best president Nigeria never had.
The best president Nigeria never had. It was a loss to Nigeria. It's not a shame on Awolowo. Never would be a shame on Awolowo. The great Awo.
But somebody has a bad record now. Peter Obi is the best we never had now.
A lot of people, no, dumb people say that. Even dumb people believe that. Even people promoting that. Not even, I'm not even insulting Peter Obi, but like dumb people will say, oh, it will be. There's nobody in their mind who thinks that they would think because Peter Obi didn't win, they will consider him an Awolowo. That analysis can only come from a dumb person. I don't even think Southeastern people never say that, by the way. So that was just somebody or some people trying to be cute. So nobody said that. The obedient didn't say that. So obedient didn't say that. But that's not even an insult on Obi. But no, I will. But the point even is that lately, why everybody I love Prince Adewale Adebayo, but he was on television. He was making his case to this lady, Ayo. Also, she's I don't know where she comes from, but I think he was said at one point she lived in Lagos Island. So one might take it easy on Ayo. And then he brought Awolowo. I don't know why people want to bring Awolowo.
Which of Ayo? Is it Atingani or which of Ayo?
No, Ayo on a rise. It was the day Prince was saying that they said something he didn't say. They said he said something he didn't say. So the great Awo, though I don't know, people should let Awo rest about our papa, to rest. A lot of people want to bring Awo up to degrade Awo. What's going on? I don't even understand it. The man is gone now. Okay, if you can't honor him, just leave him alone. So that's what I said about that.
No, you know why they will never stop talking of Awolowo, because of his legacy. Even let me tell you one thing, many things, if not most things.
They can talk about his legacy, but they want to twist it to degrade him to it's not even like opposite. The one that even I don't get it. Is not even like it's not even like connected with the Civil War and people try to twist the story of the Civil War. Okay, that is kind of like complicated, but for no reason at all that I can't even understand, people want to degrade him. No, it did great. It was a loss to Nigeria that I will never be. Now, the only reason, by the way, okay, so you put Shagari. Okay, let's say first time. The only thing that made sense with that Shagari thing was, okay, Obasanjo was there, and after Obasanjo, it should not go to the south. That's it. There's nothing that will make a Shagari beat Awolowo. Though Obasanjo is southerner, so it was rotation that was the only sensible thing there for Obasanjo at that time. But okay, after the second term, Shagari came again. Okay, what happened? Military coup. Okay, you had the person, so the people that got you your independence, okay, Zik, he never really had time to do it, even though he was not so much of a powerful Nigerian president compared to what you have now. Zik. Now, most of the people that got to independence, you never allowed them to even put forward whatever it is was in their brain. And you had people, youths, that didn't really know what, because when you take independence from some people, there are some ways we say, okay, let's just take our thing and then we fix here, we mend here, we do this, but we are better off on our own. Okay, but you never let them mend here, put it on ground. Everybody now wants to say that the foundation of Nigeria. No, they were great people. They were great people. When you can start something from somewhere and then you build it on. Okay, but when you never allow the people to build on you don't even know what they took. That's the problem you have. And then before then, the military came. So a messy thing, but that never diminishes them. Also, Zik was called the Zik of Africa. He was a great man on his own. Great Owl. Actually, that's him. The great. I don't mean saying the great Owl. That was what he was called. The great Owl. And Saudana. I think what is his proper name. Also, he was great for with his own principle. Everybody with his own principle on their own side. These people okay, let me even leave them because I don't really want to even be talking this. I have a lot on my mind, and I don't. Anyway, so that is what I want to say about that. If you leave our logo alone, okay. If you want to talk history, but saying things like Awolowo don't have leadership quality and all those kind of things, even Eleyi of Eyi have leadership quality. So there's no reason when you look at that, you kind of start to imagine what is going on. Why is Awolowo being degraded? What did he do to anybody? He did nothing to anybody. He only gave great service to Nigeria, and it's your loss that he didn't become your president. The great president, Nigeria never, or the best president. That's not him. He said it by himself. They described him like that. The best president Nigeria never had. So that's it. So it's by the way, we are very proud to have him as our papa, our legendary papa. Understand? Jebu Remo, Ikena Remo, Ibiowo Tinso. Ikena Oshelu Baba, Ikena. Òṣèlú bàbá Ìkẹ́nẹ́ owó tó bá ibi Ìkẹ́nẹ́ owó ti ń sọ ìlú àyùbá ìlú ńlá bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run gbà mí ẹ fi bàbá wa lẹ̀ o bàbá a máa bá yín jà o a máa bá wa mọ̀ Jẹ̀bú a máa bá yín a máa Jẹ̀bú rẹ̀ a máa bá yín jà ẹ fi bàbá wa lẹ̀ o.
If there's one thing that people miss about Awolowo is about how he educated us to the extent that we cannot sustain ourselves, even despite the decades of trying to reverse what that man did. It becomes difficult to reverse. That's why you will see that some of the politicians today that they are not giving back. They benefited from that man because some of them would have been nothing today. Probably some of them will have wasted away somewhere, if not because of the policy that Papa Awolowo brought. So
they want to degrade it, but it's there. It's everywhere for everybody to see.
So
it's there for everybody to see.
It's so clear that that Tinubu ideology is totally different because Awolowo was all about democratic socialism and welfareism. You understand? We know probably today that may not.
But Ola, we can say Awolowo Tinubu is greater in this aspect. He is determined to become the president, and he become the president. What of that?
No, see, becoming the president.
Awolowo tried, but he failed.
That's not the point. That's not. Yeah.
What time has been becoming the president make you the greatest?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
No, we can say that. I will not say greatest. Is that is part of the achievement. That is the achievement Awolowo too wants, isn't it?
Let me tell you something.
Doesn't make them great.
Let me tell you something, Thomas. You may become the local government of a chairman, maybe a local government chairman in a local government. Maybe the total population is 20,000. Now, if you deliver value, point that the entire 20,000 within your local government are being significantly referenced anywhere they are, and that they have upper hand wherever they go, just because of the type of development you brought to them, then you are better than the president that just became the president and did nothing. So what I'm saying today is this: probably you are indirectly or directly you are product of Awolowo, because maybe if Awolowo had not done that free education, maybe you won't even have enlightened people that will even push you to school.
Ola, not only Awolowo contributed to my education, for example, Nigeria didn't contribute to my education. So it's the free, education, how can I say, the education, well, should I call it formula or whatever, that came to me.
It's UPE then, it's UPE.
Yeah. And that's what contributed to it. And after that, we left Nigeria. So I don't mean I don't ever chop one cup of Nigeria. But we chop but one cup of Nigeria. So who cares about Nigeria in that regard? If you look at it that way, you really care about Nigeria and care about Awolowo's legacy.
Fatah and Hola, I'm not boasting. I'm even closer to Awolowo more than you guys. I don't need to knock the Kenne house before I come in. I'm a very close family to Awolowo. Very close. So I'm not trying to put him down. But we are just saying maybe he's greater in that aspect. Yeah,
no.
Obasanjo.
It's not even about. It's not even you. It was one man that was bringing Awolowo and Ogbeni. They were them was bringing Awolowo.
You see, the positioning that we Yoruba have today is just because of Awolowo. Now, you don't know. Whenever you talk of NTA today, if you want to write the story properly, you still go back to Awolowo. If you want to write, if you go to Nigeria House in the UK, you understand, you see talk about. If you go to Bafem Awolowo University, you go to University of Ibadan, all those, you keep seeing the footprint of Awolowo everywhere you go. The Cocoa House, and even like I said, even Odua investment that some Arugun Omo that they destroyed, the military. The military, especially the one that came in that 31st of December 1983. They were the one that damaged most of those Odua investment there. Those were the things that were sustaining the southwestern part of that country. And some of these guys, they intentionally went after all those assets just in an attempt to bring us backward. Even despite that, that education
told me how much they use cocoa money to do that time.
Exactly.
A lot. Cocoa money is like a crude oil, like Ogunwowo then. Because my mom's dad too had a big farm of cocoa then in Ekiti.
Yeah. And despite how they try to bring us backward, the education, that legacy of that education, you understand, that thing speaks for us even till tomorrow. You understand? Just because of his own democratic socialism and welfareism. But this of Tinubu ideology is not necessarily bad. It's market oriented. We understand market oriented liberalism and political pragmatism. It's okay because
Ola brother. It's not even about Tinubu market, anything that is behind it. It's the people that they love Tinubu pass Tinubu. Meanwhile, all these people, okay, none of them was anywhere to be found when the heat was on Tinubu before the election. After the election, when the war is over, you now start to see them. They want to show they love Tinubu more than Sheyi Tinubu. Okay, look, when something matters, that is done. When the war was going on, that's why sometimes enigmatic. When I first came on this program, it was enigmatic that I recognized as a voice. I don't even think it was particularly like Tinubu, but he just was fighting obedience. Even me, I didn't really have anything against people. It's just that they would not let me speak, and me, I didn't hate him. So like, you don't let me speak. Okay, who's your Peter? I don't care about that time. Or like, you remember that time? If you say Tinubu like this, it be like say you say shit. I even remember one time I came was like, I be call you should call anybody. He shit for body. That's how bad you couldn't say Tinubu that time. This is what they are saying Tinubu. They singing all this thing. That time, if you say Tinubu like this, the way they will make you feel like say you have committed the great sin. Just the name. They never even know where you want to carry the argument go. So they would not be only thing I go say Tinubu, I will sing for him. I'll be waiting to worry everybody.
One thing. That's the beauty.
So when that fight was on, all of them were nowhere to be found. Today they are the greatest lover of Tinubu. Nobody wants to compete as a great lover of anybody. But the great memory of our great Awolowo will never be diminished for no reason.
You see those people going to Tinubu, we know, when you have the seed, when you harvest your seed, you see have shaft. The thing is, like when some people wanted to let us know that El-Rufai supported Tinubu. And I've always said this thing that no, El-Rufai did not support Tinubu just because he wanted him. No, because it was against him even from the beginning. As at that point in time, he knew where the pendulum was swinging toward. And this guy just killed himself. And Tinubu too, being a politician, is not a stupid guy. He's not a fool. The type of mistake that Jonathan made, that you now pitch your tent to, you brought your enemy into your camp. That's exactly what, there's a way your enemy can come to you and say, Baba Kepe. You see, accept that thing, but you don't give your enemy the key, the key to your vote. You don't give your enemy the key to your to your strategy. You understand? Because Tinubu will have committed serious miscalculation, hadn't been that he pulled a cunning person like El-Rufai in his government. It's just like Obasanjo now. Obasanjo romanced his enemy. You understand? His political enemy, thinking that it was a forming political alliance. And that guy gave him headache even to the end of this thing. And that's Atiku Abubakar. You understand? That you brought someone in, and all the guy was trying to do was how to take power from you. The like of El-Rufai, if that guy is in Tinubu's camp today, it is narrative that, oh, he was the one that made Tinubu, is what you'll be hearing. And that alone will cause some kind of distraction, and you align within your camp can even manipulate. You understand? So when you see people now saying Kepe Baba and they are now bootlicking for, it's not because they love Tinubu. And one good thing about the man, that the man is not stupid. He's a politician too. He's not a stupid guy. So people are saying, no, Tinubu is cornering. No, Tinubu is not cornering them. Tinubu is not calling them to come and be, it's not calling them to come and join APC. Those guys.
Ọlábàbà ìgbára tẹ là ń búra ọdẹ àwọn àgbàlagbà náà lè pàwọ ìgbára là ń búra èèyàn kan bú Ṣàngó lẹ́rùn ìgbà tó wú ìgbà ẹ̀rùn náà ń bú Ṣàngó yìí ìgbà tó wúlò wọn kò sẹ́ni tó rí wọn ìgbà tí ìgbà ẹ̀rùn náà wá ń bú Ṣàngó ó ti di president alágẹmọ ti bímọ ẹ̀nà àìmọ́jọ́ ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ló kù sí he don become president so what is when it mattered they were all nowhere to be found. Okay, when obedient carry fire for head, they were all nowhere to be found. When the man don't become president, we no go even fit talk again. We no go fit talk again. We go bring the fire down. We bring the fire down from the head of obedient. We no go fit talk. Then that time then they look the screen. After I've been listening to your show. I want to talk. All right. But okay, well, nobody cared. But it doesn't mean we can't. It doesn't mean that we will not be able to speak again. That's just the point. I wish him good luck, but that doesn't diminish the great memory of our Obafemi Awolowo. That's all I'm saying.
I to be honest, I really want to concentrate on Tinubu, so no basis for comparison, because I want to discuss the policy of Tinubu. And like I say, I'm happy for the media we have this day, because nobody can monopolize the media. That's why it's social media. So, all those lies that people have been paying. Like, one thing I've been doing for the past 3 days. This guy that went to counter Reno. I think before the guy went to counter Reno, I think his subscriber was around 16,000, 15,000 or 16,000. As of now, the subscriber has gone to 18.3 thousand. That is telling you how people love bad stories and how they can gang up against you. They've seen that they use that thing against Jonathan and it worked. And they want to use it against Tinubu now. And happy that people are wiser and it's not going to work. Because see, I don't have a problem if you have a better alternative. I didn't mean that maybe like the like of the then south the eastern the southeastern premier You understand? Anime, it was that kind of period. Now, okay, it's coming this time, want to challenge the like of Tinubu. That is understandable. But if Peter Obi is the person you are bringing to challenge Tinubu, and you are bringing, you are repackaging him, just like people repackage Buhari. You understand? It's so sad. We know the facts, and we come online, and we tell lies every day. And one thing about words is this: word is like a spirit; it never dies. So, as word never dies, if you allow liars to keep pushing lies, before you know, people start believing that okay, they are saying the truth. You know, in the past, they told us some kind of lies that nobody challenged, that we believe the thing to be true. Like people telling us that Wole Soyinka graduated with a top class or pass. You know, that thing went on for decades until around 2016, 2017, that the man just said, I never knew where they got that. You know, all those lies that they will be telling us then. So, at these lies, there's a way lies, if you leave lies unchallenged, it works on people's mind. You understand? If you keep telling lies every day, before you know, if nobody challenges that lies, it becomes the truth, and people start believing in those lies. You understand? Some of us were victims of those lies when it was only radio and newspaper, manipulated newspaper then. So, Obi, like Obi now is the best they can produce, they can push to us. Whereas Soludo is there, and other guys are there. You can't
No,
push
no, no,
up.
no, no. They don't want. You see how they are clamping down on Soludo now, and Soludo is still the best chance. Yeah, because he still appeal. Everybody know him. It was a central governor, central bank governor. People at least it's still lovable more than Obi, but the Southeastern they don't want him. Do you think they want him? They just want to stick to Obi, and the chances of him winning it's very slim. Even Obi even know in his heart of heart that he can't win the election, the last election.
You know the problem I have with common people like you and myself is that I believe these people exist. You don't look at those people behind this promotion of Obi. Now, let me be biased. Let me just now, because I have different metrics that I try to look at. Those people promoting Obi, what exactly are they after? Are they after good governance, or they are looking for a shortcut to power, to get power? Now, what was Aisha Yesufu Twitter following before she jumped into Obi? Go and look at what she has today.
My brother, those ones are just cashing out.
No,
they are
over
there
2
for the money.
million. Over 2 million, over 2 million subscribers. That is huge. That is serious. That is serious financial capital if you know how to use that you're following.
Well, Aisha is just there to cash out. He's just there
You
to cash
understand?
out.
Exactly. So when you look at their motives, you have to be very careful. And some of these guys that supported APC that time, this one is not attack on APC generally. You understand? Some of them were given chances to even become a special assistant or those things. What happened? They all went there. You understand? Although they didn't get so much, at least they got the little this thing. And they are there on social media now shouting and looking for another opportunity again. You understand? So the thing is, as much as possible, I just want us to be objective the way we do things. Will you rather push Tinubu aside just because you don't like him, just because you don't and you now start twisting the importance of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road just because you don't like Tinubu? And this is the road that they dreamt of that road for like over 4 decades. And this man is doing that in now. And suddenly, all Nigerians especially those people that are being manipulated, you understand, they became project engineer, they became civil engineers. They started saying, oh, are you supposed to be to commission 30? Were you supposed to commission this and that? It doesn't work that way. What we want to know is this. Within what is available to Tinubu, is he delivering? The policy of subsidy removers, everything, are those things the right decisions? Even your candidate you are supporting came out and said, I will do the same thing. You understand? Only that he could not present himself. He could not explain exactly what he's going to do. So if your candidate, if your candidate said, I will remove fuel subsidy, I will float Naira, then what's the problem? Is that now if you really believe in that your candidate, you see someone doing what your candidate is doing, but you are still moving against that. Does it make sense?
Ola, as much as I don't really, people who don't like Trump, do you know what I like that guy for? What? Everything he campaigned about, he's carrying them out, good or bad. He said he will chase people out of US. He's doing it. The last time he said I will build the wall, he started the wall. That is a man of his word. That's what I like him for. That is what I like Trump for. Everything he said he's going to do before the election, he campaigned about it, he's doing it. That is what we can call man of his word. It's not that somebody that will just cajole you, and when he gets the power, he will do something else. That's why I just like Trump for. Even though all these immigration chasing people out of US, people don't really like it. But he said this before he came in, and he's doing what he said he's going to do. That's the man of his word.
Honestly,
Ola?
Yeah?
Ola, do you mind? Let me just say these. Let me just straighten out 3 things, and before I could go, because actually I'm actually exiting talking on the internet. Actually I have a lot on my mind. So it's even a good time. So I wanted to straighten out the owl. I was hearing owl, so I wanted to say my mind there. I wanted to particularly say that even this song, Tererente Obi, it was Awolowo's song originally. It was Awolowo's song when we were in primary school. All right, with the singer for streets, they run after football. We don't win or something, or inter sport. Like the chorus is the Tererente Obi is the chorus. Then there will be, so like that. So that's what I want to say. That I also I want to also recognize Oga of the Universe comment there. Oga of the Universe said that actually that indeed Awolowo was given the title Ashiwaju. So he wasn't just putting it to his name, but he was given the title Ashiwaju. So you could say perhaps Awolowo was the first Ashiwaju of Yoruba, or whatever. I don't know whether it's Yoruba or whatever it is, but he actually had the title Ashiwaju, but he just didn't put it. Just don't find it in his name. And that's not the other one. Falae, Olu Falae, Chief Olu Falae. I didn't. Oh, there was a time I was saying something about Olu Falae. I said Olu Falae was there. So Olu Falae was. I'm not sure that Olu Falae worked at the World Bank, but I know Olu Falae was part of this SAP program. So that's what I was. I think maybe he was working in government. He was, let me say, an advocate. So my own argument always was this World Bank group in Nigeria. It's the same World Bank group now that wrote a report saying capped price. Baba Janli Koko was here, capped price. Till today, they haven't told us their capped price. So that is where we are wasting our money. I don't know how much money we are giving today. So the report came up, we're giving IMF $6 million every year. How much are we giving to World Bank? Who knows? But the same people say Nigeria have poor people. Okay, why don't you let us be giving that $6 million to our poor people? But anyway, it's up to them. That is their own problem. That's not really. It's up to the government's problem. So that's what I want to say. And the only other thing I heard before, because actually just for knowledge, I heard one man that was saying that I don't think this lady said Akpabio something with organ harvesting. I think it's an hearsay. I think somebody said she said in a private conversation. So I don't even know now that without extreme situation that they are now charging people for private conversation. So if I call her on the phone now, so they will charge me. I don't know. That is a very strange application of the law to be charged. That's not even about this lady. That's about Nigerians. So if I call my cousin now, I should be afraid that I could be sued for my private conversation.
Who is monitoring that?
Anyway, that one is their problem.
Who is monitoring that? Who is doing that?
That is the third charge. That charge is a potential threat to every Nigerian. That third charge against that lady, Natasha, that she had a conversation with somebody on the phone, but I never heard her. She never herself said Akpabio was doing some associating Akpabio with organ harvesting. But I stand to be corrected. I never heard it. I don't know whether she said it in a public forum. But even the video I was playing, like everybody is reporting like she is the one that said it. But if somebody said she said it, she told her. That is different from she said it. So that's they should not create dangerous precedents. They are creating too many dangerous precedents for Nigeria because of one person. Yeah. That is very dangerous.
That's dangerous,
not to be able to talk privately. But that's their problem. Me, everything is too much burden for me anyway. And actually, I'm exiting talking on the internet. I want to concentrate on myself and concentrate. Me too. I got problem of my life. I will. So very great pleasure to have met everybody. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Madam Zeta. Bye.
Thanks for coming. All right.
Ola, can you hear me?
Yes, Ola? I can hear you, Uncle Remy.
Oh my God, my system! I don't know what's wrong. I have to shut down and restart it again. So
you have to talk to Ekene so that you buy something for sacrifice. Your auntie Obi.
Because
your auntie Obi now, so the obedient they don't do something to your system. So you need to give them
no, I don't. To me, I don't really care too much like that. I just think that Obi used his opportunist way to garner a lot of vote like that. And I think it does not build on his successes. That is my own thing against him. Politics is a dirty game. Most of what he's talking about, some of them can be true, some of them can be lies. And if you have never been a president and they show you the book, you will know nothing. You will think from outside, you will think you can handle everything. But for him not building on his successes, and now as we are speaking today, you don't even know which party you are going to contest on. If you truly want to be the president of that country, that is how people will judge you. The right-thinking person will judge you.
That the Labour Party. Labour Party.
If it's in Labour Party, everybody knows the truth that the Labour Party have been fashionized to like 3 or 4. The same thing with PDP. What I'm trying to say is that immediately he lost that election, and there's still a lot of people that were supporting him from his base or BDM movement, wherever, anybody that is supporting over Nigeria. He should have built on that successes. If I were him, I would have floated my own party immediately and build on that successes. But now it's like you are the mercy of so many people. And to be frank with
Remy, Obi is an opportunist.
I know.
He doesn't start anything. He likes everything. Where they don't cook the soup, finish.
I understand it. The game he was playing. The game he played in that 2023 is an opportunity and it worked for him. And you can see, they say APC present Muslim. Then he go around telling the churches, take back your country. And they fell for it and they voted for him. And he used his tribesmen also. This is the first, I think, apart from probably from the southeast, there should also be a kind of sentiment from the southeast that we have a very good shot to get the presidency this time around. A lot of people also voted for him. In the southwest, some people think that they have a right to vote for whoever they want. They don't care. It is after the election. This man himself does not manage that success very well. I'm telling you the truth. This cho he has been doing all around also is also a kind of against him in both short and long run. All this cho you have been talking about, when it comes to campaign election, they will use it against you. So many lies. And he himself does not have a good quoting figures and data that he does not really get firm grip of. He does not know. When you quote, people will fact check you. The other day, you guys were discussing here, and I was saying, he has a house in London, Croydon Road, and something like that. And a lot of people said, no, he does not have. And before you know it, the video surfaced. And Obi himself was speaking both in English and his local language to his friend, telling him how much he bought the apartment in Croydon in UK, for even telling him maybe £1 million or something like that. So sometimes, and he himself came out that he does not have any property in anywhere in the world.
But Remy, he lived in London for almost decades, over a decade. So
Remy, now you they confuse yourself. Obi never told you that if you watch him and followed him, he never told you he never had any house in London. He told you he never had any house in Abuja and Lagos. And the only place he has or own a property is in Onitsha. In Lagos, he lived in a rented house. In Abuja, he stayed in a hotel. So what is confusing there? If you don't understand some things, you just keep quiet. Every one of us, that I used to say it here, and you know that I used to say it here, that he even had a house. He bought a house even before he became a governor of Anambra. He already owned a house. So he lived in London for a long time before he came down to even become a governor. And staying there, he has already bought a house in 1993. The record is there. And he said this himself. So what is confusing there? If you don't know, if you're not following him, say you are not following him.
No, I'm not. To be frank with you, Ekene, please, to be frank with you, me talking about Obi now is just a digression. It's not what we are talking about here. So I don't really want to mention. I'm just trying to say that it does not build on his successes. I don't really care about him. If he had won the election,
then go straight for other things you want to say now, because when I came here, it's only Obi. There's the things that are happening in the government of APC.
What I want to talk here is this. What I want to say here is this. I want to talk about that guy that went to that coastal road and telling Nigerians that they did not construct 30 kilometers of road.
Shegun the law or something, yeah.
I forgot his name. I don't even know his name. That is the
guy. He has the YouTube channel.
Because these guys were just talking Fatah and the rest. I was listening to them for a long time when my mic was not working. Actually, before the commissioner of that project, Umayyas went to Arise TV and he had break it down that say 20 kilometers from VI and another 10 kilometers from the other section, because they have to leave the middle because they want to construct an overhead bridge. That is one. And then second, under the water, they are also going to construct another tunnel. That tunnel will lead directly to connect Lagos Badagry Expressway, probably bus out from to Lagos Ibadan. I don't know how they're going to do it. That's what he said. But that guy went there and they continued filming and said, "This is not 30 kilometers."
No, Remy, don't get it wrong. He is quoting Renault. He's trying to shame Renault. So he's not really talking about the government. It's time Renault said he went to 30 kilometers.
That was halfway. That was halfway, Thomas. Initially, he went there and then it started.
Remy, sometimes Renault. What brought that argument is that Renault said he drove with Woswenka for that 30 kilometers.
Can you let me say something?
So it is not that you people are trying to. It's not that you people are trying to say that 20 kilometers here, 10 kilometers here. So Reno would have in the first place, in the first instance, for this not to rise, Reno would have said that I drove for Usoyinka for just 20 kilometers. Then we are not able to meet up with your 10 kilometers. Then that record will be straight. So try to help Reno now to arrange the mistake he has made is what I don't understand.
No, that was not the initial video that guy presented. The guy presented 2 videos. The first video, he went there possibly to make the federal government look bad.
That's the first thing. Yeah,
that's the first video. He went there to make the federal government look bad that this is not 30 kilometers of road. He was checking, he was doing all sorts of things. It is after that video that Remo Mokri now went there and tell them that they have constructed 30 kilometers. Then he now went there the second time and started accusing Mokri that he is lying. And that is when.
But do you know that today we have not seen that 10 kilometers? It was just an assuming.
Because I asked
then
you the other day.
Another thing is this.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. We can't talk on each other.
Yes.
Please.
The other day.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Ikene, if you are trying to talk, Remy is not giving you a chance. That means it's not giving you a chance. So let's speak one by one so we can hear what we are saying.
Okay.
So Remy, hold on. Let Ikene learn what he wants to say. Then you carry on. Ikene, you want to say something? Go on.
Okay. Reno was the person that shot himself on the leg. So that 10 kilometers, we have not seen it up to today. It's just an assuming. So if you check, even the 19 point,
it's there. They can't lie about that.
Okay, whether it's there or not, but particularly no video has shown it. But even that 19.5 kilometers that Reno went there last to say this is the 19.5 kilometers, it's not even completed to be commissioned.
No, you don't understand it, Ekene, and I explained it to you the other day. I also gave you the people you can check through YouTube. I named 2 people. I said, I am Bolao. Type it on your computer, on your telephone now, in the Slack section. These guys, and then another person called Just Ozit. Just J-U-S-T, and then space O-Z-E-D. Type both of them. These 2 guys, they cover all those construction very well. As we are talking today, they have even reached kilometer 100. Kilometer 100. I repeat, kilometer 100 from VI. What they are telling you is very simple. They are telling you that from VI section to Okobo or something is about 20 kilometers. Both sides, concrete, already completed. Then after that 20 kilometers, they leave the area because they said the sand have to settle because they want to construct overhead bridge across because by the left
because
side,
the sand needs to be more solid. The floor needs to be more solid. Yeah,
is the Dangote refinery. So they want to construct an overhead bridge, and in between, they say in the sea, they are going to construct another tunnel in that place. That's what they have been working. That's why they left that place. Now, when you now go to the other side, they now say that from the other side to that area, they have completed another 10 kilometers. So they now put them together. Say 10 plus 20, that's a 30. They are not telling you that you constructed 30 kilometers at a stretch that go away like that. So that is where a lot of people don't understand it. And they don't.
But Remy, at the day of the is it flag off or launching or commission?
Commissioning of the first. They said they call it the first phase.
The white guy, maybe it's the head of the engineer. He stated it.
Yes,
it's in 2 parts. 20 kilometers from this side. 10 kilometers from this, it was reiterated that day.
That's exactly.
Yeah, it was reiterated. Yeah. I don't know why Nigerians get confused. Maybe they don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you know what, Thomas? That just Ozzy, I just watched his another video yesterday. That guy showed us another concrete road, one side now, up to kilometer 52. up to 50 kilometers.
Just on one side, not on both sides.
No, on one side, not on both sides. It showed us that they have completed that act and they are still working on it.
But Remy, hold on. Why are we arguing about this?
I don't know why.
Let me learn. They said they are going to construct the road. They flag it up. The road is being constructed. Is ongoing constructed. So why? I don't know why people, even if they do 5 kilometers, even if they do 1 kilometer, so far they started. They flag it up. They've started. They continue.
Thomas, let me ask you something. Thomas, let me ask you something. Is it not wise they wait and do maybe complete it and commission it instead of doing it half? Because that is where the confusion is. It is true that they have to. It is true they are doing the work. I don't know how many kilometers they have done, but is it not wise that you do an excellent job, do even both the flyover you said you want to do, so that when the eye see the thing will look very excellent.
You know what?
Not just half, and you are so that it will look nice.
I asked you a question the other day. You live in Lagos, and I asked you a very good, important question. I said, have you been there to see it with your eye? You said no. And you continue to criticize it. As you are
they said it is AI photo they show us.
Yes, even yesterday they have started planting trees.
I am not saying that. Remy, what I'm saying is this is very simple. That 750 kilometers, you go and they commission 30 kilometers. It's just a little. It's not reach anything. If it is maybe half of it, maybe 350 kilometers. Yes, you would have said yes, they have done a good job.
Let me ask you another question.
So I don't know. I don't need to be there to criticize it. It's just my own understanding.
The work they are doing is not an easy job, and I want to ask you some simple question. This is a concrete road using cement and iron and steel. What do you call it? Steel. The depth of the road is up to about 9 meters. That's a lot of work. I will use this example to make you understand. If you want to build a foundation in your house, or you want to do the decking, do you know the amount of rod and the amount of cement and sharp sand ahead that you are going to put? So the depth of the road is about 9 meters. That's a lot of work. And apart from that, they are claiming a lot of land from the ocean. This is not simple engineering work. You guys are just saying like it's just a normal road.
I am not even arguing. I am not arguing whether the work is hard or whatever. What my argument is this.
Hold on. Please, Remy, hold on. What Zegene is saying now, which I think it makes sense as well. So, commissioning 30 kilometers, to me, it's just like a show off. Because why can't they do it to the halfway? It doesn't make commissioning 30 kilometers is nonsense to me.
Thomas,
why are they commissioning 30 kilometers?
At least Thomas, my point is they still have 2 years. Maybe before that 2 years, they would have gotten something very amount to commission that will look very nice.
Thomas, I will respond to you this way. Politics is local, and you have to boast of your achievement. Because it is this platform or some people in Nigeria, if you ask them question, what has this president have done? They will tell you he has achieved zero. He has not done nothing. So, and we know that this is politics. And at the same time, this is just this is part of Nigeria, just the first section to motivate the people that are doing this job. And mind you, the way the contract says, 75% of the money is being brought by high-tech. The counterpart funding from Nigeria is just 25%.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So why can't you show your achievement? Because a lot of people are saying, if you don't do it like that, they'll say, no, it's AI technology. They did not consult any role.
Permit me to answer Ekene because I explained this thing yesterday. Now, Ekene is the way it is. In project management, there's what they call end value. You know, end value, it depends on how you understand it, because when you are doing projects, you want to earn value along the line. Now, if this is a 700 kilometers road, you construct 30 kilometers, and that 30 kilometers is within a place where you can use it. Now, if the entire project is going to take you 7 years to complete. You don't want to wait for 7 years to start using that road. That part of 30 kilometers you've constructed there, you start using it. Just look at Lekito Gate, for example.
But they have closed it down now. Are they using it now? Have they not closed it down after the commission?
I'm coming. So, you know, the word commissioning and opening to the public, they are totally different. Commissioning is just, you are marking what they call a milestone. You understand? You set a target that, okay, when I get to this place, you commission. Commissioning is just like, as Remy is trying to say, you are reassuring people, we are committed to this project. Okay, this is where we got to. You commission. Commissioning will carry a lot of responsibility by approving the contract to that stage so that you pay your contractor. Then you can now call the other government agency to mark the road, to put the road sign, to do everything so that you can open the road for people to use. So there's commissioning, there's opening for public use. Now, as they've commissioned that now, the next thing will now be to say, okay, let us finish this thing up and open to the public. So you don't have to wait for 10 years for the road to be completed.
But Ola, what me and Ekene is to me is
Tom, I can't hear you. Maybe it's in my headphone.
700. I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Go out and come back.
Okay. So
Ola, see what I'm saying. Ola, let me tell you this. No matter, I know you are trying to make it look good. Nobody's saying that they are not doing anything. But for me, commissioning 30 kilometers out of 750 is very low to commission. And the road, even the what you said now, the road is not up to the public use. They have just closed it back to continue the work.
About 30 kilometers. I just told you the ambition.
What Tinubu did.
Remy, whatever kilometer you are giving me here, I will not accept it. What I'm accepting.
Go and check it. I also give you information. My God, my friend, I gave you.
Not taking it from you. What I'm taking is what I'm taking is.
Remy, hold on. Let me hold on. Let me just finish.
Yeah, you can hear me.
It's just like you are building. You understand? When you are doing your building, probably you want to.
Ola. I was asking I was putting something to you guys. I said what me and Ekene is saying and trying to reiterate is 30 kilometers out of 700 kilometers. It doesn't make any sense to me.
750, not even 750.
No, Madam AI, let me just finish my distance. See, Thomas, that's what I'm explaining to you. You are building a house, right? You want to build maybe a duplex, then at the back you want to build boys.
Ola, I will let you learn. Can you say this 30 kilometers is just for political aggrandizing?
No,
can you say that?
After Ola, I will come.
It's practiced. It's practiced in UK. It's practiced that way in Canada. I tried to cite that example here yesterday. Now we had a road here in Canada. You understand? I even made that of UK yesterday. It's just about 167 kilometers, and it took UK almost 20 years to finish that road. As they were doing those roads in stages, they commissioned, open to the public. Now they move to the next stage. Do you know why they do that? Because sometimes a public project, you don't have the money at a stretch to complete. You complete in phase.
Have you?
Now, the situation in Nigeria now is a PPP, and people borrow money, but private people bring money to do things. They must realize value. Now, if you control 30 kilometers, you commission, and maybe before the end of the year, you open it to use and you tow. Already, the people that are doing that road, they are realizing their value. Now, as they are realizing the value, it gives them motivation to even continue and to speed up. Now, this type of project you see going on in Nigeria now, people may think maybe I'm praising the government. I'm not praising. It's one of the fastest you can see in anywhere so far that I'm aware of that I tried to research that we will be doing all those, because we have a situation whereby even that particular about 100 kilometers they've done so far from different angles, it took some people, some cities, some province, like more than 6 years to even complete something of that magnitude. But nobody will be doing.
That is not the reason why it is being commissioned. Can I explain?
That's what I want to know. That's
I'm just giving my opinion of what I understand about it. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, what I'm saying and Ekene is saying is 30 kilometers out of 700 and something. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay,
hold on, Remy, hold on. Let me land, please, and let's arrange it. I don't want us to talk on each other. Let me finish. Madam Mayor will call me, then we'll come to you, Remy. Madam Sita, what I'm saying is 30 kilometers to me. I don't know why they commission it. I think you are about to tell me that, which I will be very keen to hear that. But I think this is just like a political. I don't want to use propaganda for political advertising or advert. I don't know. I don't even know what the English I will use. So, Madam Mayor, please respond.
Okay. First of all, I will say some few things before I go into project and project management.
Yeah, go on.
First of all, a land is not something to do propaganda on, let alone an infrastructure. Okay? If you look at leadership in the world today, there is one thing they find it difficult to do. That is infrastructure. You know why?
Why?
You know they hide. If
You are right.
say you want to build 10-story building, if you start the 10-story building, you don't need to advertise it.
You don't. It advertises itself. Yes.
It advertises itself. Now,
yes.
I want to clarify something. The people who were building that road, they did not advertise it to anybody. It was an ongoing project. You don't need to advertise it. It advertises itself. The road is the road.
The road is there. Then you can't. Nobody can deny that. Yes.
It doesn't matter. Let me finish. So they said, from what I gathered, that they went to flag off the second phase. And then in the flagging of the second phase, they decided to commission that one. Now, leaving that aside, whether they commission it, they don't commission it, the road is there. So Nigerians, if they bring it out in 2027 or next year and start campaigning on it that the man is one of his projects, you don't need to say it is a lie or it is not a lie. You will see the road. So when they say Calabar so road, we have done 30 kilometers. All you need to do is to go there. You will see the road. You fit take measure. So that question of trying to do politics, I don't really think that flies. But let me say this. You can go and verify later. When it comes to project management, the money, number one, is not being disbursed at the same time. You cannot award a project for 10 billion and then you hand over 10 billion and say, go and do the project. No, nobody does project like that.
It doesn't work like that. No.
That's number one. Number two, projects are done in phases. And the money is being released in that phases. So nobody does a project unless it's a little project like you build from Mammoth's work to Rumukuta. That's a small project. It's not money consuming. It's not time consuming. You can finish it before you commission it. Now, for all of us that have been in project management over the years, see the way they do project. We are going to build Lagos Calabar Expressway.
Yes.
Is going to, they start the visibility study. That's a different money. They do what they call conception. That's a different money. Then they will do what they call front-end engineering. That's a different money. Then they will go what they call detailed design. They're getting closer. That's a different money. They will now do what they call fabrication and construction. That's when they are, everything is together. They are ready to move to the field. They launch the project. This period, when they were doing it, I'm sure that Nigerians didn't know that all this has to go on. Then when they finish it, look, the federal government is not different from any other thing. Yes, sometimes there's still money. We agree on that. But this process must pass through
So
this process.
you must pass through all this process.
Yeah, otherwise you are not actually handling a project in the first place. So when they finish, they now go into execution. Then in that execution, they are going to, in the process of conception, feasibility study, completion, detailed design, front-end engineering, they are going to cut it into phases. Because it's when you do phase one, from the result of the phase one, you launch into phase two. Actually, they do it like that because it's a learning process. That way, the mistakes of phase one, the little extra expenses of phase one, the mismanagement of phase one, you do not carry it on to phase two. Nobody runs a project via, I don't know where Nigerians got that one line from, but we learn every day. So when you finish phase one, you sit down, look at what you have done, how much it cost you, the mistakes you made, why it's not supposed to cost that much, or why you are not supposed to need that much level. Then you launch phase two. They usually do commission phase one. For oil companies, of course, they do commission phase one. I have to learn this thing a better way because I used to ask this question when I was in the oil firm. Well, I'm still in the oil firm anyway. In Nigeria, they will say they are doing Otumara. Otumara is still ongoing for 5 years. And you are like, what? You're still in that department? He said, yes. Are they still doing Otumara? He said, yes.
What is Otumara?
It's like Otumara is a name of a town. Maybe they're building a wellhead or doing some kind of project there. And then for us that are young, fresh intakes, it was a surprising until I have to ask a question. And they tell me, no, that's not how oppression did it. That after, even when the project is finished, they finish the project, they will do what they now call operations. That should be the final stage of that is now when they finish that road, they will do what they call operation. Operation means people will be running on that road for 1, 2, 3 years. So it's not a project you close down. That is the final stage. They now find out how durable, what are the lapses, what did they get wrong, blah, blah, blah. It depending on how you want to run the operation for 2 years, for 3 years, or for 4 years. So in essence, if you go over to the Western culture, then they will have what they call maintainability.
Yes, that is Western, maintainability.
After the operations, they started the operation, then they will have when they run the operation and the operation is smooth, maybe little or one thing to take care of, and it's running perfectly well, then they start what they call maintainability. So for people to come here and be screaming, why would you build 3 kilometers? Even if it's 1 million kilometers, the question we would have asked them is, how many phases? When is it supposed to be concluded? What stages are you in? How are you taking the stages? How many stages in a year? So it is, Nigerians need to, I don't even know who pushes all this narrative. And people will just go braska, speaking with authority, with them. Well, I was like them before. But the difference is that I never spoke ignorantly with so much guts and impetus.
So
Yes,
Madam
I
Sita,
didn't like it, but I have to
Madam
ask a
Sita,
question. Why a
Madam
project
Sita,
should run for 4 years? A project that I was in when it started, and
Madam
now
Sita,
the project
Madam
is
Sita,
still there.
if
let me
going
ask
by
this
what you
question.
say, if going by what you say,
Hold on, please. Madam Sita, so with what they are doing now, it corresponds with your narrative now. They are in a good direction. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. I wouldn't use the word that good in good this thing.
Can I come in here now?
Hold on, let me finish now.
Let him land, Remy. Let's do it one by one. Let him land. Yeah.
I
Go on.
wouldn't
Yeah.
say that in a good position, because you will never say a project is good until it's finished and it's operated. What I will say is that there is nothing wrong in what they did. Nigerians should be more concerned at the quality of the road. I think that should be their concern.
Yeah, you are right.
Not whether they are commissioning one phase in 2 days, and they will build another phase in 1 day, and then commission it again, and they build another one and commission. They should be more concerned at the quality of road, because
And
that
even
is the one that affects them.
Yeah.
But they're leaving
okay, Madam Sita, what you are saying is that if you check 30 kilometer, they commissioned in 2 years. So do you know how many years it will take to accomplish that project?
Listen, you should ask them how many years. That is one. But two, let me tell you, if the first phase is 30 kilometers, they have a reason why the first phase is 30 kilometers. It might be
the first phase is not 30 kilometers. So that after you, I will come. Go ahead. After you, I will
so they have a reason why the first phase is 30 kilometers. So from there, they will learn what they want to continue with. Maybe the next phase might be 1,000 kilometers. Who knows? But the important thing why Nigerians are reacting is that a finished particular level of road is being commissioned. How dare them? And that's where I came in. And I said, you shouldn't say that. They have every right to commission it.
The reason why is that
listen, if it is finished, good to ply on, there is absolutely nothing wrong in them commissioning it. Unless you are saying that they did not finish that 30 kilometers, it is not functional. How dare them commission it? Then you are
it's still even a point, because the 30 kilometer is not even functional. The 30 kilometer is not even in use today. So why commissioning it?
You see, when I enter into conversation with you guys, I usually do have a problem. The problem I have is being on about everywhere. This is not the argument. The argument is how dare them commission 30 kilometers.
Because the reason why you ask it is even still the same thing you are saying, that even that 30 kilometer today is not even functional, because the record today said that they have closed it back and it's not good to use. Maybe it's not up to what to be used. So they have closed it back. The 30 kilometer today, because even before you commission a phase of a project, I think you can be able to use that 30 kilometer.
No.
But with what they commissioned today, it's not even in use. It's just like, let me give you an example, Madam Sita. When Buhari commissioned second Niger Bridge, If you know Second Niger Bridge today, Second Niger Bridge is 95% completed, or even 90%, because the major road that was supposed to lead to it is not even they have not even touched it. But because the man has done a job and know that the one he has done can be used, that is why he commissioned it before he left office. But the road that link it have not been fixed. But that doesn't stop people from using Second Niger Bridge, because you can still divert it from the first one. So that's why he commissioned it. The toll is not there yet. So let me say the project is 90% complete. So he commissioned that one because he knows that you can use that one that he has done. So if another government come, what another government has to do is to go and link it with the major road that has to go with it. But no government has even looked at it. This government has not looked at it. But that doesn't stop the people from using the Second Niger Bridge.
Okay,
then you will say that
now?
the project is useful.
Okay.
Can I
Let
come
me
in
say
now?
this. Ekene, Remy, calm down. I
Madam
don't say your body the
finish
hot.
in 1 minute.
I've
So
been
Remy
waiting
wants
for
to
a
come
long
in.
time.
Remy, calm down. I know your body is hot. Let me.
No, my body is not hot, but I've been waiting for a long time. So.
Okay, sorry. Ekene, another point of correction. In projects and project management, that you commissioned a phase doesn't mean it should be used.
It should be used. No, you are right, Madam Speaker. That's what I want to say.
Let me explain to you. I will say what I said again. If it is, the concern should be, was it finished? That road, 30 kilometers people are talking about, is it a road that is finished? Like they didn't have potholes, that is smoothly concluded. If it is smoothly concluded, they have every reason to commission it. That is my point. It doesn't necessarily mean...
The 19.5 is not smoothly completed. Go and check it. Go and check the video. Even the one Reno Mokri posted, I posted it to one man. It's not even completed. They just crash it and pour stones on top of it, and they counted it as one of the 20 kilometers. I send one man the video.
I should come in now. I should come in now, please. I beg.
Madam Sister, let's Remy come in.
Okay. First and foremost, the road construction was.
Remy, give me 1 second.
Even that 19.5, it's not even a smooth project. It's not even completed. They have not even put no motor can fly on it.
We've read that. I could remember when they commissioned Second Niger Bridge, they don't start using it immediately. Ekene, I'm right or not?
No, it's not up to maybe, let me say, it's not up to 2 months they started using it.
Yeah, but they commissioned it, but it doesn't mean if they commission a project, they should start using it. So I remember Niger Bridge very well, Second Niger Bridge. They commissioned it, but it wasn't open to the public. I remember that. Remy, you have the floor.
What happened to Second Niger Bridge is that they commission it when they know they can do it. Then they make sure that before that December, because they know that the road, the way you see it, is almost complete. So just put in some things, maybe the hangars and other things, so that before that December, people will be able to use it. But what they say, and with that December, people use it. That's the point. They told you that this road will be ready for use, especially for festive period. And that festive period, people use the road. That's the point.
That's right. Yeah. Remy, you have the floor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The road were in sections, and those sections were given to their engineers. Some started at the tail end, some started in the middle, some started in the beginning from Victoria Island. As we talk today, you guys can go to YouTube, you can see what they have done. They have even done it to kilometer 100. I'm not talking about putting the concrete, the mixture of the concrete on top of the heads. They have the sand they have leveled, because they have to claim a lot of land from the ocean. The reason why they were slow in the beginning, they are even fast. The reason they were slow in the Lagos sense that they have to compensate a lot of people that have a building or structure along the side. But once they now get to those state, it's a pure swampy area, and with the ocean you can see by the side. So they followed these two guys. In fact, that I am Bola on, that one took a bike from that kilometer 30 and reach Ondo State shoreline. And they have even reached Ondo State. What they have done there is that they have cleared it. They have started leveling the sand on top of the road. They have not yet concreted it. But as of today, they have finished that kilometer 20, both sides, concrete. And they have, in fact, yesterday, they have started planting trees in the middle of the road. You can also check that one. They have started planting trees. So what they have done a wonderful job. The thickness of the road is as high as 9 meters. So now they have reached kilometer 52. Just Ozid was there 2 or 3 days ago to show us the level of the work done. Not only that, they have also started from Calabar end. Bolaon and
so they started from Calabar end as well.
Yes, they have started. Bolaon and Just Ozil went to Calabar because of this. And they show us they have cleared the land, they have put the sand, they have leveled the sand on top of it, but they have not started putting the concrete on top of it. Like
the major concrete, yeah.
They have not started that one. But they have constructed up to 5 to 10 kilometers, leveling the land in the Calabar section now. And I learned that soon, maybe in the next 2 months, they will start also in Edo. So they are doing them in sections and in phases.
And I think where they are doing it in section, so that everybody can finish together, then they will just link it up.
Yeah, exactly. You know what most people don't know? The first phase is kilometer 47, 0 to 47 kilometers. Now, the reason why they stop at 30 kilometers is because of that overhead bridge they want to construct.
Overhead bridge,
They also want to let the sand in that area. They said they are going to make it settled because you are claiming land from the ocean. And the minister said that first phase, which is 47 kilometers, they will finish everything before December. So let's hold this word. And I think they have done a wonderful job. I think we Nigerians.
Let me start an example for you. I came in this country 10 years ago, just a decade now. There's a road in Melbourne. You know Melbourne very well. You heard of Melbourne very well. There's a road in Melbourne. Since I entered Australia, they have been building that road till now. Till now. 10 good years. It's not about the time, but the construction is going. Sometimes they will rest. They will say it's rain. The bridge they wanted to construct, they can't construct it in rain season. They will leave it. But it's still Remy. I still drove past that road. They call it Brooklyn. You can Google it.
So in conclusion, what I want to say is this. If you don't know nothing about it, we are all learned here. We can Google, we can search for information. Nowadays, we live in information age. You can see the video, audio. You can see everything with your kuru eyes. You can criticize them, fine. But when you are criticizing, please criticize subjectively. Criticize with fact and figure. Criticize with something that people can hold. What I've been telling you, you yourself can know it by yourself. Don't just come because the construction road is not open to the public. When they said the commission road, it does not totally mean that they have finished everything.
And it doesn't mean that's what I was setting the example of Second Niger Bridge. When they commissioned it, they didn't start using it immediately.
What do you call it? The solar panel lights. They are still putting, they are planting trees. They are still going to marking the road. So sometimes we are all Nigerians. No matter what you say here, by the time they finish everything, you and I will ply on the road. You use the road. It's not
in the name of Jesus, I will use the road. I've never been to Calabar.
It's good for Nigeria. So why are we just because we don't like the president?
Let me say this, Remy. Nobody is fighting.
I'm not fighting you. I'm just trying to tell you.
The issue is this. Let me tell you the reason why I think they did what they did. It is 2 years in office, and if you want to believe it, believe it. If you don't want, it is 2 years in office. So during that 2 years in office, there were debate what are Tinubu's achievements. So for me, they did that to add it to one of his achievements, 30 kilometers Calabar Coastal Highway, which I don't think.
Is it not good? Is it not good?
Which, if you tell me that that is the reason, maybe it would have looked more.
I've already told you. I said politics
more understandable than to come and be explaining all these big things you are explaining to me. So if you are saying that in Tinubu 2 years in office, he wants to add that to one of his achievements so that people will see that he's working, then I will say, okay, it's understandable. But for me, I would have preferred maybe he leave it during the time of campaign. Well, let me finish now to my own view, because he still have like 2 years. He would have leave it maybe during his time of campaigning, maybe in 2026 ending or before 2027. At least that time he would have got a very good sustainable job done there that will not attract all these arguments here and there. Because even what you are saying, there is still an argument. But because he wants to add it to one of his achievements in 2 years, that's why he did what he did. And Nigeria has the right to ask questions. So if they're not convenient with what he did, and that is what we are doing today. So that is my point of view in all these things. So he wants to add it to one of his 2 years achievement, which is okay.
Ekene, what you just said now, if it is that their aim and ambition, there's nothing bad in that. It's good to show people your.
There is nothing. I'm not saying there's anything bad in that. There is nothing bad in that. It's good to show people that you are working. It's good to show people that you are working. But and the problem I had with Amos, people that are supposed to put things in order, people like Reno, they're supposed to put things in order. They were the people causing this confusion just because of their side focus and all that. No, there is no need of telling Nigerians that you drove 30 kilometers stress.
Ekene, Reno made a mistake. It's not that he was propaganding. He made a mistake. So, but he is supposed to admit that mistake and apologize and correct himself.
That is the point. And that was what attracted that argument. If you check, this argument was not there when they commissioned that road. It was when Reno said, I drove straight to 30 kilometers. Then that guy has to went there and check it. And it was not like that. Reno, people like Reno, they should know that people like Reno are spoilers. And when you do such a mistake, what is there to say, okay, I'm sorry, I never knew it's this, so like, just move on.
Yeah, he made the mistake. He made a mistake. And the right thing is to admit your mistake and just move on.
He did not make any mistake, Thomas.
He made a mistake. No.
What is the mistake? What do you mean?
The mistake he made, he said he drove 30 kilometers straight in a stretch.
Can you upload that video here so that everybody can see?
No, I don't even have it. But Remy, this is what happened.
So because you know why I said that? Because
I think he saw 30 kilometers per hour. So he thought
no.
That's the video Shegun, the guy, showed us.
It is the guy that did that mistake, not Reno. You know what? Reno went there with Arise journalists and the rest of the journalists. Reno never told you that he drove on that 30 kilometer stretch of road. He never said that. You check out on his video on YouTube, you will see it by yourself. It is
Remy, hold on. Listen to me. Let's listen to ourselves so we can understand each other. There was a tweet he tweeted on Twitter that he took photo with Professor Soyinka at 30 kilometers. So that is what that guy is claiming, that Reno was wrong in that post. You understand what I mean? So that post was wrong. So Reno is supposed to admit his mistake and just move on. If you understand what I'm saying.
Thomas, I understand. If you can bring that tweet, if you can bring the tweet, and then you can splash it here. Maybe I will
I saw,
understand.
yeah,
Remy, that tweet is everywhere. That tweet is everywhere. If
tweet
you check
is
Reno
everywhere.
handle,
Tweet, yeah, I
if you
don't know
check
why
Reno
you
handle,
haven't seen
if you
it.
follow Reno handle, go and check it. So there is no agreement. Reno was the guy that put all this confusion.
To me,
After all, nobody argued this this commissioning in the first place. Nobody argued it. It was Reno's tweet that put out all these things.
Thomas, these things we're supposed not to be arguing about it. The reason why a lot of people are arguing about it is that some people said that this guy never did anything, the president, and some people believe that the road is just a Sakaman J. It's not true. It's AI generated. But what I'm trying to say is that I discovered that most Nigerians nowadays, they don't want to seek for knowledge. They don't want to do the work to find information by themselves. They only listen from hearsay, or when somebody put out something there, everybody just band it around. They continue to throw it around. Like I follow these two guys. I even know more about the road than Reno Mockery. I know more because I follow these two guys, and these two guys have been doing a wonderful job. It's not only about the coastal road they are doing. They also went ahead and talked about the blue line, the red line, the major construction. If I tell you today that Lagos State is building magnificent hospital in most of the local government in Lagos, would you believe it?
I don't know that.
Where Ojo one they might go visit them? You are the one for Ojo.
If you not there for Ojo, does that mean that they are not building hospital?
He said all the local government in Lagos State. At least Ojo is not one. Ojo is not a small local government. If you want to count the local government, Ojo is one of the biggest local government in Lagos State. So where is it? Okay, another one close to me. Where is the one in
I don't need to tell you. Drive around all your
tell me the location now. Let me go. Now you said that. How can you be sitting in one place and be saying what you know, what you don't know? And then that need, if you know it more than me, it is not bad that you know it more than me. If you know it more than me, just tell me location. Make I go visit them. It will not take me anything.
Let me ask you this question: do you know Ojo local government?
Which one is? I live in Ojo local government. What do you want? What?
You know Ojo local government. Thank you. Please go to your local government. Go and ask them where they are building the hospital, and come back.
I know where Ojo Health Center is. Ojo Health Center. I know where it is. I know where Ojo office is. I know all these places. I know their major. I know their major government hospital here in Ojo. So you said they are building a magnificent one. Even Ojo is not too big for me to locate those things. I can go through it in just few hours. So I've never passed anywhere in Ojo and I see a magnificent general hospital being built.
I said they are building major hospitals.
Even Ali Mosho. I know. So I know a few local government and where I can locate them. So if you mention one, I can go and check.
Come back, you do not find it. Have you looked for it?
Remy, I remember yesterday, Baba was saying they built like 500,000 units, 500 units in somewhere in Lagos, and Rashidama was arguing, there's no land that place. How can they build that kind of 500 units there? And later on, we saw the video. It was built. So if you don't know, you don't know. You can't know everything. Nobody's an island.
No, Thomas, there is one thing. There is a different thing here. Ojo is not too big for me. All these places. If I say I don't know, if I say I don't know any place, if I say I don't know Ojo local government, then I don't live. Then it means I don't live in Ojo now.
What I'm saying, Remy, hold on. Remy didn't said in Ojo. He said they are building hospital in many local governments in Lagos. So if they are not building now, let me finish. If they are not building currently now in Ojo, does that negate the fact that they are building hospital in other local governments? It doesn't. You understand what I mean?
Let's say it like this, Amos. Let's say
next month.
let me end it like this. It is good if they build, though. I'm not saying if they build, it's not bad. But saying what, I don't like saying what I never see or what I know is not in existence. That is my point. But if you say it's in existence, maybe if I don't see it this year, I will see it next year. It's just like when I was telling you that the road in Ojos are bad. The government are not doing anything about it. When they started doing something, I came here and also said it. I even told Baba, see, they have started road, even though the road now is even slow. They are not doing anything again there. It's just the but the point is that they have started it, and I also came here and said they have started doing something about it. So I'm not the kind of person that will tell you that this is it. So if Remy know any local government and the location where they are doing it, at least now I'm in Lagos, I can easily go there. It's nothing. Then I'll come here and also tell Remy it's true. It's true. They're doing
it. I think I'm in my early 40s now. I think, is there any spirit? I don't know. Since I was born, I've been hearing of bad roads. It gets me annoyed. Maybe because the part of what I'm living. Roads that you will see that is still good like this, they will say that road is expired. They will remove everything on the road and they will retile it again. So I don't know why we have the material to do the road. It's not that we need to import anything from abroad to do our roads. We have everything that it takes to do our road. One guy was showing a road in Ogun State, like the boundary of Lagos State and Ogun State. Ekene, if you see this road, you will just be cursing politicians. Lagos State did the end of their road, but Ogun State just abandoned the road. It's too terrible, my brother. Terrible.
It's just that we are celebrating it because at least we want that little to be done. You understand? It's just like you said it now. All the roads in Lagos State, you don't need anywhere to go and buy sand to fill it. The sand, as in, go to Ibede Sea. That is where they are packing the sand. It's just to put more trailers, more drivers. They will just go there and be packing sand every day just to fill the road and tie it. It's not as if they're buying it though. It's there, just as the way you describe it. We have everything.
We are not even importing anything.
We're not even importing most of those things. So, but if we are complaining about it, what do we have to do? At least I know Ojo Road is too small. I don't even know whether it's up to 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers. But at least for the roads, they're still doing it for almost close to 6 years now, or something that you know that it will not just take a serious country few months to rebuild. But my prayer is let them even do it.
Kilometers of road here, before you wake up in the morning, they've cleared the old quota, they put the new one overnight, my brother. Overnight.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
I don't know if they can do roads. Road really adds to the potential economical growth of a country, because people that want to move their goods from point A to point B, they will be able to.
It's very useful.
I don't know. I don't know.
This Ojo one, as in, my prayer now is that because what happens in our road, why I even fear is that it's just like the one that Solo started in Ojo now, because it's not even the major road. He wants to link it through Ilufe so that the road will be two and there is a hold up in that road. But the way I'm seeing it now, the project is slow, maybe because of the problem he's having with the federal government or whatever. So my fear is that if he never finished that road before he leaves office, I don't know what the next government will be. Whether they will just because that is even my fear.
I remember, even though I'm not Peter Obi fan, he make a comment that why don't we fix all our existing road before doing a new road? That word makes sense. Our roads are bad.
I don't know. Because like
our roads are bad.
If you argue it now, okay, that road now, the money he has spent in doing that, trying to connect it with Irufe. If he has done that major road, he would have finished it since. But he wants to maybe put a legacy. Let them say that he built a new road in Ojo. That is why he destroyed some houses and want to build another new road that will connect with that old one. Before he will even touch the old one is still bad though, very bad the way it is now. It's not motorable. But we are just happy that he wanted to start a new one. Maybe after that one, he will now do the old one. But if he has done the old one and say, let us be using it, because that old one was done by Fashola. If he has maintained it, maybe scrap all the colotas and retile it back again and make it motorable. Then he will now start that new one that he started now. I think it would have made sense. But when you argue it, they will say, hey, why should you make such an argument? Something like that.
No.
After all, he started a new project.
No. That argument is making sense to me now. Because, Ekene, the roads that lead to my parents' house in Ibadan, now my mom is using Sienna. You know that that Sienna they use for transport to the east? That's what they are using. You know how much I'm paying to repair that car every month because of road. Now I'm thinking of selling the car now and get like something like Jeep. But my mom said Jeep is too high. You know, old people now, to climb Jeep will be very difficult for her to climb Jeep. But the roads are just spoiling the car every day. We buy tire, we change hubs, we change this.
Shock, absorber and everything.
It's terrible, my brother. It's terrible. If they call me now, I say I will firstly I will say, is your car all right? Because there is always one problem anytime with that car. And we bought the car.
And if you check the engine is very okay. It's just the tires, the bearing, the everything. Because
the engine is perfect, my brother. It's not even up to 100,000 kilometers. The engine is still perfect. But today they will say they were hearing sound from the leg of the front, the leg of the back, the leg. It's just, and I know it's because of the road. The Nigerian roads are bad. It's terrible, my brother. Terrible. I hope
that argument, if we can, the major thing is that if we can fix our major the existing road before starting a new one, it will make more sense. Very sensible. Very. Just look at the way you said it. These people, they come out and say that their road has expired. They will just scrap it and refix it again. It doesn't take anything, and you will not even spend a lot, and the citizens will be enjoying your government, and you will not even spend much money doing those old ones. So, but because Nigerian politics is that they want to say, I put a legacy. That is why they have to go and start building new ones, this and this, linking load where you know it's difficult. Why not put all the road that Fashola built in Ojo is very bad now. So what stops Olu from maintaining those ones that Fashola has already put in place? If you have put those ones Fashola has put in place, then he will not start this new one now. It will make very sense. But this one that he started now, I don't know when he will finish it.
General Thomas, there's two things I want to talk to you that you introduce.
Yeah, hello, how are you, my brother?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Well, the first thing is this. The reason there is a lack of progress, rapid progress with road repairs and let me say repairs and maintenance. First thing, most states don't have a functional ministry. Would I call it a ministry, but functional how would I call it? They used to have a kind of this road repairs kind of like
like the federal government, like they have FEMA.
Yeah, the federal government would have them, the state would have it. What has happened is over the years, about the 70s, with the rise of super contractors, what has happened is those individuals have become redundant. They fail to train them. The ones that they've trained are just there they are just like all these NNPC staff and all these
going to the office, collecting salary,
exactly, like, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of and to be frank, they are intelligent, they have engineers, but I mean, you have some of these engineers, they will do 30 years of service, and you ask them what's their body of work, they've really not done anything. Because the governors have made them redundant, and they themselves are just happy to just, the civil
collect
servants
salary
will rise
at the end of the month.
Collect salary, they'll become directors after. By the time they are finishing their 30-year service, they'll have become 11, 14, 11, 15 directors.
Can you agree with me? Our roads are bad.
Our roads are terrible. our road that I think it was either Baba or Mr. Remy or Mr. Simba that said something about Mr. Ola that said this, that talked about the density of roads when you compare it to the population. I mean, we have less roads, compared to Canada and all this. And United Kingdom doesn't even have a population that we have of people. It's much smaller landmass, but their road density is higher than ours. So number one, we need to actually a department in each of the states that's well funded, that's well trained, that understands the logistics of the roads, that can actually do planning. When you want to do road repairs, you plan it at the start of the year. You don't wait to the rainy season.
Aro, the people that constructed the road, why can't they give them the word of maintaining as well? So when they finish constructing the road,
so I think a lot of the contracts have kind of like a lifetime clause there. But I think what happened is, even if they don't follow through, there's nobody to hold them accountable. Because government go, government come, the next government might be a party to that person, the next government I just don't even care, the next government I know interested. So I think, and there's a lot of how would I call it? Theatrics. So the next government too, they are focused on one major road they want to do, like they can call their major achievement. So they turn a blind eye to some of the, and I think that's one thing I say about Dave Umahi. Dave Umahi seems to be holding himself actually, and I say Fashola, they really held a lot of the contractors to account in the last several years, federal contractors. But you can't say the same of the states. The state governors need to pull their weight. But also, when it comes to, I made a statement about let us finish repair our existing roads to people who build new ones. I think actually the reason you want to build a new road before you actually can focus on the existing is because the volume of traffic that we have on our roads is so much that look at Lagos Ibadan. They'll be walking on one side, they'll close one side, all of you be facing yourself, oncoming traffic. And think about the amount and the volume of accidents, major accidents that we have, because a lot of Nigerians are very poor when it comes to obeying the rules of the road. So, I mean, the best thing is to have an alternative route that takes away the volume of traffic, and then you can then actually be able to close and actually then put energy into repairing the existing roads. By the time you do that, then now you have two roads, functional roads. I think the major reason,
you make me that Lagos. I lost a family friend there. It's still on my memory till now. Before you remember that time that it was really bad. I lost a family member there. It was really immediately you mentioned it now, it just came to my thoughts. Yeah, continue. But it's good now. I drove on the road. I drove it. It's good now. I think it's good now.
It's a good road. I think I've been on it while it was quite, far gone. It progressed in the quality. Well, look at this Lagos Calabar road. I think it was one man and
that was starting a new road in Nigeria. It's like when they start a new road, your mind got a cut because you don't know when they will finish it. That's even the problem.
I think Mr. Ola was point to the fact that they've made quite a lot of progress with this Lagos Calabar route, which is unlike what the previous records in Nigeria.
That is even the problem. Whenever they start a new project, finish the project. Yeah, that is the problem. That is why we are complaining. Use our little resources, put the first one in order first, then continue with the new one you are starting, so that when you start it, even if you finish in the next 20 years, let us still be using the old one. Let the old one still be in order.
So I'm not opposed to putting fire to the feet of governments to make sure that they are up to their task. What I really don't agree with, and what I find rather disgusting, really, to say the least, is claiming that what is not because you are partisan.
No, it's not as if it's bad. It's not. It's just like I'm using.
No. I'm not talking about what is bad or wrong, Mr. Ikene. I'm talking about you can hold fire to the feet of the government. You can even criticize them. You can give them pressure. At the end of the day, if you give them pressure, all of us will benefit from it. So whatever you do, by giving them pressure. You are doing it on behalf of Nigeria.
Aro, in fact, let me tell you. Let me tell you what.
If no Nigerians salute you for it, God will bless you for it. But one thing I don't like is saying that what is black is blue because you are partisan. No. What is there, let us say it is there. What is not there, let us say it is not there. And what is not there that we want them to do, that they claim they are going to do, let us give them pressure to do it. That is what
let me tell you, Aro, if I come here, if I don't come here and tell you that Babajide Sowore is building a new road in Ojo, you will not know. I don't even know whether you know it in the next 5 years. But I come here and tell you that he is building a new road in Ojo. And I even announced it here when we are criticizing me of leaving all the road in Ojo to be spoiling. So he now, so when he started the project, I come here and said that he has started the new one. So, but that new one, if he is able to do it, it's a very,
we also know everything you know.
It's a very big, it will be a very big achievement to his government before. So, but the where we are panicking now is that the road is not moving how it's supposed to be moving, and it remains 2 years for him. So if he did not finish it now, I don't know what the next government will be like. So that is where the argument of
let me give you one thing. Let me give you one thing with Lagos. I think what I see with Lagos is this. Okay, they have a plan. Okay, the resources are not, they are finite. Okay, the resources are not unlimited. They need to budget and they need to look at how they want to do things. Okay, so in Lagos, they want to. It's a metropolitan city, and I think what they're focusing on now is this: mass transit. Because the thing about it is this, they are always going to repair those roads and then several years down the line, because the thing about it, those roads need to be they need to really, a lot of roads in Nigeria, the designs are rather poor. When you look at the water removal, the design, a lot of roads, so if you start taking them apart totally to do a full reconstruction, you are going to impact people so adversely. I think what they are really looking at is if they can do mass transit and move a lot of the commuters onto their rail systems, which look to be very impressive. If you look at the rail network, if they can move a lot of their people to, I think that's what I'm thinking. Okay, I'm not saying that's what they are doing, but I think that is a rationale that they're possibly looking at. If they can move a lot of their commuters into mass transit, okay, they can actually decongest the traffic on the roads themselves. They can actually plan logistically, and they can also budget as well. The budget is not limited, and like Mr. Alan said, when you look at the budget of Nigeria and look at the budget of the states, it's actually very minute. I think we all like to think that our country is wealthy. No, we're not as wealthy as we are. And when you look at the population, and you take our budget and you divide it by our population, you find that it's very little per head. We have really mismanaged the little we have. But we have a misconception that we have a lot. We don't. What we have is insufficient for what we want to do. And we have spent so many years of individuals corruptly enriching themselves, digging themselves into the pot, if they are handed to the pot, and taking what little we have. But the Nigerian masses need to look very well. We are very, very poor. We are in 2025. Some of the inputs into these projects are international and they are paid for in foreign exchange. And at this point in time, okay, think about it. You want to import machinery. The machinery is being made in Germany. The minimum wage in Germany for a technician, okay, that's going to assemble that machinery, they are looking at 50,000 euro. In Germany, the cost of electricity, cost of energy, cost of insurance, all these things are built into the cost of the machinery you're buying. So you need to look at all these things as well. We are a very poor country. The resources we have is not infinite when it comes to time and money. It's finite. So we have to manage it, and we have to manage it well. So when we critique government, we need to critique government from a point of view that is logical. There's no point shouting up and down about the illogical that cannot happen. You can't tell a man that has one leg to run 100 meters in the same time as a boat. Unless God performs a miracle, it's not going to happen. We have wasted our time. wasted a lot of time in our past. We have wasted a lot of resources. There's been corruption, yes, I can agree on that. But we are not wealthy, not by a long haul. So I think we should think about that.
Aro, you know, there are things you say about government here. Nigerian will say you are putting too much. You just look at plane crash that happened in India. Do you know that Indians are criticizing the government for that? But you know, in Nigeria, it's not what you have to criticize government for. But India even calling for resignation of that man, that he didn't do a good job by privatizing that their airline this thing. You understand? But it's just a minor issue for them. For us, that thing is a minor issue for us. Nobody will criticize government for that here. Even though all the effort that the man put to visit that site, even visit the survivor and all that, but Indians are still criticizing him that he didn't do a good job by privatizing it. That should have been a government this thing, so that measures will be put in place. That is because of the privatization that made that crash to happen. But when you say such thing here,
okay, let me tell you something. So, I have the opportunity of having grown up in Nigeria, yes. Although I was very, very young in Nigeria.
But look at us, even road, we are criticizing road. If you criticize road, they say you are not doing the government bad. If you criticize the economy, they say you are not doing the government good.
I know I've spoken a lot, but let me tell you this thing. I have the opportunity of having grown a bit in Nigeria. I was very young, but I had some common sense. And I have the opportunity of having matured. I'm an adult now. I mean, in my 40s now. Okay, I'm literally on 40. Okay. If you think Nigerians complain, you really need to reach the Europeans. They are incurable complainants. But you know one thing about it? They are very careful when it comes to muddying the waters. They know what is what. Okay, they can complain. They can complain to the end of this world. They complain about the weather. They complain about everything. But the fact of the matter is this: they know what is what. Nigerians, while we are complaining, we tend to lose ourselves in the complaint. We really lose ourselves. We lose our sense of reasoning sometimes when we are critiquing. And there's this hyper partisanship that is really taking over Nigeria. It's really disgusting. This hyper partisanship, everybody is obedient, PDP, articulate, Baptist. What is all this nonsense?
But the point is this, Aro, whether you want to make it look partisan or what, Nigeria has not even gotten what other country has gotten. But there's still, see, if you say Nigeria,
blame the current government for the failures of the past.
Let me say this, Aro. See, Nigerians are the most patient people in the whole world. Take it to the bank. If you want to argue it,
I can tell you that for that. I can tell you they're not.
Nigeria is the most. See what Nigerian take here. No, let me say this. What Nigerian take in this country, none of the Europeans will take it. Go and write it anywhere. Is it electricity? Is it electricity? Is it infrastructure? Is it? Just check it. Every indices. Is it poverty rate? Just check it in every indices. But Nigeria has still patience. The only thing Nigeria can do is just talk. Nigeria have not.
Patience and hopelessness. They are not the same thing. They are not. They are just hopeless. They are hopeless. They are not patient. Really, they are not. I'm telling you, it's hard to. I know it's hard to accept it, but they're not patient. The individual Nigerian will cut corners. The individual Nigerian does not see the long picture, and that is why it's described as patience. It is a virtue, actually. It's a matter of character, and they don't have it in their character. They will jump queues. So what is characteristic in Nigerian behavior, the general Nigerian behavior of the majority of the population? That okay. Look, I don't know if you heard Babajide Fashola. He gave a speech at the that thing that pastor is Ojumade or whoever he does. That's the one that brought Obi to prominence. He gave a speech. I want you to go and listen to it. That tells the character of the Nigerian. It really does. So please, the Nigerian people are not patient. They are hopeless and long suffering, but they are not patient in character, individually and as a collective. They are long suffering. Oh yes, absolutely. They are hopeless. Absolutely. Because of what the leadership and themselves have put themselves. I mean, because the leadership comes from amongst them. In Kaduna, they elected a man that was a Keke Napep rider and is now a House of Representatives member. But the man has jumped ships to APC from Labour Party. I don't blame him. The Labour Party is in disarray.
Now,
He's
good
looking after his own
morning.
interest. So, I mean, Nigerians are not patient too. They are long suffering and hopeless, but that's not patience. They're not
Now, good
patient in
morning.
their character. They will cut corners. Is that patience? That's not patience.
Now, good
We
morning.
all want Nigeria to. If the people in Nigeria think they always all this, you to come back home and come and join us. You think I really don't want to come back home? You think it's actually fantastic for me to live 6 months of the year in miserable weather? Come on.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Can I contribute to the program?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I am from Lagos, and years ago I reside in Onitsha, and this my problem. It was this Monday sit at home in Onitsha that make me to left Onitsha back to Warri. Because right now I'm currently in Warri, because when they are doing their sit at home, they didn't consider the foreigners that live there. They took that law to ransack everybody, and you have to comply. So this young man that is talking about Lagos, why is he not facing his energy on what is going on in Anambra? Must he always be focused? Because when I was in Onitsha, I see that the environment is nowhere, it's not conducive to me. That is why I left there. He should be using his energy to criticize what is going on in Onitsha. At
I
least
think
we all
Ekene
say
is from
there's no place
I think Ekene is from
like home.
I think I can defend Ekene a bit, okay? I know sometimes he's indefensible, but I will defend him a bit. Ekene
You
lives
said
in
what?
Lagos. He lives in Lagos and he does business in Lagos. Okay? I will try and defend him a bit. Ekene lives in Lagos and does business in Lagos. Okay? He's not a Lagosian.
But Mozino, wait.
But Ekene is from Oba in Anambra, and to the best of my knowledge, he does comment a bit about Anambra. And he comments and he does a Pujuro into Abia State in trying to defend
Yeah,
Uche nonsense.
if Lagos is not, if he see Lagos as Lagos is not it's not okay for him, I think he can
But
leave and go to
this
where it's
individual
okay
is
for
saying
him.
this. If you have not, you mean you have not been in this program, you have not had me criticize the government of Anambra State.
Because
Is it today
the
that you
flood
told
that
me?
recently happened in Onitsha, he didn't talk about that flood that by a lot of people, that took a lot of people's life,
Which day did that
washed
one
away
happen?
a
Which
lot
day?
of businesses.
Where I reside is in Lagos, and anything that affects me in Onitsha or in Anambra State, I say it here every day, especially when the insecurity is on a
Well,
very high side.
is it right
During the time
for
of
your people to be doing Monday sit at home, where you don't consider the foreigner or the people that reside there that is not from Igbo people?
what you would have done as a Nigerian citizen if you reside in Onitsha, just the way I stay in Lagos, and I participate in politics of Lagos. It's just like the local
Why must
government,
he
the
participate
councillor,
in politics in
the
Lagos? Are
councillorship
you
election that is going
Lagosians? Are
to.
you from Lagos?
Anywhere I reside in Lagos, according to the constitution, you have right to participate in everything because
Okay,
you are
that is
Nigerian.
why
So
you
what
want
you have done, what you would have done
indigenous
is they
rights.
also
That
stay
is why you
there,
want indigenous
join the
rights
force and
in
criticize the
Lagos.
government, participate in the politics of that government,
Does that mean
and they
that
also criticize
okay?
just the way
That is
nobody
why
is pursuing
you
you
want indigenous rights in Lagos.
because of you are not conducive with just Monday sit at home without you talking about it. it means you're not a good citizen.
Your people are doing evil. Your people are doing evil to us here.
I'm
You
not saying that my
cannot
people are
even
not
talk
doing
about it.
evil. I'm
But
not
you
saying
be
that my people
talking
are not
about
doing
what is
evil.
going on in
But
Lagos.
when you
Can't
see
you talk
that
about?
evil, when you see
Are you not
that
human
evil,
enough for you to
and
talk
you as a
about what
Nigerian
is going
cannot
on in
even
your
speak
space?
about it, then you
When you
don't know
don't
what you
allow
are
people,
doing
you
as a
don't allow
Nigerian.
foreigner, you
Because
don't allow
what I do is,
foreigner to drive.
what,
You don't allow people to live in your space, but you want to become electric pole in
did
Lagos.
anybody pursue you? The way you left on a chat, did anybody
The
pursue you and say don't
environment,
live on it again?
yeah, because see people do, you are not welcoming. You are not welcoming anybody. You are too
How did they
hostile
pursue
to.
you?
You are
They
too
use
hostile.
machete.
You are too
They
hostile
use
to
machete.
people.
They use machete and the knife and pursue you, or did they pull
Yes,
down
of
your house
course,
and say,
because I don't want to put my life at risk. That's why I have to leave that place.
that's why you have to
But
leave?
you are there
Okay,
in Lagos
no problem.
enjoying all the good benefits, the human air and
If
friendship
you
and
stay
everything.
in Onitsha and they pursue you, people stay in this Lagos. They pull down their house. They do a lot of things to them. If I tell you how much we are spending in Alaba today just
You
to rebuild
people
Alaba,
cannot
but
come to
we
our
still stay in
space, come
Alaba,
and dictate
you
it. My
cannot do it.
problem is that you
You
cannot come
cannot
to
do it.
our space, come and be dictating
What
to
Alaba
us.
is paying? What Alaba is paying
I want to
Ojo
come
today?
back. See,
Let me
as
tell
I
you
am now,
what
I'm in
Alaba is
worry.
paying Ojo local government
I
today.
want to come back to that Alaba to come and take over my market.
What Alaba market? What
I
Alaba
want to
market? Only
come back.
electronic
Me,
section.
as a Yoruba man,
What
I want to
electronic
come back to
section is
Alaba.
paying
I
Ojo
want to
today?
come and take over my market. I want to be selling
Come
that
and
thing that
take
you are
it over
selling
now.
there. I want to come
Come
and
and
be
take it
selling
over.
that thing that you are selling there.
What Ojo is,
Because you
what
cannot
Alaba
come to
market is
our
paying
space,
Ojo
come and
today?
be dictating on what our
What
government
Ojo
should do.
is paying Alaba today as a money
Can't
in
you people
rebuilding?
think inward? You don't think how you can make your space,
Contributed
your
50,000
town
naira for
to
it.
be more
I contributed
to be
50,000
more
naira to
welcoming
it.
to people to be coming to your space.
So tell me how much you have contributed in Onitsha, in the local government you stay. Tell me how much you have contributed.
As you
What we are
are
paying
like
Ojo,
this,
what we are
you are
paying
not
Ojo
paying
local
tithe.
government today
You are
for
not paying
Monile,
any tithe. You are not
money,
even
just
your
to rebuild that
environment, your
market
market.
is
You are not
200 million
cleaning up
naira.
your market.
My
You
own
will
money
soup
there.
inside your market and go and dump the dustbin on the
My
road.
own share is 50,000 naira.
Later
If you
you will
like, I
say
will send you
Lagos is smelling.
if you
Lagos
argue
is
it
smelling.
tomorrow, I will send you the invoice. I will send you the
You
receipt. You
people
will
are
see.
ungrateful people, ungrateful element. You
So
should be thankful. You
tell
should
me
be
how much you have
thankful to Lagos
contributed in
State
Onitsha,
government
where you
for
stay
giving you
today,
the
and all
opportunity
that.
to live, for giving you the opportunity to live in their land. Should be
As far as
thanking
I
God.
serve it,
Don't
I
be
paid
stop
my taxes.
complaining.
Everything
You
that
people,
I did
are
as
you
of
the
me, I
only
paid
one
it.
that live in
The
Lagos?
recent one
You
is
be
just this money I mentioned to you. So
nagging
if you
all the
cannot
time,
pay what is due to you in
nagging.
Onitsha, and you say
They
that
give
it's
you,
not
they give
conducive
you
to you, then
something.
you
You
leave.
want more. You will
Then that is
never
up
be
to you. You are
satisfied
not. You are a
for
coward by
any
saying
days
that.
of your life. You never want to be satisfied. To be say thank you for giving me the opportunity to live in your space. Thank you for allowing me at least to do business in your place. Thank you. You never
Come and
said that
collect the
for
thank
your
you.
life.
Come to my house and collect the thank you. Come to my house and collect the thank you.
You people are so
Come to my
ungrateful people. That is why you
Come
people,
to my house
you are
and
not
collect the thank
progressing.
you.
You should be
Grateful human
thankful.
being.
You should be thankful so that God can be blessing you more. You should be thankful. You're always complaining, nagging. Are you people not happy? You should be happy for once. Every time complaining, sad.
Let me put a question to Ekene. Ekene, this is not a small question. I'm not a Lagosian, as you know, and I don't really care much about Lagos. I really don't care about Lagos. Ekene, I have some understanding that you've been relatively successful in your time in Lagos. Thank God. Do you have some something you just feel like, do you feel any, like the Lagosians have been kind to you?
I'm not hearing you. Aru, I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? I'm using my Bluetooth. Let me get this.
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Raise your voice more. And my battery is getting low.
What about now? Now? Can you hear me now? You should be able to hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Do you feel sometimes that I know you pay some
Your volume is low. We can't hear you. Yeah. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you,
are
Samuel.
are
I think
you
it's
on
better now.
Bluetooth? Are
It's
you
better
on
now.
Bluetooth?
It's better now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was Bluetooth. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
I know you've been in Lagos for a while, okay? So, and you've done well. But do you feel sometimes, okay, in your personal time, like, well, this Lagos, because me, I'm not from Lagos, I don't care. So, you have made difference to this. It's not my concern, really. But do you feel sometimes that, well, the Lagosians have been generous to me. They've allowed me to come here. I've done business here. I've been successful in their midst amongst them. And do you feel like do you feel any kind of, do you feel grateful
Gratitude
that
to
you've been
Lagosians.
successful as an individual in Lagos? And do you feel thankful to them that they've been accommodated? Because I think Lagosians are very good hosts to all of us that are not Lagosians. I don't live in Lagos. I do spend quite some time there. I have a lot of family there. And I do
because I
feel
just
like
have 1%
I see
bandwidth.
the Lagosians have been kind as well to all of us, to all Nigerians and not Lagosians in general.
Let me respond a little bit, but not to this address, not to this guy, because if this
You people, I do business in Onisha. You don't have
so,
purchasing
but
power. Even for your people to buy something, they don't have money. There's no purchasing power there, but we buy your things, we patronize you
people,
because you have money. That
to
is
the
why you
real
bring down your
Ojo,
business down
I
to our
think you should
space.
allow me to talk now because I don't even have a battery.
Yes,
So to the real Ojo indigene who has given us Alaba space to do business, we are very grateful to them. That is why whenever they ask of anything,
Which
we
one is
do it without
Ojo indigene? Which one is Lagosians? Yoruba people. You go say
as far
Yoruba,
as I
not
know,
Ojo. What is
as far
Ojo
as I know,
indigene?
the people that gave
So it is
Alaba money, that gave out.
it is only Ojo people that patronize
Would
you.
you people stop this guy?
Let him speak. Yeah.
You should be using better word. Say Yoruba
Someone
people,
tell this
not
guy to
Ojo
stop now.
people.
Let me talk. I just have 1% battery.
We can't
Can
force
you
him
let him
how to
talk?
speak.
Then you can
He's
talk
an
after.
adult. He can speak whatever he wants. You may not agree with what he's saying, but he can speak as far you want to say. Yeah, he should be saying Lagosian, but he's decided to say Ojo. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So as far as I know,
Lagosian, Ojo people, they are Lagosians, isn't it? So
yes.
it's up to him to
So
speak whatever.
as far as I know, the people that gave this place to Alaba or to the Igbo people is Ojo, and they are the one collecting the revenue. We know how it goes. That is why we are grateful to them, and we are doing their biddings all the time. You understand? I just told you the recent one. Without any argument, we don't fight it, we don't argue it. We know they are due to it. So whenever they come and say they came, we are rebuilding Alaba now for one decade every shop. So they come and say, we need our money, money. Oh. I don't know the argument they made is 500 million or whatever. We sat down with them, we discussed with them, we now come in conclusion of either 200 million. But as far as I know, my own shop is 50,000 naira. Our chairman come and now they need their money as we are rebuilding the shop and all that. Nobody argued it. I've paid my own last week with my receipt intact, and the money has been submitted to them, and we are good in peace. So this one coming here to come and rant is not. I don't care. I don't care. If we are not grateful to Ojo
So you are
people,
paying
there is no need.
50,000
There is
naira.
no need. There is
Is
no need of not.
50,000 naira
There is
money?
no need of. There is no need. We can be arguing it till tomorrow, but we are grateful.
Is
And we are
50,000
still doing their
naira
bidding.
money that you
Anytime
pay
they
that
come
you
and
say
say,
that you are
this
paying
is what
tax?
they need, we try to make sure that we meet up with their needs
You
and
pay
still live in peace with
50,000
them.
naira and you say that you
Up
are
till
paying
today,
tax.
there is nowhere you will come to Ojo today and see any of their obas or anything that is fighting Igbo man or Igbo man is
Don't
fighting him.
worry. That's
It is
market.
only
We will
this
use it
kind of
pack. We will use it to build a big stadium very soon. We
ingrate
will
here
come and
that
level
will come
that
here and be
place.
ranting nonsense. So we know the people
Oh,
that owns Lagos,
all
and we
those
associate
fake
with them
thing
very
people
well.
are selling there. Only
In
one
conclusion,
Chinese. Only one Chinese.
In conclusion, we are grateful to Ojo Indigene, and we are grateful to Lagosians, and we are doing really what we are supposed to do to make sure that peace continue to reign between us and the Ojo people. And that is why you have never seen us. Have you heard that we ever fight or we ever care or we ever had any issue with Ojo people? Here we stay. If that has happened, then you know that what this guy is saying is true. But since we are living in peace with them, I don't think this guy's sentence to make any meaning here, and it doesn't contribute to any of our arguments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ekene. I think we need to wrap up. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, I
Go on.
have a lot to say. I didn't know how
Yeah,
like
go on.
this
Yeah, go on.
conversation
Yeah.
cross into something else, but I mean, I don't even understand the fact that he's saying they have to pay some money and stuff. I mean, there's a law in the land. I don't understand. I mean, we accept some things that they're not actually like the way the country needs to be run. We accept it and we do it and we complain later because I don't understand why some group of people will call themselves some names and they will start collecting money for no reason when just because they feel like some land belongs to them. But that's not even, I don't want to talk about that. I just think that we accept some things that I don't think we should be accepting. But now going back to the road that you guys were talking about initially.
Oh yeah, the coastal road, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing
Yes.
is, I don't even understand why people are so like the complaint and the argument. I don't understand because we have a problem. Like I think somebody already mentioned. We already have a problem with us not we don't first I mean, there's a corruption. We know that, and you can't fight corruption with just picking and people. That's not how you fight corruption. In my own way, the way I see it is more like I don't think that's how you fix corruption. The best way to fix corruption is to fix whatever the problem is in the land. That would cure. We curb, not fix entirely, but kind of curb people that are stealing money. But instead of going after people, I don't subscribe to that. And now we about the road construction. The thing I see, because whenever I visit Nigeria, what I see is there's no proper design and of road. Like so, and I'll cite an example. So when you look majority of Nigerian roads, there's no drainage, meaning even if they construct a road today, within a year or two, there's high chance that those pavements would already because of flooding, because there's no channel
Do you
for
think
water.
they are substandard in
Yeah,
making roads?
yeah, that's I'm going there. That's why I think that the problem is also the human what is it, human capital is not there. Like we don't have um the we don't have the right people, though we have a lot of graduates that leave school, but it doesn't seem like they're capable of constructing roads, or I mean that's where you will see that a lot of the construction that we have, they're given to foreigners, and those foreigners, I can say they all like, I can call this scammers, because a lot of the rules sometimes they don't even do it. They just robbing us. But I think with this coastal road is a little bit different from the way what I've seen, because I try to look up different videos. What I've seen, I think, is a little bit different because you can see that there's drainage. They're putting thoughts to what they're doing. You can, I mean, I've not seen it done completely, but from the little thing that I'm seeing him doing, there's a thought process. The design is, you can, based on you looking at the way they're doing the design, the thought process of having drainage is number one, because easily whenever there's flooding, and there's flooding on any pavement, that a lot of us that live abroad, you always know, like after snow, and snow is basically will melt and it will turn water
Yeah,
after
hydro impact.
yeah.
I said, I was agreeing with you. I said hydro impact.
Yeah, so after like, yeah, after that winter season, by the time we come to, let's say, spring and summer, we see like all the roads, they already messed up because of water. So I think like a lot of our roads, especially when you go into the inner city, like you see those things, and the roads are not constructed properly. So on top of, and then water. So that makes, so I just think that the human capital is not like a lot of civil engineer that Nigeria have.
Oriola, do you know what baffles me? I'm in my early 40s. I grew up with Nigerian bad roads. In 40 years, we can't even boast of a good road. My brother, our roads are worst. It's not even, it's worse.
But whose fault is that though?
Where we put the fault at is the government, isn't it?
No, it's me. I mean, whenever I come here,
It's government and
us.
us as well. But government, I think it's government. I'll bring government. You know why? The government is failing to enforce the rules and enforce the rules fairly. The reason a lot of Nigerians, I mean, I think everybody should listen to Fashola's speech at that thing, that annual thing they do on Democracy Day. See, a lot of us, yes, reflect the rules, but the reason is because the government themselves are unfair in enforcing the rules and enforcing the rules across the board. The government needs to enforce the rules and fix penalties. Why was Fashola very successful as a governor in Lagos State? Because the man will close his eyes. He doesn't care. You break the rule, I don't care who you are, you're going to face the fine. You're going to face the punishment.
Hey, but what he did, the thing is, a lot of people are saying that he did something when he was there. I can tell you now, even though I'm not seeing, I can't say I've seen some, but I can tell you like for a fact that majority of the road that he probably constructed while he was there, they're probably bad right now. I mean, the reason why I don't want to blame the government is because the government is playing two roles now, and they shouldn't be playing that. They're playing the regulator, and they're also playing the role of people that's handling contractors. They give contractors out, contracts out. They're handling that at the same time. They want to regulate things. But the thing is, the reason why I'm blaming ourselves, our people, is the fact that we sit here, we complain all the time. When there's time to construct road, guess who get the job? The foreigners. How come we that we're complaining that we act like we are the most educated, we have all the knowledge? How come we don't fight for those contracts to be given to us?
You're an engineer as well. Go and register a business in Nigeria. Maybe you're an engineer. Go and register a business in Nigeria and be competing for contract and be bidding for contract now.
Maybe you will get the contract.
Benga Daniels too is I think he's a civil engineer and architect. I mean, he did work before he became a big man. There are a lot of Nigerians though that are big, like they are big civil engineers and contract, and they are doing well, and they do get big contracts. Benga Daniels is one of them. Iyola Obishore as well is a civil. I know I think he's a mechanical or civil engineer. There's a lot of these people are
well, how come
Makinde is an engineer.
Please wait before you
Who is the owner of RCC?
I can't remember now, but there's I think only the source of the only
I think RCC is a foreigner.
No, I think only has an interest in RCC as well.
Exactly, that's why I mentioned it. When RCC came that time, there were speculations that it belongs to Oni. Not this Oni, the one that died. Yes.
Let me tell you this.
It's also a local Nigerian country.
Wait, can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying first? What you guys are making my point. I'm saying that we act like we are so good enough to make the best thing in the world, but at the end of the day, you guys now are telling me some of those contracts are given to us. But what I'm pointing out is we lack the human capacity. We lack it. You guys are just telling us that.
It's not a capacity. They cut corners. They cut corners. I'm telling you.
Let me land. We are the same people that's complaining, and you get the job and you cannot do it. That's why I'm saying that we lack
Oriola, let me tell you this.
Even a lot of those contracts that were given to the foreigners, sometimes they don't even get to do them all. Just like the Lagos Ibadan road, like you know how many times they award that contract that they
But
gave
that
out
contract
money.
went to boycott me now. That contract went to boycott me, and it was in
But do you know
boycott
how
for
many
many
times they
years.
give it out? Do you know how many
Boycott,
times they give?
boycott is in Nigeria. I mean, boycott is not for you now.
No,
So
no, I'm saying
what are
that
you saying now? Just
this.
in 2 minutes, just let us
Obasanjo is ready to
summarize
boycott me now.
your submission and let us understand what you are saying.
Let me tell you, Oriola, Obasanjo gave the contract for Lagos Ibadan to boycott me. It was with boycotting that thing was stagnant for many years due to
No,
sometimes
no,
it
no,
was
no,
a
no,
case
no,
of
no, 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 no. There are a lot of legal cases on it because what the
yeah,
Obasanjo wanted to do that
that's what I wanted
wait
to say
now,
that
wait. That is what he wanted to do is that he want to make it a PPP that time, so that by company will construct it and be maintaining it and he will be collecting tolls. But he doesn't have the political will. It was because Nigerians were shouting that they cannot be paying toll. That was why they stopped it.
But how many times do they pay for that road? Because from what I learned is
In
that
one
they
thing,
pay for that.
let me let you wait.
They wait for
Nobody
that.
pays. Nobody pays. Wait. That's what I want to say. Because that is the impression out there. You know the way they approve contracts in India. Let me let you understand the way they approve contracts in India. When they say they approve these roads for so, usually they don't pay them, they don't get that money. So let's say they said this road has been awarded this year for 25 billion naira. That same road, you will still see it in the budget next year because it's never done. So people normally believe that okay, whenever they say they have approved it, then the
They have
whole money has
already
been
paid.
paid.
They
They've
don't pay.
already
They don't
paid.
pay
Then
like
next
that.
year
No.
they will now be counting the number of times it appears in the budget as if that is the number of times they awarded the contract.
Nigeria, the government are 30% budget performance. Of course, it's going to appear next year now because they didn't do it this year.
So the question of how many times did they award it doesn't arise at
Let me
all.
counter what you just said. You might be right and
Mm,
you might be wrong. And the reason why I
mm,
said that is this: we can cite example of the road that is being constructed now, the coastal
mm,
road. The coastal road,
mm.
they said 47 kilometers. That's the first phase. They already pay for that. And if
Who
what
told
you're
you? Who told you
saying,
that they've already paid? Who
the
told you that they
guy
have
said
already
it,
paid?
Umai said it. They already
The
paid
how?
for.
How did they pay? Something that is even PPP. If they
No,
are
he
not the
paid
one,
for it. We can look up the video, or he's on you. Multiple times he said they already paid for that part, the
the
first phase. The first phase, not the entirety.
nobody said they are paid for it. It's not even government that is constructing that road. They are not the one paying. Their own distance of the whole road is about 30%. So what are you saying now that they have already paid for it? For what?
I
Wait,
think
Nigerians,
it's
we don't
wait,
looking
always
at,
no,
it's looking
no,
at
no,
understand.
no.
counterpart funding. I think it's looking at the
Listen to what
counterpart
I'm
funding.
saying. The first phase, which is 1 point something trillion naira, has been paid for. That's the
By
first
who?
phase by
By who?
Nigeria. Nigeria
Paid the
already paid
1.5
for it. He
for
said
they
it
paid the
before
1
the.
trillion.
Oh my gosh, we don't need to argue about this. There's ton of video where he said it that we already paid. I request for money and we found the money and we already paid for the first phase. He said it. So I'm just trying
So
to
the same
understand.
no, just
Wait, let
wait,
me
wait
land.
now.
Okay, go ahead.
So the same person that said that to Nigeria have already paid is that same person that said, okay, when the road is completed, the company that is actually funding it, they will run it for 15 years for them to make their money. So who is making money?
Wait,
So how does it
which company is funding it? That's
the
I don't know where you get the information, but from the much information that I get,
everybody knows that
I
that
think that
project is not government funded now.
this is
It's
It's
a
not.
government has their own
PPP.
contract. It's a PPP now. So what are you saying?
No, it's not a PPP.
What are you
They
talking
paid them
about?
to do it. It's not a PPP.
We
It's
are not the
not
one
a P.
funding it. We are not the really one funding it.
Wait,
The Shaguri group is the one funding it. The Shaguri group is the same people that did the Eco Atlantic. And if you
no,
look
no,
at
no,
that
no,
road,
no,
you see that that road starts from Eco
no.
Atlantic.
Wait, the moderator, if you don't mind, just look. There's so many videos of interview that this guy did. You can just we can
Who
you can
is
just
that?
look up
David
one.
Umari?
Yeah, and he
Yeah, yeah,
spoke.
I
He
believe
let
you
us
guys can
know.
do that yourself. The
No.
internet is your
If
friend.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because I've seen multiple
You
videos.
can even chat GPT here. Because people don't use their brain any longer. Chat GPT is in one brain now. So you can
But
you
that's
can chat.
yeah. But that's other people. But what I'm saying to you, because the reason why I'm bringing this up is the fact that you said they haven't paid for that.
I'm not
When
saying they haven't. It's maybe you don't understand what he's saying.
why
If they
would I?
said that
Guys, well, I don't even understand why we are arguing about this because you see mentioned it multiple times that they pay for it. And
so
you're telling me now that
your own understanding of the whole project is that it's being funded by Nigerian government. Is that?
what? So who's funding the project? Who's funding it?
It's a
It's a
PPP.
PPP project.
Government has their own.
Simba, please
Yes.
explain to him.
Government has their own contribution. I think it's about 30% of the whole money that they are going to use for that. And that company is going to run that
Wait. Let's break this down. Of the entire project, or you're talking about the face to face?
of the entire project,
The entire
30%.
project, yes.
So who's paying for the first phase?
We don't know who is paying for the first
Oh
phase,
my
but
gosh.
the whole
I can't believe you
How
guys are
can
asking.
how can
Oh
you have
my
a whole
god.
project and then you pay for some and you not pay for some?
What you're saying is incorrect. And I'm trying to entertain to listen to you, but what you're saying is incorrect. And the fact that I'm even listening to you saying this and you're trying to make it seem like I don't understand what I heard is even crazier. Because the thing is, this is the what you're saying about him saying, "Oh, we have to tow," and that's the way for the government to recruit back their money. Is they not even the government is paying for the entire project.
So
The government of
the
Nigeria is
Nigerian
paying for the
government is
project.
paying for the entire project. So they
It's
are
not.
lying to us that it's
They're
PPP.
not lying to you because I don't know where you get your information from. They're not lying to you. And the only reason why I brought this part
Because you are
up
the only one on
is the
this
fact that you're
platform that
telling me,
believe that
is the fact
you
you're
are the only
telling me,
one that have that information.
well,
Everybody here knows
wait,
that it's
is the fact that
PPP.
is the only
Maybe you
reason
have your
why I
own
brought
source
this.
of information
Wait,
different.
I don't know where you get your information from, but the only reason why I brought this up is the fact that I want to tackle what you mentioned that Ibadan to Lagos wasn't paid multiple times because I heard you guys
Yes.
conversate every time and says that, oh, you know how many times they award that project, you know how many times, and you're telling me that all the times that they award that project they never paid, when we know in Nigeria
Nobody
that
say
wait, let me
wait.
land so you can I'll
Oh,
land,
yeah,
then you
you are
can
getting
talk.
it wrong. What
Wait,
Simba is saying that if they award the road, it doesn't mean that they've paid for the road.
I heard you, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to say to you that we all know in Nigeria that we all know in Nigeria that they award projects to a ton of people, different projects, and people they pay them and they don't get the job done. And you're telling me that doesn't apply to the road fund.
That notion. It's just an assumption, and that's what you believe that every time that's what they do. They will release the money, and then they will still award it again. This Lagos, let me even give you for example, that 25 billion vice president bill that they are talking about. Do you know that it was even Jonathan that awarded it? But the thing was not funded. They started it and they abandoned it. So if they now award that same contract, you say it's a double.
They will thought maybe they've paid for it before. Yeah.
They pay fully before, and then they are now awarding it again.
No,
That is what
that's
you know. All these thief.
That's not what I'm
Can you
saying.
address the fact
I
that we have
heard
no
you.
budget performance?
Wait, that's not
Yeah, and no budget performance also means that we actually do not complete a lot of what has been budgeted for. So the budget is just an estimate of what they want to do. It's not what
Right.
they are
I
going to
heard
ultimately
you.
do.
I heard you. But are you saying that even when they award the project, they never pay any money? There's no down payment. There's no. They just ask you.
Wait. Let me
Wait. They just
explain to you.
ask you.
If they are, let's say they award a contract this year now, and they said it's 15 billion, and then let's say they pay 1 billion or let's say 2 billion, and they get that 2 billion. and then the project is now abandoned. Then in 5 years now, and they want to revisit, they have to re-award it because they have to take a lot of it into consideration, devaluation, inflation, and everything. They will re-award it. So that's what you see. It's not as if they are giving the 50 billion naira initially, and then they are now re-awarding it for 25 billion. That is not the story. And that's because Nigeria will always believe that corruption, that's what we do.
And Simba, and reminds me, and this is the fact, even our budget, even sometimes we don't pass more than 50 or 60, you know.
We don't reach 50%. We don't reach 50%.
40.
For sometimes 50. So
No,
if
they never hit 50
all the
before
projects,
75.
all the
They will
projects
boast it that they are
awarded cannot be executed with that low performance in our budget, isn't it?
Do we even have the money?
Do we have the money? Do we even have the money? So there are lots going on. It's just sometimes misinformation.
No, Nigerians don't even understand their country. The only thing that we understand that we all believe that we are all chief. And that thing that we have in the mind, that is what we fly with. Anytime you say something that is about corruption or somebody thinks something, everybody will believe. That's it. That's what we do.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Simba. When they award contract, it doesn't mean they already funded the contract. Contract can be awarded 4 or 5 times. It depends on what the government decide to pick out of the contract awarded. They want to execute it.
They even own contractors a lot of the time. They will own contractors 1 year, 2 years.
The whole constructor, you are very right, my brother. I have a brother like that say, if you know how much the government is owing him, because sometimes they even tell them, don't worry, continue the project, use your money, they will sign, they will do everything.
You know, Thomas, let me give you, for example, recently they commissioned the conference center in Abuja. It was renovated because last year when they hosted the ECOWAS parliamentary,
Africa parliamentary,
they said that thing, it was a disgrace because that place was just a disaster. And that was when government and President now instructed the FCT minister to renovate it. They now Nigeria started posting something that, okay, they said they renovated with 39 billion. That in 1991, when the whole place was constructed, they put it in millions. Nigeria, they are not now looking, they're not saying even the money that they used to renovate it now is more than what they used to construct it. And I asked them, I said, the money that time, how much is that? Let's say $300 million. That's what they said they used to start. And now, if you look at it, they said 39 billion. How much is 39 billion now? Taking inflation, devaluation, and everything to the Nigerians, they will just speak. When it suits their narrative, they will just take the raw amount of in naira and say, okay, it was 1 million naira and now there is 1 billion. So is that 1 billion? They will not look at the value of 1 million naira then, 1991, and 1 billion naira now.
Simba, you are not fair. You are not
Okay,
fair.
wait,
You are
can I
just
say?
supporting. What are you talking about?
All right. So,
Okay,
so what I'm saying is the narrative. The narrative that wait, can I let me say something real quick. The narrative that every single time people will say, okay, there's a project, they give it to one person, and that person didn't do the job because they didn't question the person, and they already paid for the project, but it never get done. And I'll cite an example different from road now. The guy at the interior, he mentioned that there's a lot of when he came in, everybody remember when he had to make everything central, make NIN and other things central, and the only problem that they had was the server that would save all the information from the NIN and everything, the database was actually, he said it was already paid for by different government, but those people that need to execute the project, they refused to do it. And when he came in, because he said because of his knowledge of IT, he knew that all these things that we need to do, they already told me, and I have the document that has been done. He's already paid for. So wait, so in that case, let me explain what I'm saying first. Let me land. You will let me land. You will respond. And all he had to do was just requested for those people to carry out that project instead of him paying double money. That's what I meant when I was telling you guys that. Okay.
Oriola, sometimes we don't even know the details of this because Simba said something now, and Simba was actually the reason I was running here because he made a very important and critical point that we ignore. See, when you award projects, the contract of that project sometimes, or maybe you give you give some kind of quotation. You tell them, so, okay, maybe you give them like 60 days, 30 days, 90 days. Otherwise, the price may change. You see, sometimes we see government award a contract this year, and maybe the mobilization will be paid 3 years after. And the next thing you will hear is that they will say they pay contractor. I'm not saying there are no corrupt people. You understand? If you remember, you understand, because this thing is going back to Tinubu again. I wish national mind was here so that I to say this thing. This man was a person that introduced a concept, the first PPP based project in Nigeria. It was this Tinubu that introduced that. You understand? Because in most cases, what we normally wait for is this: we will be waiting for when government will have money, and we don't even have this money. And he brought that idea. Okay, you know what is going to happen? Let us make it this PPP. Okay, this is what we are going to contribute, and you have this money. Oh yeah, go and be doing all those things. And the PPP is what we now find out that is still the most efficient way for us to go today. So when we say we award projects sometimes, yes, it may be true in some instances, but in some instances, it's not true. Politicians just use the word. You award a project this year and you mobilize 3 years down the line, and you are saying you pay. No, it's not the same cost. It's not the same cost. So sometimes we don't know the details.
And also,
yeah, but that's but
it's
you're not talking
win-win.
to what I just said now.
Oriola, let me say this. Ola, it's win-win for the both sides. I have a project I want to execute. I don't have the money. I find somebody to do the money. I pay part of the money. Maybe we'll put a toll on the road, and the rest of the money will be free through the road. It's still win-win for the both sides, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we are saying. You understand? You see, even if Nigeria like now, if all the revenue we are having today, let's assume we don't even do any project at all, we want to do electricity. I tell you, without stealing that money, I don't think we can successfully do.
We don't have the money,
30,000 megawatts in 8 years.
Mr. GT, yeah, General Thomas. Now, think about it. How many super highways do you drive through that you don't pay toll where you live? Every time I go to the ring road in my city over here, every time I go to the ring road, I pay €2.50.
I don't pay toll in some people, but you know it depends on the countries. Even the country where you don't pay toll, they factor into your tax. So there's two things. You understand? Motorists pay toll, right? In some country, they don't even care. They will put that tax inside that toll instead of toll. They will
where Remy lives, they put it there, road tax. They put it, you pay tax. So you might not pay toll, but you say road tax.
Exactly.
Once you have a car, you pay road tax.
I pay road tax as well now. I pay road tax as well. My road tax is well into the 300. I mean, how much for the year is almost
in Australia, there are toll roads, but if you don't want to pass through the toll roads, there are other roads. There will be traffic lights. There will be traffic. There will be traffic light there. But if you want to pass through the toll road, you are going to pay. And also,
let me even say this. Let me say this.
From the point I'm trying to make.
No. Let me say that I want to take you back, Oriola. We are not doing that. I want to tell you this. You know, this same minister that you're talking about, Umai, do you know that he canceled a lot of contracts, except even some that belongs to Julius Berger. He took it away from them because when he came in, he has to renegotiate a lot of contract that the previous government awarded, because the standard he wanted, that is why he asked them if they can do it. They negotiate about the price and he choose the best bidding. So he canceled some contract, re-awarded it to some other companies. So if you now see that one, you say, okay, they were awarded it several times. No, that is not the true
That's not
situation.
my initial point. That point, don't. But it looks like your emphasis on that one is too much. I understand that. Okay. But I'm just saying that a lot of time when you guys are having conversation, a lot of people bring it up that okay, they award the same contract multiple times, and it seems like they already pay for it. And I cite an example, even though you guys were saying you said, okay, that's not true. That some of the roads, it was, even though they award the contract, they didn't pay for it. Yeah, understood. But I gave you another example where the interior minister was saying some of the servers that they need to flood
But
Nigerian
he
data.
called them,
Wait, let me
he
land.
called them to come and
Yeah,
finish the job.
you will respond. You will respond. So when the guy cited that, so are you? I mean, I don't want us to. We understand that it might not be true at some point. Does that mean that every single time that they award
It's not
contract,
every single time. Try, don't
yeah,
box us to that
so
corner. We are
when
not
you're
saying that it's
when you're
every single
speaking
time.
to that, I also want you to say not every time. Sometimes they do actually pay
Most
people
of the
and they
time is
don't
not
carry it
that,
out.
is even most of the time they don't
Yeah,
carry it out.
which is okay. But
Mhm.
which is okay. I want us to get that understood. But now the point me I'm making initially is that the human capacity for us to actually do things on our own to our satisfaction. That's what I really want us to base that's what I want to speak on.
If
And I
you,
want us to speak
know,
on.
let me let me
Because a
let,
lot
let me
of
say this.
times, yeah, let me
Let me
land.
say
You
this.
can
It's
speak.
not as if we don't have the competence. The only thing is that we used to call. We have. Don't
No,
go.
we
I
don't.
said we have.
And I
Okay.
disagree with you. We don't.
Okay.
Because if we do, for more than 60 years, you still can't find a tangible road in Nigeria. All the good
We
roads in
want to
Nigeria.
tell you. It's only that you are
Let me land.
fixated on
All
your
the good
belief.
roads in Nigeria were not built by us.
Maybe you said there's no good road, and you are still
I
saying that
said
there are
all
good
the
roads.
good roads in Nigeria were not built by us.
Who built Lagos Ibadan Expressway?
Who did it?
Murtala Mohammed Obasanjo. Yeah.
Wait, Ibadan. You mean the one that they just fixed again?
The one
No, the initial construction. That
Yeah,
was the one
but how
Lola is
long does it
referring to.
last? How long does it last?
Do you know when it was constructed? Do you know when they said Muritala? Do you know how many years it's talking about?
But that's what I see. The thing is, I like us to listen to ourselves when we speak, and we should try to comprehend. So here's the thing: you can build if you build something, to maintain those things is easy for you because you are part of the process. You know how it was being built. But when
So all the
wait,
roads you see in Abuja, who built them? All those road, capital city. Who built
that I
capital
just
city
ask
roads?
you, do we build them? Because I definitely know that.
That's what I'm
Julius
asking you now.
Berger,
Who
wait
built all
here.
those roads in
Hey,
Abuja?
tell us who built them though.
Nigerians.
Julius Berger is not Nigerian.
Oh my goodness.
He was a foreigner, even though they use you
No,
guys.
Oriola,
And I
only
can
there.
tell you that most of the people
Only
that
there.
designed those roads,
Only there.
they're not
See,
Nigerians.
wait now, only there. Because
Yes.
don't let us be doing all these things. If Oriola Ade now comes to Canada to register a corporation in Canada today, or even though you are American, wants to register a corporation in Canada, you understand? You are a Canadian company. Stop all these things. Julius Berger you see in Nigeria, though it has German origin, but it's a Nigerian company in reality.
Okay,
But
so
yeah, you know that
let's talk
it has German origin.
something. Wait, let's talk to something.
Ah.
There's difference between you design something and there's difference between carried out the project. Engineers will put out the design on the paper. The technicians will go on the field and copy what is already tested, they already model that they think would be quite
What
good
is
for
there in
that
the road
space.
that you are making
And
it to look as
wait,
if
let
is
me
a
talk.
I'm
something
That
that
wondering.
this
I
is
is
don't even
this
know
is
difficult?
what
why
this story.
this is why that country is not going anywhere, because we
Oh,
think
okay.
all of us we think that
Oriola,
we are smart, but at the end of the day
Oriola,
we are failures. That's why our country is not good.
Dangote introduced concrete road recently because he
Road.
made that presentation.
Well,
He made
what
that
does
presentation.
Dangote know about roads? The guy is not educated enough to know that. The
The,
engineers
the,
probably told him that's the best thing for him to do. The guy is not
Oriola,
educated to know that.
let's even face this reality.
Oriola, you are the
And
only
this is
Oriola,
why
educated in
we're not
Nigeria.
getting anywhere. This
are
is
you really
why
joking? Are you really
we
joking? You
yeah,
see,
I'm not
you see
joking.
billionaire
I'm
of Dangote,
serious. I'm serious.
magnitude that you are saying he doesn't know anything.
What does he
Dangote
know?
was the one that was fighting that we should be using concrete to build road. He presented that into the government of Jonathan. You understand? Gradually, we pretend everybody was against him that time. They say he was just looking at monopolizing everything, and
And it was no, they said he was looking for a way of selling his cement now.
the cement. Yeah, eventually we are now back to what the man suggested, because that time he said the average span of concrete road that time was 40 years. You understand? So now the same thing is suggested that we rejected, we pretended to reject that time. It's the same thing we are now coming back to now. So the thing is this.
No. See, this is
Okay.
where we complicate stuff. When you're building road in the coastal area where there's a lot of water, it's better to use concrete. And when you go to a lot of places like Florida,
So why is it so difficult? You are
or
not
you
making it to be
wait,
like a rocket. You are the one making it to look like a rocket science now. Are you not the one?
it is a rocket science. I'm not a civil engineer, but I know that as an engineer, to design anything is not a joke, because it's not a joke. Just because you design something does not mean you will be the same person on the field to carry out what you put on the paper
Don't shake
or
here.
and
The
carry it out.
concept is
That
what
this is the
matters.
problem we have. And that's the same thing. The
We
same
are telling
problem.
you that
That's
the
why
problem we have with our road is
that's
not because they lack the technology or technical know-how. It's because they cut corner. That is the
If
problem.
General
is
Thomas, you be engineer now, why you let L'Oreal go and get away with this
yeah,
now?
but how come with this much experience that we have, this knowledge that we have, how come that country still seem like a failed country?
What are
Because
you
we
people
always
talking
brag.
about? I don't
We are
even
bragging
understand
every
you.
time. We have
What do you,
knowledge of
so
this.
if
We have
a
knowledge of
country
this.
doesn't have a
But
road,
we are
if
sitting
the country
here.
does not have a road, it's
We
a
are
failed
sitting
country.
here and
Abi?
complaining
I
that
don't
things
really
are not working
understand
out.
what this man is saying
When
again.
you finish, when you get off this place today, I want you to go and search the Greenfield Towers
Because we don't
disaster.
have good road, Nigeria is a failed country.
I want you to go and search the Greenfield
Man,
Tower disaster
I
in
will
London.
appreciate if you actually listen to what
Let,
I'm
let,
saying
let,
instead
let,
of
let me
just
tell you
picking
one
and
thing.
choosing.
Mr. Oriola, I want you
Picking
to
and
search
choosing
about
what you
the
need to
Greenfield Tower
respond to.
disaster in London. So I want
No,
you to
no,
understand this.
Arogidigba, let me even tell you Ola something. I'm telling you today, you understand, go and fact check. Dangote made effort during Jonathan. He made a roadmap of how to fix a road.
That's
He was
good.
even he was even suggesting that of tax holiday for the major corporation in the country to fix roads, so that instead of collecting tax, they will just use that one for the tax. Now, this guy, after fighting tooth and nail, he eventually built the first concrete road. Dangote himself, so he partnered with another company in Brazil to build the first concrete road. Yeah, that's Ibese, the one in Ibese to how do you call it that you understand? Then again, he now went and rebuilt his Obajana 42 kilometers, Obajana Kaba Road.
Yes, Obajana in Kogi State.
Wait, so can I respond to you?
Wait.
Because you don't listen to me. That's what I'm saying.
The problem
I'm
now
not
is this.
even tackling what
You
you're saying.
listen before you miss everything
Okay,
up.
I'm
You
listening to
listen.
you.
Now, I'm not telling you that gradually we are embracing, because the thinking behind it is that this road lasts for 40 years. Even 40 years we are talking about, it's not as if the concrete will crack.
You can resurface after 40 years. You can resurface, but the concrete will still be there. So that's what brought this idea. Now, you know what happened? Like this, I think this Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. I don't know. I think maybe I may be missing it up. I think it was first of all awarded to Julius Berger before. I can't remember. They now have to take out somewhere where we have were awarded to Julius Berger. They have to take that thing back. Now they awarded to these guys that are doing this road just because they know about that concrete road. You understand?
Okay.
What
Can
Julius
I
Berger has
please
been
talk
doing
now?
for us is totally different.
Can I talk?
You can talk.
Okay. I'm not fighting you or trying to argue about what type of road was built.
You said we
I
don't
can
know
at
anything
this
about road.
point, wait, at this point, I can care less. What I'm really caring about is who are those people with their expertise building that road. Not only building it, designing that road. That's what I
Okay,
care about.
let me ask you this,
And
Ola.
that's
I
what
mean,
I want us.
Oriola,
Wait, let me land.
Oriola,
I
Don't
waited for
shout
you to.
now. What is
I
it?
waited.
Why are you shouting?
I'm not shouting. I'm not yelling. I would not yell. I'm not yelling. I'm just trying to. The point I want us to reason. I want us to tackle the main problem that I think we are facing. But you guys are not seeing it. You're looking at the top surface
We are
of.
seeing it, but the what you focus on is about the technical capability, and we are not telling you that that is not the major problem. We don't have good road. It's not because of technical capability, because we lack maintenance culture. We don't
Okay.
maintain those roads. People will just.
Simba. Wait, I disagree with you.
Oriola, let me make this
Mr.
But I'm
statement.
Simba,
okay.
I think I know what Earlier is talking about. Let me help him. Let him help everybody.
Let me make this statement. You know, if you can't maintain your car, there is no point of buying a car.
Right.
So if we can, yes, because at the long run, if you calculate the money you spend on maintaining your car and the fuel, at the long run, you will see that it's like almost double the money you buy the car.
Let me
So
ask you a question based
maintenance
on the
is
example you. Let me ask you an example.
yeah.
Majority of the time, when you buy a brand new cars, where everybody else, because I know every one of us now, we don't live in Nigeria. Where you live when you buy a brand new car, majority of the time, where do you take that car to for your maintenance?
Yeah, I take it to the same company that manufacturer the
Thank
car.
you.
Yeah.
If you take it to that same dealership that you bought the car from, which is probably the same manufacturer.
Yes, the same thing. Yeah.
So what is your point now?
Yeah, go on. What is your point?
You want to liken that one to road?
Let
You
me
want to
land.
liken that one to road?
Wait, let me land.
Let
me
him
land.
land. Let him
He's
land.
getting my point now. When I bought a brand new car, but I bought a Toyota, and every single time I want to do my maintenance, I take it to Toyota dealership
Toyota
to do
dealership, yeah.
my maintenance. Okay, now I know they the one who built it, and they have experience about it. And I'm now saying that okay, my own country, my beloved country, we that we brag about our expertise, how come we are not the one at the front line designing and building those roads? By the time for the maintenance, because we love our country so much, we're the one who built it. It's easy for us to easily add it to whatever contract we have that, okay, we'll be maintaining this road. But in our case, that's not usually what happened. You have foreigners.
They don't know. Don't argue.
Wait, you yourself,
Let me correct
the
you.
guy
Let me
that just
correct
said
you.
you don't know, yeah. This is this guy that just told me now that Dangote built a road by engineers from Brazil to
No,
build a road for him. Now, when you need to maintain those
let me
roads,
correct you.
you
Let me
now
correct
want
something.
them to come and do it.
Let me
Whereas
correct
you
something.
have your own people that that don't have knowledge about that road that was constructed. How would they maintain it?
Let me
Let's
correct
do
something.
our own thing. That's
Let me
what me I'm
correct something.
pointing out.
Let me correct something by a misconception. So up until CECC came along, most of the Nigerian big contracts are handled by Julius Berger and another company that was very active in Southwest and especially around the Ibadan, actually called Sonebone. I mean, GT will be, General Thomas will be familiar with Sonebone now.
Sonebone.
Shinebone. We got Shinebule. We normally call them Shinebule.
My mom is their chief caterer back then when I was born.
A lot of their senior guys live around the Lake of Salami axis. I actually lived in that area as well. A lot of the chief engineers and the senior engineers in Julius Baga are Nigerians. A lot of the senior middle management, a lot of their middle management, lower management are Nigerians. Don't get this conception that they are
My
changing.
brother is one of the, my own blood brother is one of the engineers in Julius Benga. So
A lot
he's
of
a
their
civil
regional
engineer. So
controllers,
what are you talking about?
their regional controllers are Nigerians. Let me tell you one of the flaws we have with
that are involved in all those road design. You think because the sign as if the sign is I beg you.
Oriola ti sọ wá di olódo pé àbí dummy head ni wá Nàìjíríà náà.
Ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé Amẹ́ríkà ló ti kàwé.
Àmọ́ kankan. The problem with
Okay. There's one engineer, Emmanuel Adeoye Ajayi. You understand when you go to it. So that one is always involved in Lagos State road and a bridge project. You understand. So like if there's any government that so far trusted Nigeria to even get involved in all those things, you'll be talking of Fashola then probably the guy that followed.
Okay, can I say something? So let's agree.
The problem is actually civil servants. The area controllers that they put there, they are meant to be doing stuff. Okay, for instance, what is meant to happen before you do any concrete pour or before you do any tile laying? You're meant to take a sample and go and do lab tests. You're meant to do compressive tests. You're meant to look at stuff like the volume of tar. You're meant to look at all these things. But if you look at the guys that the civil servants that are in that area, they will take back pay. They'll look the other way, and then what happens is the volume of cement, for instance, to the water might be short. The guy that's meant to be looking over that is going to look the other way.
Wait, you keep making my
point. Okay.
You're making my point. I'm just telling you now that to design a road is not a ball in the park.
It's not a matter of capacity. It's not a matter of capacity, it's a matter of character.
Let me tell you something. Do you know Redeemer University? Do you know Redeemer University?
I don't know Redeem.
We want to tell you now, a person like you within Nigeria. So let me tell you, the architect involves Stephen Iyobosa, then Olariwaju Ayandipo. You understand? See, you will be seeing
it's not by name.
Exactly. Kedanland was built by the way you are looking at Nigeria as if they don't know anything. You know they are Olodo. You know as
we know stuff. Oh wait, nobody is saying that we don't know anything. How come we can those expertise that we have? How come it's not showing in our infrastructures? This is not disrespect. This is not disrespect. Right. This is not disrespect. This is us that we're talking, and we should be able to be 100 with one another. How come with those expertise we are building? Okay, someone is building a road, and you build a open drainage. What sense does that make? You're building a road. You're building a open drainage. First of all, it's easy for those drainage to be cluttered because it's easy. A lot of us, when we're younger, we play around. Whatever we see, we turn it into a soccer ball.
That's another thing you are talking about.
Can I come in?
No. I'm trying to explain to us how to design road. Majority of Nigerian road, they don't have drainage. So I understand that we are smart, but we are not using it. We are not using our smartness for anything.
Let's hear from you. Remy has been quiet here.
Please, the problem is in most of the states, and I think the major problem of Nigeria is that most of our cities are not well planned. and because they are not well planned, and because of so many other vices, so some of the roads you have open drainage. I agree with you, because if you go to most of the state roads, they are not, the drainage system is not all that good. But when you talk about some of the highway, like this coastal road now, if you see the drainage system they put in place, it's very good. It's under under the road, and they did it very well. You cannot even see it's not an open drainage. You are right, but the problem of Nigeria is the major cities. For example, look at Lagos State now. How many buildings are you going to take away if you want to replan the whole city? Because they were not planned from inception. So that is it's just
Remy,
like,
why did we
Okay,
went to school?
let me say my own.
Wait. Let me ask Remy. Remy,
You see this on your last the way you say
why
your
did we go to
way.
school? Why did we go to school? Because we are all saying we have expertise. All these things. This is why
we
your
do have
architects
expertise.
went to school.
Oriola,
Is to be
you
able
have
to
you forget why we just started this current democracy 1999.
what does
The
democracy
decade.
has to do with expertise now?
Wait
What
now.
does it have to do with
Okay,
Sir,
expertise?
Nigeria is even getting better now
Let
compared to
me
the
let me
olden
pose
days.
a question to Riola. Let me pose a question to Riola while Dr. Simba is. I think Dr. Simba is here. Abi?
I want to
Yes,
say
he's
something,
here now.
Aro. Let me see what I want to say first.
Riola, please, Dr. Simba, let me pose this question to Riola. Nigerian doctors are excelling everywhere. Okay, I've got a few of them are my friends. Excellent. In fact, one of them just called me the other day. He's just finished he's a specialist now. Okay, he's a consultant. They're brilliant. But they also work in Nigerian hospitals. Why is the level of our healthcare quite not commensurate with the volume of brilliant doctors we have? It's the same thing. You need to look at the environment.
And I
You
can
look,
tell you
you,
why. I can tell you
you,
why.
you spoke about the regulators as well earlier on. The regulators, the environment. Okay, that's what's lacking. It's not the capacity. You are conflating it. It's not the inherent competence of the individuals. It's the environment that actually that's meant to regulate their activities, and also there's meant to encourage them and improve their current status. So please don't conflate it. Don't make them like idiots. They
Okay,
are
wait.
well educated and they're well in
I,
terms
I
of
I'm not
the
saying
technical capacity. They have it.
I will never blame anyone. I'm blaming myself as well. Um, okay. Simba is able to do well and be a brilliant doctor. Where is he? Where is at right now? Because I can tell you why. He has everything that he needed. If he every single technology that he need to practice his stuff is available to him. That's why he was able. That's why he's a successful doctor everywhere he goes.
No. I think in Nigeria too, you can if you have been to some of Nigerian hospitals, not that they don't have that equipment.
No. Wait, Remy. Let me say this. I've been waiting to talk since. And I will not even go to the hospital. For Oriola, I mean, I will give example of even United Kingdom where you reside, and I'm very sure that it will be the same thing. Anytime I visit UK, what I used to notice that there was a time I was going to the St. Thomas Hospital, very close to River Thames, beside the Parliament there, and we saw some little potholes on the road. When I was coming back, immediately I saw all those potholes are condom already for them to be fixed. What the major problem we have in Nigeria is that we believe that once we awarded the road is constructed, they don't factor in maintenance. There's no road, whatever, even if you do it concrete, whatever, if you are not maintaining it, it can't last forever. We
The
don't
local
have
councils, the local councils budget the road maintenance into their budget.
but we don't have that. We don't have that in Nigeria. Let me tell you this.
Not state government, local council. No, like not even LGO. Local council is like similar to LCDA.
Because let me tell you, because all those people they have the resources to do the maintenance and to factor. If you look at what a local council is budgeting in that place, I'm very sure even the best state in Nigeria might not have that their budget. There was a time during Obasanjo regime that he bought equipment for some teaching hospital. I think about almost 15 teaching hospital, MRI, CT scan, and everything. Go and check all those things now. And it's because of lack of maintenance. Because we don't even have the resources. Yes, we are corrupt, yes. But the resources to maintain all those things. The hospital where I'm working here now, last year, our MRI stopped working. It took them 6 months. And when I now asked my medical director how much it takes them to fix it, it runs into they said about how much was it? They said about 15 million real. If you convert that one to naira, it will be almost maybe almost 15 billion
Can I
naira.
ask you a question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. In Nigeria, let's as a sample, we want to use the hospital that you work in Nigeria. Did you have CMO, that would be the chief medical officer? Do you have that at your hospital?
We don't use CMO. We use chief medical or chief medical director.
Do you have a director for medical?
Oh, that is no hospital. Yes, we have now.
Do you have for nursing?
Yes, we have director of nursing.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
even for lab for every unit they have their own
okay.
director.
So you have a director for lab, and I'm definitely sure you have director for medical equipment as well.
For works, we call it works.
Do you have clinical engineering departments or biomedical?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
You have that. Okay. The
Yes.
problem is solved. So how come there's your biomedical engineering department is not functioning properly? Because
okay, like let me give you this. Let me wait
I will
now.
Because the responsibility is to take care of your equipment.
Yeah, you know what they even here where they have even foreigners that are doing all those work for them, all those high-tech equipment. They usually maintain the manufacturer are the one that normally maintain them.
Simba,
Do you agree with me?
Please, let's stick to
What
Nigeria.
I'm saying is, even if you want to maintain, if you have the, let me tell you, if you make a good example of, if I want to work now, I know what to do, but I don't have what I need to work, both in terms of materials and money.
Okay, can I ask you another question? Every single year, those directors, they're responsible to create a budget every year.
Yes.
Do they do that? Yes or no?
They do.
They do. So how come the clinical engineering director
and
that's
what we are wait.
Okay.
Because they do the budget doesn't mean they give them the money
How
now.
come he's not
Exactly. That's what I want to tell him, that is not ready to listen to me.
Wait, okay.
For the fact that they have a budget
I want to do something.
does not mean that they have the money.
I can ask my dad for money. Doesn't mean he will give it to me. It's kind of different, man.
Okay, then
that's something that it doesn't mean that they give me
because to my own understanding, when you create a budget for a year,
like even federal government, we are talking about, that is what we are talking about. Try and understand this. If you have a hospital, you are looking at US, you are looking at the US, even where you are working, that hospital that you are working in US, Oriola, if you look at the budget of that hospital, I can bet you it will be more than the budget of the whole of Lagos State.
Yeah, but
so what can you say about that?
Yeah, I understood, but I was just wondering that if
let me tell you, we agree that there are corruption, but we don't have the resources for all these things that we are looking for in that country.
Yeah, but
it's not the okay. Say what you want to say.
If you bought equipment to be used, there's something called a lifetime of every single thing that you buy. So you already by the time that you're purchasing it, you have to make that calculation that okay, the lifetime of this equipment, which includes all your like installation and any problem that this thing is going to run into. So by the time you purchase it, you already made purchase that would include in your purchase for that thing to be taken care of for the main time, at least for the lifetime of that equipment.
No,
So
no, no, no.
I'm
They don't do
wondering.
that. They don't
I'm,
do. They don't do that. They don't do that. What they
so
will do
when
is
I
that they
so
will just
when
go
I
and
now
buy it.
said that our expertise is not being used
No, they are
efficiently.
not doing it. Let me tell you, they are not doing all those things because if they look at the cost, they would rather say, okay, let us buy it rather than include the cost of maintenance into it. That is what happened. Let me tell you, the cost of maintenance is actually more than the cost of buying an equipment.
Yeah, because if you want it to run its lifetime, yeah, you will be
Uh-huh.
expensive. Yeah, but
So
it's
the
usually when you buy something
resources is the
new.
major problem of Nigeria. The resources, we don't have that much
Yeah, but
resources. That is the problem.
but that's
I
why you
can
have.
talk to this point a bit better than others, okay? Because I work in high tech manufacturing, okay? I'm actually working up to a tool now that's been down for more than a week. Um, we have had to budget 100,000 euro, okay, for parts and for an FSC to come from Germany to come and look at it on Monday. 100,000 euro out of the blue, and that is going to go into our department overhead. We've been trying to fix it, okay.
Do you think that if a state has that equipment in Nigeria, do you think that 100,000 euro that you're talking about, the state can afford it?
Now that decision was made to actually expend that amount. Now the part is actually 100,000 euro for the part. We also have to get the FSC that's going to come from Germany to come and fix it, and we're going to have to pay him for that. And
There was a time, let me tell you, there was a time our X-ray had a problem. Just ordinary X-ray, our digital X-ray. We have to call out the experts to come. If you know the cost, because he has to travel all the way from Cameroon, come to Nigeria, is the problem. The problem is the resources. If you look at the budget of a hospital in Nigeria, you wonder what did they want to do with this?
Okay, so I don't want to be exposing a lot of stuff, but let me just put this in. When you buy something new, whoever is that director should know that. Although not you just told me that they probably don't do like a life cycle calculation when they
They
buy
don't do.
stuff.
They don't do it. They
Because
don't do it.
when you buy stuff, it's
They will
already the
rather, the problem with them.
let me say this real quick. The
Okay.
manufacturer is already responsible for taking care of that equipment for at least a year or two. That's number one.
When
Number
that's the
two,
guarantee,
wait,
the
wait,
warranty.
yeah, and also they're also required, although I don't know Nigerian law, to actually provide training. That's why you have that department, and I'm sure you have some engineers that work for you to go for that training of that particular unit.
What about
So
if
they
those guys
can.
don't come back? Have you thought about that?
Okay.
Have you thought about how many people went on training and never came back to
All right.
Italy, to Germany?
All right. So this is getting complicated then, because I'm just trying to see how. And you just saying to my point. You are just pointing to my point that I'm saying that we act like we have expertise in a lot of things, but at the end of the day, we are not able to solve a simple problem for ourselves, and we make it complicated.
We
That
don't have expertise in everything, but I think don't conflict the matter of the roads and don't conflict things. Okay, each problem has its own peculiar reasons.
so
Okay,
we have expertise in the road. So how come we are
we
having
have started. I think
bad roads?
when it comes to civil, okay, when it comes to civil, I think we have the capacity in general. Now the capacity might.
How come we have a bad roads?
Okay, wait. Let me finish now. I think you see, you don't conflict. Okay, we might not have the capacity where it's needed, but it's not for the lack of capacity in the country. If you get what I mean. So, for instance, let's look at the situation in roads. Each of the states are meant to have their departments that's meant to be focused on road repairs and road maintenance. In a situation where they are not sufficiently staffed, in a situation where their staff are not sufficiently going for the training, in the situation where the staff are not sufficiently motivated, you can say they don't have the capacity.
Can I say
It's not that
something? The
It's not that they don't have
ministry, the
it's not that they don't
Ministry
have the
of
technical
Transport.
know-how.
Wait, who does the road? The Ministry of Works has
Yes.
nothing. They're not responsible to build road. They're only responsible to regulate, to
Regulate, yeah, give
make
or take.
policy. That's what they're responsible for. They should get a contractor to do the road and make sure they regulate that the contractor
They
complies
do some roads
with the
they do some road
with the
works as well. They do
policy.
some maintenance. They do some maintenance and
We
signage.
don't need
I
them
believe
to do it. We don't
Minister
need
of Works
them
have
to do it.
signage and they have signage. They're in charge of signage and a bit of maintenance as well.
Yeah,
The person of works.
let them focus on regulations. We don't need them to build roads.
Oriola, I think what we need to be saying now is that whenever they give a contract to any company to construct a road, they should factor in cost of maintenance, and they can even say, okay, for 10 years we are going to maintain this road, and this is what we are going to be paying you per year for maintenance. If they are doing that, I think it will be better off than just to give them contract, finish this road, hand over, and that's all.
Okay, I'm saying to you, I've done policy before. I've created policies. So I know that when you're creating policies as a regulators, that's part of it to maintain. We will be part of your policy. Let them focus on regulations. When they focus on regulations, they know that when a road is going bad, in order for that road to comply with their regulations, it need to be maintained. We don't need Nigerian Ministry of Works to fix road. Focus on regulations. Give the road to private people. Our knowledgeable expertise that we have in Nigeria, like you guys said,
But
they should be
all
taking
these
care
things
of the
are not
road.
free. I hope you know that these things are not free. So you have to look
I
at the
know.
cost also.
That's why we have the Ministry of Finance to do
to go
to
and
make
give
sure the budget's right for us. This is
but
making
they
it
can
simple.
only
Have we had a surplus budget? When was the last time we had a
Please, this
surplus
one that
budget?
we are just going
We
back
are
and
talking about
forth.
money
This
and
is just
Oriola,
memories.
what is the tax base of Nigeria? How many people are even paying that tax? The way we do things in Nigeria is too
yeah.
Do
That
we
aggressive.
even
is
have a
Look at
surplus budget?
look
you
at the
see,
way we
we are
give out
just going
driver's
back and
license.
forth.
Look
You
at the
see,
kind
we
of
are just
truck they
going
are
back and
driving in
forth.
Nigeria.
Oriola have said it all, and which I quite agree with him. Everything that he has said, he has stated it,
what do you even
and that is the
understand by
way.
what he said? What did you understand by what he said? You are just
Okay, what is the
blabbing.
business
What did
of
you
road?
understand?
Okay,
What
my
do you understand?
understanding. Allow me to talk, Simba. My understanding is that Minister of Works does not have any business constructing road. They have
So
to
the
build,
Minister of Work, is he constructing road now? Is that what he said?
but are they not taking contracts of roads?
No, ministry are
You
not
can
taking
see,
contract
you
of
can
road
see now.
though.
I know you cannot understand because
Please allow me,
your
Simba.
mind is
Please, thank
blocked.
you, thank you. See, let me tell you, I appreciate all of you on this program because you are being your intellectual brain to come and discuss how our space, our land going to be great, how we can be able to criticize our government for them to do the right thing. But revise is the case. Are we the only one that called Nigerians? It's only Yoruba land is a Nigerians.
Is that what
Everything
we are
has been.
discussing now? Is that what we are
Allow
discussing
me,
now?
please. Let me make my point. You see, in Yoruba land, there is a lot of immigrants because we are being overwhelmed. We are being overwhelmed. Look at the so many millions that live in Yoruba land, and we don't have the resources to take care of this immigrants that came all over from their space to come and to come and
Why did they
suffocate
come?
us.
Why did they come? Why did they come?
Yeah, because we practice one Nigeria in our space. We practice one Nigeria, but
But
reverse is the
it's
case.
actually
In
good.
other
It's
people's
actually,
land,
let me
allow me, Simba,
wait.
please allow me to make my point. In other people's space, they don't practice one Nigeria. We are the only Yoruba in Yoruba land.
But that's not
That is
what we are talking about this morning.
yeah.
We are talking
I'm
about.
driving to my point. Can you allow me to drive to my point? Now, you see, you people here, you are so very educated in Yoruba land, even outside Yoruba land, outside Nigeria. And you are bringing your brain to discuss how our land is going to, how we are going to put everything in order so that our space we can be able to get so many social amenity in our space. What's revised in the case is other Nigerians doing the same. If you go to their platform, how they are going to conquer you, how they are going to take over your land, it is what they are discussing. They are not discussing what is going in their space. Because as we are doing the same, if other people are doing also the way we are doing here, I think Nigeria will be better for everybody to stay. But we are building our space for this immigrant to come and frustrating to our space, to come and take over our space, to come and suffocate us. So for me, I don't believe in this BD. We should be able to chase the people out so that we can be able to manage our space. Our resources, we have to make our resources to be at least for the benefit of our people. Because we are doing everything, but these people are not appreciating. There are so many. Okay, look at the millions of people that live in our space without paying tax. Okay, where the government is going to have the money to be doing all this thing that we are mentioning? We have a lot of skills. We have a lot of knowledge to develop our space, but there are too many migrants who are not pay. They are not paying any tax. If we ask them to pay any money, any tax now, they will start rebellions against the government. They always antagonize our government. It now look that our state governments as if they are not working, which they are working, they are trying their best, but the resources which available to them is not enough based on the population. Are we the one going to be carrying all the load for Nigeria? Are we the one going to be sacrifice ourselves for the one Nigeria? How many of our leaders we have sacrificed for one Nigeria? Are we the only people that reside in that Nigerians? So my thought is that you see, my own belief is not about I'm interested in Nigeria, but others are not interested. So will I be continue to sacrifice myself to build up Nigeria? That is my own point. Because you cannot go to anywhere elsewhere to live comfortably the way you live in the way they came to my space to come and live.
Mr. Adex, we appreciate we appreciate your tone, but I think I don't think what you're saying is a subject for today. I don't think it's appropriate
It is
to.
not so, you see, you people are always be political corrected. You people
Complex
always be
matter.
political corrected. That is the problem I have for you. Or despite you have acquired a lot of education, you have acquired everything. A lot of if you come home, the Agberu, the miscreant from other space, they will just come and buy you and take over everything that you have acquired of.
I think we understand what Ades is trying to say.
We
But
absolutely understand.
unfortunately, we have to work on so many stuff. And unfortunately, because the policies of today is policies of division, we cannot lie about it. And we have to take action about it. Because you cannot be sowing while others are reaping. And those ones that are reaping do not appreciate the land. That is unfair. If everything is fair all over Nigeria, that a Yoruba can go to Kano or Enugu or wherever, become a commissioner, have important position, can do business, can do whatever he can do in all those, that would have been better. But unfortunately, it's not that way. So people in the Yoruba in the South, we also have they will shout out, they don't feel comfortable like they used to be comfortable. So you can't blame the way Adex is feeling. But at the same time, we have to forge ahead. We cannot say because of this we are not going to move ahead. we also have to look inward and blame some of our leaders not doing the right thing. For example, each time I go to Nigeria, when I see Lagos progressing, I'm quite happy. But by the time I get to Ibadan, it's an eyesore. I ask myself,
But
what
if you Remy, go to Ibadan now. Go and that guy, he really did well. Oh. That their governor,
no, no,
he
no,
did
no, no.
fantastically
It's
well.
not.
She's a failure.
I know
It's
it's doing
Ajimobi's work.
better
It's
roads,
Ajimobi
but
It's
you know,
Ajimobi.
Simba, how long? When was the last time you visited Ibadan?
But I used to watch this thing on social media
You
now,
know
his
what?
achievements and all
You
this.
know before when the time of Ajimobi, that guy really
Mm.
tried to clean up the old road. But when you go to Ibadan, from that toll gate, Ibadan toll gate, you will see debris, you will see trash, you will see a lot of stuff. He didn't really work on that capital city very well.
Yeah,
He
you
didn't
failed in
expand.
many areas. It's Ajimobi's work that people are confusing. Ajimobi
Yeah,
is the one that did
he
most of
has
what people are
performed.
seeing now.
And we were
Ajimobi did
expecting that
very well.
he's younger, be an engineer. Can you believe that the same ring road up to today is still like that? And can you believe that they put a kind of what do you call it, road bump on ring road? How can you put such a thing like that when everybody is demolishing the roundabout and making the street more straighter, like what Lagos is doing, and widening it a little bit? I don't understand. And more people are Simba, try to visit Ibadan. I can guarantee you that Okada will be your security guard. There will be 5 in front of you,
Okada,
5
Jamaica.
behind you,
Can I
10,
say
10 and
something real
Micah,
quick?
10 behind you. Thomas is here listening. You understand what we are saying? It's not that we are trying to
Uh,
say
yeah.
it's terrible. It's
Can I say
totally
something
terrible.
real quick? I
Go
think
ahead. I know you are
the
from Ibadan too.
no, I'm not, but I
Yeah,
think
are you from Ogun?
yeah, but I want to
Ah,
say
okay, we are
something
the
real
same.
quick. In perspective to what Hadi was saying, I think that because a lot, how would I put this? A lot of us, well, maybe a lot of young, very, very young people don't understand what our history is not there. Like we lack it, and we don't understand boundaries. Like a boundary is not created. There's no artificial. I don't even think there's artificial boundaries, and this is what I mean. We try to act like the whole country is just one thing, whereas we're not. Some they don't. Everybody don't want to speak up to understand that okay, this area is this area, that area is that area, and that area is that area. We're trying to have everybody believe that everywhere is the same, and I will explain what I mean. We have different ethnicity and we have different lands. So, for example, we have the Yoruba land, we have the Igbo land, and we have the Afusa land. They all have different cultural background. Like they have different norms that applies to them. Like some people value respect, some people don't care, some people value religion, some people don't care. We're not one. We are not the same. But instead of us to put that up front that okay, this is us and this is this place they belong to these people, this is their own thing. We decide that we don't want to bring those things up front. And because a lot of people don't know, imagine someone that live in one particular section of the country for 50 or 60 years but still does not recognize where he lives that okay, this is their norms, this is their culture, this is their belief. You can't blame that person if he act anyhow because you already let that person know that everywhere is the same. And I think that's what the problem is. We are shying away. We're shying
Oriola,
away
let me tell
from
you this.
speaking.
Let me tell you this. I don't think there's anybody in Nigeria that does not know how Hausa people behave, how Igbo people behave, how Yoruba people behave. what we lack is respect. We don't respect our differences. It's not as if we don't know about it, and it's not as if we don't recognize it, but people just deliberately don't want to respect it. Why? What is happening?
Are you sure that young people actually knows? Because
They know.
when I
They
saw,
know.
I
What do you mean
don't
by
think,
young people?
I don't,
The
wait,
way the young
wait,
behave, is it different from the way the old ones behave?
wait, I can tell you for the way I see people whenever I read tweets, and whenever I see how people talk, I believe that these things are not taught to people. That what we all have in our head is this is just Nigeria, and anywhere I go, I can do whatever I want. Is my country. We that the knowledge that I can go outside and say this is my ethnicity, or I can go anywhere and be proud of who my ethnicity is. Those things I believe that they're not there. Like they want us, they don't want you to feel who you are, like to act like who you are. They want
You
us to
know,
act like
Oriola. I don't know. Sorry for saying it. I don't know how old you were before you left Nigeria. You understand? There's no way you will live in a community for maybe 2 3 years without having understanding of their norms, their customs, and their culture. You understand? So if me now, if I decide to go and live in the southeast, do you think I'll not know my boundaries? I'll not know that I have to respect their culture. But if I decided not to do that, you can't say because of ignorance. It's because I deliberately not want to give that respect. So then that's what is happening. The one you
Okay,
see most likely in
wait.
if you
I think that
deliberately to
you
disrespect them, what do you think that will happen to you
wait.
in Southeast? What do you think that will happen to you as a Yoruba man?
Wait, let's. I don't know. I've never been there, but I think we should just
I've
speak in
been there.
general.
I can tell you what will happen to you if you want me to tell you.
Okay. Well, I guess it would be a bad thing that happened to you. But what I want to say is, we don't let us have this belief that everybody knows something. What I've learned from living outside Nigeria is when you go to school, you know it or you don't know it. It's part of a curriculum. You have to learn it. You have to, like the country I live in, American history. You have to do it for 4 years in your school, in your high school. So you know it, you don't know it. You learn it for 4 years. World history, you have to learn it for 2 years. You know it, you don't know it. You have to know it. I think something like that. I mean, when you take languages like Spanish or French, like me, for example, I
do
took
you know
French
that
for four
do you
years
know
to
that
know it.
we have when we were in primary school, we do subjects like elementary science, family living, social studies.
Yes,
Under
yes.
social studies, that's where they will teach you about the tribes in Nigeria, their culture and everything, what is peculiar to. So it's not about
You
lack of
mentioned
knowledge. That's
something
what I.
now. Wait, you mentioned something now. You said in elementary school. This is not something that you have to learn for just 6 years. You have to learn it for the entire 16 years that you are in elementary, middle school, and your tertiary, and your secondary
I'm
school.
telling
You have
you,
to
social
learn it to
study.
know. And when you even get to
Wait.
college,
Oriola, you always when you have an impression, you because of what you learn there, you just want to say it doesn't exist.
I didn't say that.
When I mention social study is taught in both primary school and secondary school. You understand what I'm saying? Your first 6 years in primary school, they will teach you, and your first 3 years, because of the change of 3 years in secondary school, they will teach you. So you want to tell me that is not enough for somebody to understand?
Wait, and you are being taught that this in your social study that this is Igbo land, this is Yoruba land, this is their culture, this
I've
is
never lived in Igbo land. Everything that I know about the Igbos was based on what I was taught.
yeah, but that's from your social study.
Yes.
And you learn it the entire, because I took social study too. So you learn it from elementary school up to your secondary school, because I did not.
Junior secondary school.
I did not learn about any culture. The only time that I learned about culture is language, when we took languages. That's all.
What are they teaching you in social study? What are they teaching you in social study?
Oh, well, I can't remember.
You can't remember now. You can't remember.
But I can tell you some. I can tell you some that I still remember. They taught us about
You see, what they taught
1914.
is just the
Exactly.
dressing code, just dressing code.
Exactly, like basic things. Even they didn't teach us more about, like, Awolowo, for example.
Simba, you come from a different generation compared to me and Obiolana. You know, I think you guys learned a lot more.
90s.
Yeah, I went to uni. I grew up in the 90s as well, and I think you guys had a different experience. I think what had happened is, by the time, because I went to secondary school in the mid 90s, I think by that time there was this desire not to expose the full history of Nigeria to people.
And I even now, yesterday I was speaking with my daughter. She's in underlevel medicine in the University in Afeba, and she said that yesterday she wrote which subject did she say she wrote? French. And I asked her, I said, why are you doing French as a medical student?
Igbo.
And then they are teaching them languages also. In fact, they encourage them that they should learn, not if you are Yoruba, they will pick another language different from the Yoruba. And I asked her, I said, is it going to be only another level? No, she said that they're going to do it for 4 years. Do you understand? Now in secondary school, before it was, Obasanjo caused a lot of trouble for that country. It was one that canceled civic education. But now it's back, and they are now writing it even in WAEC. They make it compulsory for whether you want to do commercial, you want to do science, or you want to do arts. Because they realize that most people does not even know about their country.
Okay, so now you're getting the point that I'm making now. That's there's a gap. Maybe during your time, I'm guessing you went to school during maybe 80s or 70s. Those things were there.
In late
But
70s,
I went to school
80s.
in the 90s. There's not there. Imagine me in the 90s. I didn't see anything like that. Definitely people in the 2000s up to like the 2010 probably no nothing.
That is the real problem. I whatever I know is because of the kind of family I come from, not because I learned it in school.
Exactly.
I went secondary school in the mid 90s. I went to secondary school in the mid 90s. We did social studies. We did history.
I did not do history.
I did history. I did social studies. But to be frank, I don't think the people that came after me in the late 90s and 2000s.
So what did you do? What are the subjects that you did in your junior secondary school?
Well, I went to I actually gained to secondary school in 1996. So I know for sure.
That time I'm almost finishing my university that time.
Right. So for sure, I didn't learn. And to be honest with you, I think the first year, my first 2 years, that's the only time that I knew about languages. Like I was able to take another language from Yoruba. And by the time I get to...
Do you know, let me even tell you this. Do you know that at the end of the year, we will do end of the year party in the school, and what they make us to do is that there are some group that will act like Hausa, Fulani. You know, you have different cultural groups. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So cultural day. I think I did cultural day.
We did that, yeah. We did that my first 2 years. We did that.
Okay.
But
And actually, Frank, I think when I look at it as well, it
But
was
that is
when I
just
was
a
getting
ceremonial now. That is just a ceremonial day, just like
yeah, but
cultural.
it's ceremonial. But when you're a young person, it can leave an impression on you when you're young. When you're young and you're blind, your mind is free of all these complexities. It can leave an impression on you.
Yeah, that is close to the ending of year party, and that one is not. It is not being taught
no,
in
no, no, no,
academic.
no. It's like a week. There's this designated week
On
where
Friday,
it's
that is on
cultural.
Friday. They will
No,
ask
no,
you
no, no.
to.
It's not Friday. This is like a designated week for a cultural day where the entire week, you dress in your either Yoruba or your Igbo attire, and you're speaking your mother tongue for that entire week, and you're learning about your cultural stuff. I did that for my first 2 years of secondary school. I did that. So the thing is, and imagine if they stop doing that now. I just think that there's a lot of things, and we're just thinking that okay, these younger people that come like after me, they were able to do, because I know like my younger brother, I don't think he did any of what I'm talking about. So I'm definitely sure like a lot of people now, there's a gap. They know nothing about that Nigeria. All they know is just one Nigeria. That's why you can see someone who live in another place for like 10, 20 years and he can't speak the language of where he or she lives. And he or she doesn't know anything about that place that he or she lives. Because I've seen that. Imagine people who live in Lagos for a long time, but they can't speak that Yoruba that they speak there as their first language.
Okay, let me tell you.
Imagine.
Let me
That's
tell you
wrong.
the way it get worse is even the Yoruba people. As a Yoruba child, I was born in Lagos, went to school in Lagos, and wish I did not see Lagos as a part of Yoruba land because I am being in the midst of immigrants, a lot of them, overwhelmed. I did not see Lagos as a Yoruba land until I went out, traveled out of Lagos, and I begin to see myself separately. Before and I begin to see some sign and some signal. You understand? Before and I begin to get that orientation that so many things that our parents, because our parents do not even tell us at home that is what is our right of being as a Yoruba person, as a Yoruba child. Our parents fail to tell us a lot of history because it can't depend everything that your children will learn everything from school. That is why they can be able to cajole a lot of our youth to buy them over to their side, and that is the reason why we are facing all this kind of toxic on ground, even on social media. Uh, uh, oh, okay, Oriade, I thank
Yeah,
you.
but the thing
I
is, but
I
the thing
thank
is,
you because you anytime I always like to hear you speak on this platform because you always give me the energy which the kind of energy I want to be having because you bring out the problem and you always find a solution like so many people on this platform. They just talk without providing any solution because you are the only person who at least I grab a lot of solution of our problem, despite you as a speak as a Nigerian. So thank you.
thank you. You're busting my head, but here's the thing. Me, I won't even lie. I see myself as Yoruba first before Nigeria. But the thing is, because Lagos is cosmopolitan or whatever they call it, he accepts different people from different places. He accepts different religion. I think that's why it's kind of hard for a lot of people that were born there, or people that they are originated from there to, I mean, if their parent is not instilling in them, because I understand that there's some part in Lagos where they is like I mean, wherever you go, you see a lot of more Yorubas than you will see other people. Because I understand there's places like that. So I think that the complication. I mean, there's no way you can speak to this because it's already the problem is deep rooted. It's not something
Yeah,
that you can just.
can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah, you can interject.
I think what transfer is this: the first generation of most youth that come from different parts of Nigeria, especially the southeast, they have totally integrated into the society very well. And their fourth offspring, which I will call maybe fourth generation or whatever, those people can speak Yoruba very well. They can do a lot of things very well. But in the last, maybe in the last 10 years, because of a mass movement of people from different parts of Nigeria to Lagos looking for that Nigerian dream, most of those guys that came in, then with some form of agitators that also come along with them, they change the whole narrative entirely. They live within their small circle and they continue to propagate that idea that they have in their mindset, in where they are coming from. And when they are not a little bit successful, and the local people are not so loud, they don't want to. An average Yoruba man, even if the most richest man in the world, you will ever sometimes you won't hear ping from his mouth. It's like you have to manage your success very well. So just of this bad element that came along with the new set of people, they tend to corrupt the mindset of the younger generation of this their old generation. And unfortunately, the government at the center does not even make it better, removing a lot of subjects that bring that harmony, that bring that people to be aware where we are coming from. For God's sake, they remove history in our curriculum for more than 10 or 15 years. They remove a lot of courses, they tweak and they change a lot of things that are untrue. So they put a lot of things there. So people like addicts, I know where it's coming from. They will feel that, for
But
example,
let me ask you
even
something real quick.
let
When
me
you
conclude. Then you ask me. Let
right,
me conclude. That our own people, the parents of generation of let's start from 1990 to upward, they tend to also put the idea of my child to speak better English. So they inculcate the idea of if you can speak better English from childhood, that means you are better or you are well endowed or you are intelligent, and they discourage us from speaking our local language. But people like others, where they find a lot of people around them speaking broken English, so the thing has been bastardized a lot. So the orientation is no more there. So that's why most of our young ones nowadays they don't even know their left to right. I'm sorry, only few of them can grab situation very well. If you talk about different kind of human endeavors, they don't know nothing. They just you take them about it, I don't know. Then when you ask them how do you want to do this, they say my friend told me that is the best thing. Everybody just follow in the bad wagon way, which is not good for the country. I even pity the future of Nigeria when this young generation when is their turn to handle it. So I will stop here and then you can ask me your question.
oh yeah, I think I forget my question, but I
Okay,
was
then you
just
can go
going.
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I forget my question, but I was just going to say that. Well, let me try to remember my question because I think I already. But to your point, that a lot of people come from. I think a lot of people that they're causing trouble now, especially in Lagos. I don't think they're the people that actually grew up in Lagos. I don't think they're. And
Exactly. You are right.
when I say
They are not the
grew up,
one. Mm.
it's more like you can be an immigrant in Lagos, and if you give birth to a kid there, that kid probably will assimilate with the culture that he found there, which basically will be
Yes,
a Yoruba culture.
exactly.
And for Adex to be even saying that he didn't realize that Lagos is like Yoruba. I want to ask this question. I mean, a lot of radio stations, TV station in Lagos, they speak Yoruba now. So,
Yes.
are you saying as a language you didn't see? Are you saying in terms of um community you didn't get a sense of your Yoruba, or you're talking in sense of language? I'm
I
trying to
think
understand.
maybe another thing that we have to ask him is that I think his parent also. What did they? How did he brought? I mean, grew up. What did he learn at home and all those things? Or was it that when he was growing up, he was posted to like a boarding school right from childhood to adulthood?
Mm-hmm. And I think we should also ask him. This one is a kind of personal question, but he can give us a general overview where he lives in Lagos. So, if he mentions some certain area, then we're able to dissect what kind of people live more in that area, and would that kind of it, do they influence his what do you call it, his the way of his thinking or something like that? Because I know in some part of Lagos where we have a lot of immigrants from other states, they tend to dominate and they tend to bring their own culture and they tend to so many vices. So I think, but like Oriola
Remy,
said,
I don't think there's any place in Lagos that if you actually mix with people that you will not even learn Yoruba, you will not know that this is Yoruba
yeah,
land. I
yeah,
don't think there's
Yoruba
any
is the
area
most
like that.
easiest the
Even
most
the
easiest
Igbos,
language to
that
learn.
comes
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm
that
about
they
to say.
comes there, they learn Yoruba, everybody speak Yoruba. So I don't know what he's actually talking about.
I'm telling you, some of them nowadays they don't want to learn the language and they
Yeah,
just want
Maybe
to
they
like
deliberately
foment
don't want to
trouble.
learn. That is it.
I
no,
Yeah,
think
it's
yeah,
there's
yeah.
not.
a
It's
there's
the
a
difference.
new wave of relatively recent migrants. So I think Simba and Remy, you're thinking about the Igbos that were living in Lagos from the 1950s, the 1960s, 1970s. Some of them are second, third generation. I have Igbo friends that never, almost never been to the East. They can count how many times they've been to the East in their lives. Even the
Those
people in the East,
ones they
What we
don't
are
have
saying, let
I
me
problem
tell
at
you,
all.
even the
you
people
want
in
to
the East,
tell me that
they'll
okay,
call them Southwest Igbos.
wait,
But
Aro,
there's
if
some
you want, if I
recent
want
people
to
that have
ask you
come
now,
in the
if
2000s and the 2000 and after
let me
the
ask you this:
2000s, and I think there's a bit of antagonism.
what is the language on the street in Lagos as we speak now?
Broken English and Yoruba.
It's
That's
not broken English, it's Yoruba. Go to anywhere in Lagos, anywhere the language on the
um
street is Yoruba.
wait, if I may say this, while I was growing up, because so I happened to live in Lagos for like, I think, because I was trying to get into, I think, was he one of the army school? Is he Navy or Command Secondary School, whatever. So I kind of stayed in Lagos with my aunts for like maybe 6 months or so. So I remember that a lot of people that I know was more like all kids were taught to speak English. So if it's coming from that end,
Where is this one?
Is it me or is Oriola? I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Because I
Well, I
can't.
can hear you. I can hear you now, but I couldn't
Oh,
hear
okay,
nothing
yeah.
for a while.
I came back. I lost connection. I don't know what happened. Okay.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead, continue.
okay. What was I saying? Okay, so I was saying that when I was growing up, so a lot of people, well, people that are maybe like middle class and upper class, a lot of them, their kids just speak English. And I'm guessing not just Yoruba, it will be Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, and probably Fulani, and all of them. That they're middle class and upper class, they speak English to their kids. So now look at it like 30 years later now, majority of those kids, they can't speak Yoruba. Or they can speak maybe their native language, maybe Igbo or Hausa. So I think majority of people that live in Lagos that call themselves Lagosians, a lot of them, they lost that contact. Like I don't think they can speak Yoruba like that anymore. So maybe they still speak it to their friend every now and then, just like every one of us. But like speaking it like really the thickness, like understanding completely, or speaking Yoruba without adding English, I don't think a lot of us can do it. So if it's coming from that point of view, I think Adex might be right. And for the fact that, and you can also understand that depend on some area. Like if you live in Ireland, it's not just Yoruba. You see like the Yoruba, the Brazilians. You see a lot of foreigners as well that they're associated in that community. So maybe it might be coming from that end. So that would make sense. And I also know like my grandpa, for example, yeah, he has some money. So he built houses, like what they call it. Is he what's this? The Ejebu areas in Lagos, like is he Bariga or yeah, I think yeah, that's the name. So he has so those areas you will find like a lot of people that speak Yoruba, even thick ones. But if they have some money, some of them their kids they probably won't speak Yoruba as much. So if it's coming from that end, and imagine this is like imagine from like 91 to now, almost like 30 to 34 years now, a lot of those kids, they're now full grown adults. They probably can, and they've mingled with everybody else just speaking English, and they just see everybody as the same thing. So I think that might be some of the other problems. And that not to say that only people that live in Lagos treat their kids like that. Even if you live in Ogun State or you live in Port Harcourt or you live whatever. You teach the kids. Me, I don't think that I think what you're saying might be right, but I just think maybe it's just the fact that a lot of people because we want to be like the Westerners, we lost touch of who we are. And it's not biting us because a lot of us don't know. I mean, even some of us that we claim we know Yoruba and stuff, we don't even know our history because majority of the time, the school that we're talking about, I don't know about Simba time, but I know like my time. All I know that when Nigeria started, everything I know about that they tried to teach me about myself is like my war started from 1914. Whereas I have grandparents, I have great grandparents that I know where they were buried. I know the houses they built. They were before Nigeria. So you see, like there's even like this Lagos thing is just a problem on the surface. There's still other problems beneath the surface that we need to tackle that is beyond what we have going on right now. Because we are only telling story from Awolowo, Namdi Azikwe. That's the only story they're telling us. But our story go way beyond those people. So I just think that I don't know. I just think there's a problem that we need to tackle. There's deeper problem that we need to tackle than just the surface one. Because if me, I don't know about myself as much, and I don't know about my culture as much. Now talk about people that come after me, that they're even closer to 440 now. What do you think? They don't know about themselves. I mean, if me, I don't know, why would I say they would know? So I just think we have so much problem to solve, just than this little the fact that, oh, this the the people don't recognize one land and stuff. And just like you said, that I see a lot of people that are causing problem, they never live in Yoruba area for a long period of time. They already been told a lot of things. Just like if you grew up in the Yoruba side, the western side of Nigeria, you've heard a lot of stereotype as well. Just like they heard about a lot of stereotype. So I'm guessing they just fit into that and coming to the rest of the country and saying and playing those things how, which stereotype is not always correct, because it's just like something that probably most of the time they're untrue. So I think there's a lot of things that that country is facing that just but I believe if Adex is the one that can tell us how he found it hard to actually know that he's Yoruba. Like, was he not speaking Yoruba? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, was he brought up speaking English? I mean, if that's the case, then it's understandable. Even if that's the case, you cannot tell me that a lot of radio station and TVs, which I know they speak Yoruba. A lot of movies in Nigeria are Yoruba made, though. I mean, unless it's not true, because I believe a lot of population in Lagos, like, is high. The high number is Yoruba.
I mean, it's really, to be frank, it's here and there. It's if not for all this ethnic antagonism, all this stuff is of no particular consequence really in itself. But you see, the recent ethnic antagonism is the reason why we are making some of these, discussions.
Yeah, but it has always been there, though. It didn't start now. Even with the books that some of us that read books from Aulawe and Namza Zekwe, you can sense it. They talk about it. Even if we don't, even some movies speak on it as well. This tension has always been there. Like, I just like I previously said, it's just the respect and the lack of knowledge that, and a lot of older people, they can't speak out and be like, okay, a lot of even the politicians, they are afraid. Even if you ask the current president now, he should be able to say, okay, I will be going to Yoruba land with confidence. This area is Yorubas. They have their own culture. They should, oh, I'm going to Hausa land. This is Hausas. This is how they act. But the confidence is not there for them to be able to say, this place belongs to these people. Like, we're hiding. I don't know what we're hiding. And that's what I think the problem is, because we can't come out right and say things that this is how this is. And it's very, I don't know, it's very, I mean, imagine the elders cannot come out right and say things. At least I know in Yoruba culture, like, the elders will go first. It's very tough for the younger ones to go ahead and step in the forefront and be like, oh, this is it, because the elders will feel some type of way. But if the elders are not doing that, they don't have the confidence to say things, to be like, okay, this is. So I believe that's what's killing us. Like, we kept quiet. It's like, I don't want to create I don't want to hurt another person. I don't know how you're hurting another person when you can accept who
But,
you are.
but that's what Adex is saying, that we are far too generous. Is that not what I think? I think that's what I'm interpreting Adex as saying, that the Yoruba are far too kind and generous. Is that not what Adex is? Is that not what I understand Adex is trying to say?
Yeah, but what's generous about that? The fact that you can accept who you are, is that generous? I mean, I don't.
No, I think Adex is trying to say that, we are far too accommodating in comparison to the other ethnic nationalities.
Well,
That the level of accommodation that we offer is not quite reciprocated. Yeah,
So are you saying in the other areas the
yeah, I
same
think
way
so.
that
I
we
think there's
accept
yeah, I don't think, that from what is evidence is not reciprocal.
I've never been there, so I mean, I can only accept what
I don't
you
think
said.
it's quite reciprocal. From all I can see, it's not quite. I've had personal experiences of people, and it's not quite reciprocal. I'll tell you one thing I heard once. It was a comedian that said this. He was a comedian, and he said this, and it wasn't even of this. I think it was somewhere in the South. In Lagos, a lot of the Yoruba comedians, when they're, they obviously they frolic with some of these politicians, when they do these big shows, maybe they're doing a big show in Lagos, they're doing a big show in Port Harcourt, and all these places. Really, there's a few popular place destinations. They might go and see the governor. The governor, so they do it as when a politician, comedian is doing a show, there might be a main comedian headlining it, where you call his colleagues and they do it together. And he said, when they're doing it in Lagos and they're doing it in Ibadan, they're doing some of the Southwest states, they do it, all of us are comedians, we go in there together. He said on an occasion, I noticed that when as a Yoruba comedian, and this is a big time comedian, he said, like, when they go to somewhere like maybe Port Harcourt or maybe in the Southeast, they go to Owerri. He said the local comedians there, okay, that is meant to be like, their main connect to the power players and the big political connect. They try to sideline them. So I think we are very embraceful. We embrace everybody, but everybody doesn't embrace us. I think people might as well do it without actually knowing that they are doing it. I think the Yoruba are I think Yoruba people are very, very kind. I really think we are very kind. I think we go a long way to make sure people that are not from amongst us feel comfortable. And they feel, we do a lot to make sure that we don't upset everybody. I don't think other ethnic nationalities across the country reciprocate that.
Can you please, guys, rather be 2 minutes so we can close at 8 hours?
I think that's me. I'm done. God help the country. I think we can all do better. And I hope we progress. That's where I put it.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. You guys keep the comment. I didn't even know that we'll go this long. Oriola, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you. God bless.
wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyé, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nǹkankan. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé. Abúnibí ẹni láyìn, èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó, kò máa yẹ mi tó.